nobody is counting on anything at this point being permanent. I think they're all thankful that there's a drop in jet fuel prices.
True, and the drop we're seeing this morning may not be permanent too, so it's hard to say what happens in this quarter.
Yep.
And Phil, all these people flying in the front of the planes and the big premium little pods and stuff, they're less sensitive to fares going up. If they want to go some 1%er place, they're going. So I would say that it's probably...
No, I understand what you're saying, Joe, I would agree.
More inelastic for the people that we're talking about. They're fueling a lot of deltas better than expected. What did you say, 14%?
That is correct. Joe, that's correct. With one thing I want to say, I cannot tell you the number of people who have stopped me in the last couple of weeks, whether they are friends and family back in Chicago or when I'm on the road, and I'm on the road all the time. I will be stopped in the airport. And increasingly, you know what I've heard over the last 2 weeks? Have you seen airfares? This is ridiculous. I wanted to take a trip this summer. I'm not taking that trip. That has changed. Now let's see if that stays the case. We're going to be talking. This is all about demand, and that's what we're going to be talking with Ed about.
Okay, Phil, thank you. We're looking forward to that interview. See you in just a bit.
Coming up, what to watch from the U.S. and Iran in the next 2 weeks as the countries pause fighting, hopefully, and move towards some potential peace talks. And after a break, we're going to speak with the former commander of the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. The ceasefire in Iran, in the Iran war, prompting so many questions of whether the U.S., Iran, and Israel can reach a peace deal in the next 2 weeks. Joining us right now on the latest developments, retired Vice Admiral Kevin Donegan. He served as commander of the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet and is now a distinguished military fellow at the Middle East Institute. Good morning to you. We're all trying to understand where this all goes. Obviously, I think the word of the morning right now is at least relief. So that's on the good side. The question is, what are the permutations of the next 2 weeks take?
Hey, well, thanks, Andrew. I think the key thing that we all need to do right now is watch what happens in terms of what do the militaries do? Is this ceasefire actually taking hold? And it appears that it is. Right now, it appears that the major attacks have stopped from the United States, and it appears the same thing from Iran, although there's some fighting in Lebanon. So that's one. I think the other key thing for us to understand is what happens in the Straits of Hormuz. As you know, that was that was the ultimatum. It was related to the Straits of Hormuz. Is Iran going to let traffic flow there, energy traffic flow in and out, and more importantly, are they going to charge a toll for that? Because that is obviously one of the things that this administration doesn't want is Iran to have control of the Straits, meaning charge tolls as ships pass.
Well, I think the bigger question is ultimately who controls the strait at all, meaning even if they're not charging for it right this minute, they could charge for it in a couple of weeks, depending on what kind of deal is ultimately struck or not. And the other piece of this is, do you believe that Iran's going to be restocking missiles and other things over the next 2 weeks? I assume both sides are going to be doing that. And so how do you think, we're talking about this Venn diagram, given the asks on both sides, how do you think you get to a lasting peace?
Yeah, Andrew, that's really the key point, right? The Iranians have presented this thing called a 10-point plan. And in that are certain things that are, in essence, have been red lines for the United States. So the real key is to see how those get resolved in Pakistan, because that appears to be where the leadership is going to meet to have this discussion. So all eyes are going to be on that, and no one really knows how that's going to pan out. There are ways, though, to script and craft even the 10-point plan to something that the U.S. could agree to. But as it's originally written, as this 10-point is originally written, which says all U.S. military forces leave the region, the Iranians have nuclear enrichment, they can charge $2 million per ship for ships to transit. The idea is to see if those things can be resolved in a way that this administration would accept and that the Iranians are going to accept. And these 14 days isn't a lot of time to do that, but we'll find out pretty quickly if progress is going to be made as those things get resolved.
Are you of the view, and I mentioned Ray Dalio at the beginning of our program today, he's always,
live, but
well, because he has a
mentioned
very,
him a lot, and
he has an interesting
when
take.
he's right about something, let me know.
He has an interesting take that ultimately whoever controls the strait has won the war.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily disagree with that. I don't know that that's an interesting take. In the end, I think this, what we've seen is Iran has been beaten back, in their power projection capability. That's been clear. The leadership that was there in the beginning isn't the same leadership, but they still are the same regime that controls the government, just different people.
By the way, arguably maybe worse, depending on what you think of them.
That's true. So where we stand right now is again, that's why I said all eyes have to be on the Straits, and in the end, can we codify something that all can live with? And what the Gulf nations don't want, and what the United States don't want, and what no one really wants is a change to what we call rules-based order. That is, commerce flows freely through these international waterways. We don't want to set a precedence here that a nation that's on one side or the other of an international waterway can charge tolls. That would change not just for the Middle East region, but more globally, the way that free flow of commerce and the global supply chain works.
Well, given that what we've done so far in terms of really dictating terms to the Iranians, and the Iranians blinked, yes, sir, why would we allow Iran to be controlling the strait after all of this when we're still ready? I mean, we got so many assets over there right now, and even more, B-52. There's all kinds of things over there right now. Maybe the ring of civilians is leaving the power plants and the bridges right now, but I just can't see. We're in the driver's seat. Iran is not in the driver's seat, and who's going to control the strait? At least it doesn't have to be that way.
I don't think you're going to see U.S. forces leave the region or the military stand down. I think what you're going to see is the U.S. forces remain there, remain postured, and the idea here is this drives the negotiations in line with something that we want. And I absolutely agree that we don't want an end state where Iran controls the straits, either by saying that they can restrict flow or by charging tolls. That's not the end state that the United States would want out of this, and it's one that we shouldn't accept.
Can you speak to one issue, which is our interests versus, to the degree you think that they're diverged, Israel's interest in terms of regime change, what winning ultimately looks like? And I ask in part because there was a report yesterday that really described in the New York Times directly the debate that was happening even before this war began, as Netanyahu effectively apparently sold the president, despite some protestations by people around him, to do all of this.
Yeah, and I can't say, what happened in that regard, but what we can do is watch what the Israelis do. And it appears the Israelis have stopped also their attacks into Iran. What they haven't done, though, is stopped their operations relative to Hezbollah, which is actually one of the demands in the Iranian 10-point plan. And I don't know that that's going to upset this. I doubt it will. I think that the Israelis will make that something that's non-negotiable for them, but we'll see as this moves on. But I think in the end, in terms of regime change and whether we can unseat those that are in power and the mullahs there in Iran, I don't see that piece is achievable. The Iranian regime is baked into the fabric of the whole society, all the way down to local police stations, but all the way including in construction companies and finance and etc. So dismantling the regime would really be dismantling the governing way in Iran. So I don't think that anyone really expects that this conflict would end up in regime change. The great hope is it sets conditions for a future regime change.
All right. Kevin, I want to thank you for joining us this morning. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
When we come back, Ford trying to get some relief from higher aluminum tariffs, but the White House reportedly saying no dice, at least for now. Got that story next, but first let's get the AccuWeather forecast with meteorologist Bernie Rayno.
It is cold this morning across the Northeast. Cold this morning we're going to see for maybe until the upcoming fall. But sunny and less wind. Lingering chill. Boston, New York City, Washington, D.C. Here comes warmer spotty showers. Chicago, Kansas City looks great. Texas toward the southeast looks nice, except for Florida where there's going to be some showers and thunderstorms. And here comes the heat across the southwest. Travel delays mostly only in Florida, Orlando, Tampa, and Miami. To help you make the best decisions and be more in the know, download the AccuWeather app today.
Ford's not having success in trying to convince the Trump administration to give it some relief on aluminum tariffs. This is the Wall Street Journal reporting this. It says Ford has tried to petition the administration for help while a key U.S. aluminum factory is offline, but the White House hasn't moved on the issue. While the U.S. factory is down, Ford and other automakers are having to rely on imported aluminum, and that is subject to 50% tariffs. The White House official told the Journal that automakers haven't requested tariff relief in a particularly, in their words, a particularly pronounced way yet.
Coming up, what do cooling tensions in Iran mean for the tech trade? That's the question of the morning. We're going to get into all of that right after this. It's a little before 7 a.m. on the East Coast. You're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. It's a big morning. I'm Andrew Ross working along with Joe Kernan and Becky Quick. Take a look at the markets because it is moving in a big way. President Trump agreeing to a 2-week ceasefire with Iran. This is only if, though, the Strait of Hormuz is reopened. He said the U.S. received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believes it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. We're going to talk about that plan. Plus, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs will hold a briefing at the Pentagon in the next hour. We're going to monitor that briefing and bring you all the headlines. In the meantime, the ceasefire is sparking a relief rally. U.S. equity futures sharply higher this morning, and oil sharply lower on the back of this big news.
Australia does. For more on the markets, this morning's big market moves, let's get to Contessa Brewer at CNBC headquarters. Good morning, Contessa.
Joe, good morning to you. Oil is tumbling right now because of the agreement between the U.S. and Iran for that 2-week ceasefire. President Trump says it's contingent on Iran opening the Strait of Hormuz, and he says the U.S. will help with traffic buildup in the Strait. We've seen WTI now down, look at this, 16%, and Brent off by 14%. They're both now trading well below $100 a barrel. You've got WTI at 94 and Brent at 93. And then you have the energy names like ExxonMobil, it's down 5%, Chevron off by 4%, Conoco, Phillips, Marathon Petroleum, Occidental is off by 7% on that news. Bitcoin is getting a boost on the Iran ceasefire. It has seen a rocky path since the war began. A possible end to sight in the conflict makes investors more optimistic on these risk assets. They're looking for more stability. So there you're seeing Bitcoin now at 71,486. It's up 4%. And then crypto names like Circle, Robinhood, Strategy, Bullish, Coinbase, those are all rising as well this morning. They're up 6%, 7%. Up almost 8% in one case. Precious metals rising. The ceasefire means investors aren't as fearful of inflation and interest rate hikes. There you're seeing the gold up now almost 3%. It's at 4,810, and silver at 76.9. And those precious metal miners, they're rising as well. You've got Newmont up almost 6%, Freeport McMoran up 6%, Hecla, Core Mining, First Majestic all up as well. Joe?
Okay, Contessa, thank you. And here's a look at the U.S. equity futures that we were referring to. You see 800 points now on the NASDAQ. That might be the biggest percentage in, but I guess we're getting used to 1,000-point moves in the Dow, up or down. 1,200 points this morning. Nice move in the S&P
And
as
it's
well.
3.4% for the
3.4
Nasdaq.
for the NASDAQ.
That's significant. President Trump saying that the ceasefire with Iran will lay the groundwork for a permanent peace deal. Let's get over to Megan Casella in Washington. She's got the latest on what we've been hearing. Megan, good morning.
Morning, Becky. That's the biggest question right now. What talks will look like from here and whether there is room for agreement on a permanent deal. And I would say there's some real skepticism around that right now. Earlier this morning, Vice President J.D. Vance, who's over in Hungary, emphasized that the ceasefire and broader negotiations are contingent on the Iranians coming honestly to the negotiating table. He called the 2-week delay a fragile truce.
If the Iranians are willing, in good faith, to work with us, I think we can make an agreement. If they're going to lie, if they're going to cheat, if they're going to try to prevent even the fragile truce that we've set up from taking place, then they're not going to be happy. Because what the president has also shown is that we still have clear military, diplomatic, and maybe most importantly, we have extraordinary economic leverage.
So already there are some questions about the path forward. The president last night in his post called Iran's 10-point plan a workable basis on which to negotiate. But some of Iran's demands include things like lifting all sanctions, removing all U.S. military from the region, and requiring passage through the Strait of Hormuz, all things that you could imagine the U.S. could have trouble agreeing to. So despite the ceasefire, the AP also overnight is reporting on drone and missile attacks in the UAE, Kuwait, and Iran. And while Iran's Supreme National Security Council said that negotiations in person will begin in Islamabad on Friday, the White House is not yet confirming that. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt telling me last night that while there are discussions about in-person talks, nothing is final until it's announced by the president or the White House. Becky?
All right, thank you very much, Megan. We'll continue to watch this. Obviously, a lot of headlines that are coming, and we will check back in with Megan after the Pentagon briefing. That's coming at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, less than an hour from now. In the meantime, tech stocks are among the big pre-market gainers as investors breathe a sigh of relief that the United States didn't attack Iran last night. Joining us right now to talk about tech, the relief rally, as well as the upcoming SpaceX IPO is Deepwater Asset Management's Gene Munster. Gene, why don't we just start with where technology stocks stand right now? Meta Platforms up by 4.8% this morning. Amazon's up by 4%. Apple's up by 2.25%. Alphabet up by 4%. We were originally going to be talking about whether these stocks were safe havens. What do you think with these moves this morning?
Well, the chapter changes every week, Becky, but the current State of the Union is risk on, of course. Risk on, always good for tech. The risk has been off with the Mag 7. Over the past month, the Mag 7 down 4%. That compares to the NASDAQ down 1%. So we've seen some deterioration in that Mag 7. There is going to be some flight to quality that we'll see, but just overall, what today does is it just lowers the temperature geopolitically. It also allows tech investors to focus on the A topic, which of course is related to AI, how that is impacting what the hyperscaler build out, all these well-traveled topics that we're going to be focused on at the upcoming earnings. And so big picture is risk on, obviously good for tech, allows us to focus on the core growth driver here around AI. But I do also want to mention that, today's a good day for tech. But just to kind of set the stage, if we think 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years down the road, is that this geopolitical tension is not going away. We're going to continue to see variations of this, in part because it's just the bar. Tech is actually making the bar to engage geopolitically easier, essentially using robotics to get into conflict, not risking human life as much. I think that we're just entering a period where we're going to see more of that. And the reason why I mentioned that, Becky, I think investors should think about what's going on today in the context that we're going to continue to see more of these chapters. And it does change how we should think about investing in some of the biggest companies. If we are in a state where we're going to continue to have these rifts, what does it ultimately mean? And I don't think all big tech is created equal when it comes to that long-term reality that we're going to have more of these chapters.
So which of these companies are well positioned for geopolitical strife, which are not?
So on the side that's more of a challenge, it's Apple, just because they have so much that's related to manufacturing in China. We recently added to our Apple position related to the AI opportunities, so we're big believers in where Apple's going. But that is one that is ultimately challenged, is Apple. I think that they're going to get personalized AI right. When it comes to the beneficiaries,
Wait
SpaceX.
a second. Why did you add to your Apple position if you think it is the most geopolitically challenged and you think more of these geopolitical issues will surface?
Because the opportunity in personalized AI is just significantly bigger than the geopolitical risk. I mean, you have to weigh these options, and ultimately we think that there's just more opportunity related to how AI is going to benefit them. No one's really cracked the personalized AI code. And the bar is really low when it comes to Apple, when ultimately they've really struggled, obviously, to tell that AI story. And I think that there's an opportunity for them to kind of rewrite that. So we did add to it, but I mean, just the reality is that this is a company that has more of that risk. And specifically, as we see more conflict, it does embolden the theory, and I think this is what has weighed on Apple stock more recently. The theory is that as you see more geopolitical risk, that emboldens China to do something in Taiwan. If that would happen, that potentially could create sanctions. But again, it's at the top of that risk list. But I think that over the next year, the narrative on Apple related to AI has a big opportunity to change more positive, which would be a beneficiary to the multiple.
Okay, I'm sorry, I cut you off. You were starting to say who you think benefits.
I mean,
from this
kind of
geopolitical
buried the
risk.
lead here, Becky, that the biggest beneficiary here, and I think that investors haven't come to full focus around this, is SpaceX. And this is the A topic when it comes to tech today. As investors think about that IPO, the vast majority are thinking about this on the space business, the launch business, that monopoly, obviously around Starlink and the subscribers. But SpaceX is the best positioned company when it comes to the geopolitical. And the reason is that if you look at what they have quietly assembled in terms of their assets, they're not really building a space company here. This is going to be the first sovereign AI. And the concept of sovereign AI is the concept of AI that has its own data, a model that's not censored, doesn't have geopolitical risk, doesn't have terrestrial risk around borders, can be distributed everywhere. There's no supply chain risk related to the chips. And when you put that piece together and look at SpaceX through the lens of the first sovereign AI company, it really changes the conversation. This would be a company, if there was political conflict, a company like SpaceX would be up on that news because they are not really beholden to anyone. And if we play back what Elon has said over the past 10 years, and he talks about AI being maximally effective and maximally beneficiary to humanity, the only way to really achieve that is through sovereign AI. And so I'm a believer. We just published today kind of a deep report really outlining how they are building this and why this essentially is going to be the focus and I think ultimately the message.
Gina, I just want to double click on this, as they say. I don't really understand the sovereign argument you're making. My understanding is that this is a U.S. company that will be exchanged on a U.S. exchange that will be dependent on U.S. laws and will be subject to everything else that an American company would otherwise be subject to.
Well, that's the question. I mean, where ultimately these models are going to reside, there's going to be some jurisdiction around that. But like, for example, U.S. law doesn't jurisdict how a model is trained. And so from like a training perspective, there are unique data related to Grok. It's not just social data, it's also scientific data that's on there. So I think that's a piece that will
this
allow.
idea that it's sovereign, that it's its own nation state, which is effectively what you're arguing is this sort of story stock narrative, I don't really understand. What I'm suggesting to you is, unless you're telling me that China is going to have access to these models because it's a sovereign, and if Elon wants to do it that way, he can go do it that way, and if Iran wants access to it and Elon wants to give them access to it, he can, because he doesn't have to deal with sanctions. The whole argument you're making to me just doesn't even compute.
Well, from the perspective of I think about the distribution side of this is that this concept of the data center in space, debated whether or not it's a reality. I think it is very possible with the advent of radiators. But ultimately is that when we think about some of these models being housed in space, understand that there can be a legal entity that is in the United States, and there's certain laws that are subject to that. But when we kind of take this to the highest level, that having these models in space, distributed through space, I mean, that's ultimately what Elon's talking about when he's talking about this, these data centers in space. That does change the impact. And, you know, maybe in terms of...
But you have to be able to access them in space, Gene. And the only way you can access them in space is to take off, I believe, from the U.S., unless you're telling me that he's going to take off from China, too. The idea of a sovereign... This is a little bit like the whole idea of some forms of crypto being completely and utterly sovereign. To some degree, you know, this is not a distributed business in that way, right? It's controlled by a person. That person talks about being quite patriotic to this country.
Mm-hmm. So
you would have to argue that this person is so sovereign that they're not patriotic at all. And then you have to tell me that the United States will allow that to happen. And you'd have to be almost a bad actor or almost a villain in this sovereign case you're describing. And
so
I've known Elon for many years. I don't think Elon even wants that.
So what I'm arguing is that ultimately Elon wants to build sovereign AI. And yes, there are limitations around like launch access, what country that's in. That potentially could change over time to, you know, they could move that over time. But yes, I mean, being based on Earth, there are some limitations to that. But when we think about AI more broadly and think about all the AI providers, if you think about all the other major model companies, how they are built, number one, where their data is coming from, how they're distributed through typically third-party data centers, all of that has the supply chain aspects to it. All that has geopolitical and has essentially red tape around it. And what I'm arguing is that SpaceX has acquired the assets. And, you know, is it sovereign in its like purest form? We can debate that. But I can say when it compares to all the other AI out there, that what they are building from the data through the distribution is going to be unique. And I think that that's going to be the message that...
Okay, Gene, that may be. I'll tell you, we got to go, but that's actually a scary idea. You know, we keep talking about whether AI should be regulated, if there should be any guardrails in the universe. If you're arguing that this is now a completely uncontrollable sovereign country.
I'm arguing that this is happening. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm saying that this is going to happen.
And you're assigning a higher value to that. It's interesting. We'll see. It's a longer debate. Gene, thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up, Delta Airlines CEO Ed Bastian is going to join us to talk earnings and what the Iran ceasefire could mean for his business. Here's a look at the biggest pre-market gainers in the S&P 500. Airlines, by the way, sharply higher right now. Much more on the relief rally underway in the markets throughout the hour. Squawk Box coming right back on this very, very big morning.
Delta Airlines just reporting quarterly results. Phil LeBeau joins us right now with the company's CEO, Ed Bastian. Phil, Ed, good morning.
Good morning, Becky. Ed, good to be here.
Good to be here.
Let's talk about the first quarter. You beat on the top and the bottom line, but paint a picture of what you are seeing right now when it comes to the market overall.
Yeah, so I want to give our team a great shout out because the first quarter was a really strong start to the year, even despite all of the external challenges that we faced, including the fuel run-up caused by the Iranian conflict. We still hit our number, came in on guidance, a 40% EPS improvement on a year-over-year basis. Revenues up 10% year-over-year, all-time record high, and the premium revenues, which I think you reported earlier, were up double digits on a year-over-year basis. The demand is broad-based. It's all categories, all products, all geographies. People, our consumers, which sit at the top end of the K, are continuing to invest in travel. It's their priority, and they want to have that experience.
But having said that, Ed, and I talked about this just a half hour ago, I fly a lot, and a lot of people in the last 2 weeks have said, I've seen the higher airfares across the board in the industry. I'm not crazy about the idea of a summer trip. Are you noticing any erosion at all in demand?
We are not. And anecdotally, you hear that. And obviously, over time, if fuel prices are going to stay at the really highly elevated, we snapped our fuel price, obviously, at the end of last week, so we didn't take into account the overnight pull down. But if fuel prices are going to stay elevated, we have to be responsible and have to find ways to get our costs covered. One of the ways we're doing it in the second quarter is we're pulling capacity down to accommodate and try to get ahead of some of that potential weakness. But we're not seeing it. The last 30 days, our bookings are up double digits every day for the last 30 days, the strongest period that we've ever seen.
And not to beat a dead horse here, but in terms of demand, corporate versus leisure, no change there?
Corporate is back. I think when we were last together, I mentioned that TSA volumes were starting to impact some of the corporate travelers when people are looking at lines, 3 hours long, saying, I'm not going to go on a 1 hour flight and wait in line for several hours. Now that the airports are back and lines are at normal levels, the corporate traveler is back. This week alone, sales of corporate travel are up double digits again.
Jet fuel, you're going to be paying, I think you're expecting $4.40 a gallon in the second quarter.
We're hoping less, but that was
You're hoping for less, but that's what your expectation is, as opposed to when you began the year, you planned at about $2.60. As you were managing this, you have a refinery. How much is that able to give you some insight into the flow of oil and how things are coming along in terms of the supply?
Well, our supply is okay. We have access. We get the majority of our crude off of the coast of West Africa that comes in through the refinery. For us, the refinery helps not with respect to crude, obviously, but with respect to the crack spread. Yeah. That's what's really elevated in the barrel that we're paying, because jet fuel in total for a barrel basis is well over $200 a barrel,
yeah,
on a refined basis. We're going to save in the second quarter about $300 million at these prices because of the refinery. So it provides a nice benefit in terms of relief, but it doesn't solve the issue. We have to take action, just like everyone else in this industry needs to, in order to get our costs covered.
Ed, Becky has a question for you. Becky, go ahead.
Yeah, Ed, this is kind of just digging into a little more about what Phil was just talking about. We were all talking earlier when you reported and said that, you're now anticipating $4.40 versus the $2.60 for jet fuel. Those numbers were based on what you were seeing before this huge drop we saw overnight in oil prices, down 15%. Does that mean that the numbers that you've given us are pretty conservative, or do you look at the numbers we're watching today, down 16% now for WTI to 94.53, and think that this may not last either? Is your expectation that we're in a much higher range at this point, no matter what?
I wish I knew, Becky. We did snap the fuel prices as the close of business last week, which is our typical pattern. We're happy to see the sell-off, and we hope that this is the end, not the end, but the start of an end to the conflict, and a peaceful resolution is achieved soon. But the reality is that it's a very volatile situation. We know we're going to be higher for longer off of whatever price you want to look at. And as a result of that, we're taking action, not looking at it on a day-by-day basis, but over time.
Yeah, I remember it was a couple of years ago. I think it was not just you, but United and others, and building out more pods, and the front of the planes getting bigger. And I know that premium is not just pods. It might just be more room in the back of the plane, things like that. But you made a conscious decision not to go like People Express. You're more going to, giving people maybe more comfort and charging a little more. Is there a price where that would not look like the right decision? Is there a point where it becomes, like Phil was alluding to that, gets a lot of people, saying, wow, it's really expensive. Is there a point where that would be the wrong decision?
Well, you never say never, but from what we've seen over years, what we see in terms of the health of our consumers since COVID have accumulated close to $30 trillion of incremental wealth. That's households, as we define our consumer, of $100,000 or more in annual household earnings. And that's 40% of the households in the country. So there clearly is a component to the industry that is under trouble. And high oil prices for them are going to create a huge amount of duress. What I'll tell you, Joe, is in my many, many years, over 30 years, roughly 30 years of experience in this industry, the only thing I've seen that actually is a catalyst for real change is high oil prices. It's the most powerful catalyst we have. It separates the winners from the weaker carriers. And if you can't get your fuel prices covered, you're forced to either rationalize, consolidate, or face elimination potentially. And
Let's talk about that.
And it's happened over time. And so from our end, getting our cost paid, delivering a premium experience is not just trying to cater to the well-to-do. It's a reality that's the margin expectation in our business.
You set the table here by talking about the fact that when you have high oil prices and you have a number of carriers that are not going to turn a profit, it sets the table for possible consolidation. We were with the Transportation Secretary yesterday. He said, look, we would be open to considering a merger or two within the U.S. airlines. Are you interested in potentially buying a U.S. carrier right now?
We're not going to comment on that question, as you'd expect, but there will be change. And what that change will mean, I have no idea. I think however that change plays out, though, it's going to benefit Delta, whether it's the consolidation of other carriers, whether it's carriers candidly supplied leaving the industry. We see our long-term earnings track, even though we're a bit off on fuel prices currently, as being not just where we've been historically, but actually enhanced. I think we're going to have stronger earnings power longer term because of the situation we're going through currently.
Let me follow up with this. Would you expect some consolidation within the U.S. airline industry? Not saying it's going to be Delta. Would you expect that to happen within the next year to 2 years?
I expect there's going to be, at these fuel prices. Now, if things drop down and everything starts back to normal, then I think the carriers probably all can continue to limp along. You know, many of these carriers have not made a profit in years.
Right.
They can't sustain themselves. You know, their owners cannot let them continue to destroy capital at the rate they're doing. So yes, I think given the situation we'll probably see some activity, but I'm not going to comment who or what. I can't speculate.
Ed Bastian, CEO of Delta, on a day where they beat on the top and the bottom line, but more importantly, they give us some insight into what they're seeing with consumers. Guys, we'll send it back to you.
Phil, thank you for that. We have some news just out. President Trump just posting on Truth Social the following. The United States, he says, will closely work with Iran, which we have determined has gone through what will be a very productive regime change. There will be no enrichment of uranium. The United States will, working with Iran, dig up and remove all of the deeply buried B-2 bombers' nuclear dust. It is now and has been under very exacting satellite surveillance. Space Force, he says with an exclamation point. Nothing has been touched from the date of attack. We are and will be talking tariff and sanctions relief with Iran. Many of the 15 points have already been agreed to. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. So it appears, I mean, that would be a remarkable amount of progress, if true. And I think we have to
wonder how much we do. We don't know what they know about where everything, you know, where the 900 pounds is and what's left. And I don't know if we know everything, but
I have a couple of questions. There's the question about regime change. He says that regime change happened.
Remember, it was 2 weeks ago when I spoke to him, he called it.
He called it regime change.
Already been regime.
Okay, so this is not a new regime change.
It
This
just
is
means
dealing with the civilian government.
Right.
Head that
Yeah.
This access
they are
to
civilian.
the uranium that is buried deep.
mm-hmm.
He's arguing that we're going to be
with
able
Iran.
with Iran, that we're going to be able to go and get it.
Yes.
That would be something.
That would be something.
Something. And that's a pretty good carrot because their economy is long before this. The people were
Right.
suffering mightily, and sanctions and tariff relief.
And then the big question,
Straight.
unresolved, is the Strait.
Right.
Right. That is the biggie.
They
I think the other question is who are we negotiating with, and is the Iranian, the IRG, the Republican
Right.
Guard, on board with this? There had been some
the
questions.
guy's name is. I mean, he was on the.
Yeah, he was
the
on
post
the,
yesterday.
yeah, he was. Yeah,
The exact individual.
right.
Does he speak for
But
the?
this is
we don't know if he
an
speaks for
incredible
the
outcome.
IRGC.
This would
Yeah.
be an incredible outcome if this is the point they've already reached on some of these issues.
See, we're
Gains in
1,300
futures.
points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The NASDAQ continuing to build. It's now up almost 860 points. The Dow up 190 points, too. So it's a 3.5% gain for the NASDAQ at this point, 2.8% for both the S&P and the Dow futures. And again, that's happening as oil prices crash. You didn't mention the Strait, but obviously oil prices.
That was I couldn't believe it was mentioned in the tweet, I don't know, whatever we got from Iran yesterday. They said, we're opening the Strait.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe that, because everybody at the time said, well, you know, we don't believe what Trump is saying, but then it came directly from Iran. I hope they won't happen.
Coming up, much more on the ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran and what the incentives look like for each side. We'll talk about that right after this.
Time now for today's AFLAC trivia question. In 2019, astronomers released the first ever image of a black hole. Which galaxy is it at the center of? The answer when Squawk Box returns. Answer to today's AFLAC trivia question. In 2019, astronomers released the first ever image of a black hole. Which galaxy is it at the center of? The answer, M87, which is the strongest radio source in the Virgo cluster.
President Trump said he agreed to suspend attacks on Iran for 2 weeks if the Strait of Hormuz is immediately reopened. Meantime, Iran state media says the Revolutionary Guard targeted oil facilities of U.S. companies in Saudi Arabia last night. So joining us right now to try to figure out where all of this goes, Brent Sadler. He's Heritage Foundation's Senior Research Fellow in Naval Warfare and Advanced Technology. Good morning to you. We also just read a Truth Social post from the president that was put out moments ago where he said that as part of this, a deal has already been reached effectively for the U.S. to get access to the uranium that was under what might be rubble now. And I think we're all trying to understand how close we really are to a meaningful deal, or whether this is just a pause, Brent?
Yeah, I tend to be inclined to this as a pause, not trusting the regime in Tehran. And even if it's fracturing, right now there's still attacks hours ago that are still occurring, as you just mentioned. So the ceasefire is not fully in effect, but hopefully the negotiations continue and that we can get what we've been seeking through force of arms, perhaps through a negotiated solution. You know, top of the list, of course, is trying to find and account for all of the highly enriched uranium that we know about. But again, the question is, will we be able to go after what we discover or find out that they may have more?
How much do you think that has to be the ultimate goal versus, and what I think one of the things we've learned is just the economic ramifications of Iran controlling the strait?
Well, this is one of the military objectives, was to reduce the Iranians' ability to control access in and out of the straits. And I think militarily, from a purely military perspective, I think that's been achieved. The problem is, it only takes one drone strike, which damages the paint on the side of a tanker, to send up in astronomical terms the insurance rates, which has the same effect of shutting down the straits. So a different approach, more than a military one, is needed to counter what Iran's been able to do to blackmail the world.
When you think about where we could be 2 weeks from now, you said you thought this was a pause. That also suggests, if it's just a pause, that there is going to be more fighting?
No, I think there is a very high probability that this could resume with the U.S. and Israel on one side, maybe some of the other regional partners even more actively engaged if this ceasefire doesn't hold. But of course, inside Iran, there's a great high probability for internal fractionalism and starting to see some infighting. I think that's one of the outcomes that would be a good one as an opportunity for the Iranian people to take back their country. And the long-term goal's got to be a regime in Tehran that's not threatening to its neighbors in Israel, but most importantly, is not one that's going to threaten Americans' lives and our interests.
Brent, do you think that Iran, at this point, could be slightly less inclined to just lie about everything? Because I kind of think, I agree with you that we can't trust what they're telling us over the next 2 weeks. But I would say for a theocracy, it's bad for me to say they've gotten religion, because they already had plenty. But do you think they've gotten religion at this point with what they've been through, to where they'd be slightly less inclined to just try and jerk us around like they have for the past 47 years?
Well, yeah, a lot of the theocracy that was running this country, very nihilistic group, the doom culture, I think have already had their appointment with Allah. So hopefully whatever government forms is less theocratic, nihilistic. It's one indication that the regime, the nature of it's going to be a turn for the better. But I think you have made a good assumption. It's one that I hold to, that trust nothing from Tehran until you can actually verify it physically and with our own eyes. And that's why sending U.S. forces in under negotiated circumstances to go find all the uranium and perhaps plutonium and other weapons-grade material that they have produced is a key item in this negotiation.
But Brent, I think they were laughing at it, like during the Obama deal and all those, as they're getting pallets of cash and they're saying, oh yeah, we're complying. I think they were laughing. They're not. Are they laughing now, or are they at least thinking, maybe we gotta be somewhat forthcoming about things at this point?
Well, I think they're taking us a lot more seriously now, but it took a lot of bloodshed and bombs to get to this point. Right. But that hasn't changed the character of the strategic culture in Tehran, whether it's the theocrats, the religious leaders, the IRGC, or if it's some other civilian government that comes to power. The nature of the regime is still, one that we have to treat with a high level of suspicion. So going in there and seeing for ourselves, but also very important, and one I'll be watching for as details of this ceasefire come out, is what leverage will we have in the mid to long term? Will it be access and control of their oil industry to hold their economy at risk if they don't do or honor their side of the deal? That's a big question in my mind.
Brent, hold on for it. Respond to this. Another Truth Social post from President Trump. A country supplying military weapons to Iran will be immediately tariffed on any and all goods sold to the United States of America, 50% effective immediately. There would be no exclusions or exemptions. President DJT, who's he talking to there? We're talking about Russia? Who are we talking to?
China. I would put China at the top of that list. And I think this is an example of economic statecraft using tariffs for more than just trade issues. And I think it's, our statecraft is finally catching up with the realities of this new Cold War. So I think that message is mostly to China. We are already sanctioning and trying to put the screws on Russia for their war in Ukraine since 2022.
Okay, Brent, I want to thank you for joining us this morning as we all try to make sense of what may come next. Thank you.
All right, coming up much more on today's market rally. Stocks are surging, up about 1,300 points. Gold's up. Still trying to figure out that explanation for why gold is up. Because what we said, less inclined for inflation. So I don't know.
Gold's made no sense.
You know what? I think we said less inclined to worry about inflation, giving the Fed room to cut, which will cause inflation, so gold's up. I think that's the circuitous logic. If we're talking about oil prices are tumbling and bond yields are pulling back. We'll have a closer look next. Futures sharply higher after last night's ceasefire announcement. Joining us now, David Zervos, Chief Market Strategist at Jefferies, as well as a CNBC contributor. And for that was a one shining moment. We thought you might be the next Fed chief, David. That was fleeting, though, wasn't it? You're probably happy. At this, you're probably happy at this point. but who better to comment on where the Fed really feels it is right now? We were just conjecturing whether this takes a rate hike off the table, whether, you know, are we back to just standing pat because the risks are the same for both sides of the mandate? What do you think?
So, Joe, I think the idea that a rate hike was on the table was largely very dubious in any case. Although I would say over in Europe and in the UK, that was probably a little bit more of a risk given how they operate their central banks. But I never really saw that. I know we took out a lot of those front month cuts, but we never really moved the term structure of interest rates, particularly the long end, anywhere very much. And we never moved inflation expectations over the long run much. So I think the markets just said, okay, we're going to pause this for a little while. There was some pretty ugly positioning that needed to reset. It did that. And now we're back to, as you said, kind of standing pat, and more importantly, judging the kind of politics of the Fed as we go through the court case with the chairman, as we sort of see that he's probably likely to extend his time at the Fed, at least through the court case and how that will unfold, and kind of maybe adapting to this idea that Kevin is not likely to take the helm immediately as Jay's term expires in May.
I'm trying to read into some of your musings here, David. Nothing burger for inflation. Probably you're looking through what's happening
Yes.
with oil prices, but even after the jobs report, you're still worried the Fed at this point might be too tight, and that the risk is the private credit and other sensitive to too restrictive Fed, other things that would be affected by that.
Well, I don't see the private credit story as a credible one, Joe. I've been pretty
Really? Okay.
uninterested in going down that rabbit hole. We could talk about the numbers, but it really is small potatoes in the grand scheme of credit, and most of the private world is investment grade. We're talking about this little sliver of more high yield or leverage loans, and even there, and the stuff that can be taken out in the BDCs, it's a very small number. So I don't see a lot of forced selling there, and I see a lot of buyers lining up to try to get involved. So that is not the story. The story for me is jobs. It's just, and even that, Jay has said this a couple times, we're kind of not paying attention to a lot of Fed speak because everybody's focused in on uranium and the Straits of Hormuz and has become incredible experts there in the financial markets. I say that facetiously, but I think, this job story is a real one. We've been seeing the unemployment rate rise steadily for 3 years, while growth has been way above most estimates of potential. 2.5% to 2.75% growth, almost touching 3% back in 2024. So strong growth with a weakening employment picture, high productivity, and a real risk that job creation is being stifled by innovation. And I think the Fed's not paying attention to that supply side driver, and that's dangerous.
And you think being less restrictive would somehow help, or
I do. I think it would create jobs. I think it would create jobs in construction. I think it would spur housing. I think it would make the potential pain of a transition in many of these industries where technology is likely to cause significant displacements. It would ease some of that pain. And I think you're seeing that in some of the polling and in the voting. Even last November, Joe, we saw a lot of younger voters switch away from the red vote that they had toward a even more aggressive blue vote, and a lot of that polling suggested there's a frustration with the job outlook and affordability and the like. So I think we have some real issues going into November with job creation, politics, and what that means for the companies that we're all looking at that are creating incredible returns on capital, incredible growth opportunities, but leaving a wake of employment risks.
You wouldn't be fading strength. You'd be buying dips. In fact, you wish it had been more volatile. You're talking about equities as well?
Yes. Yeah. On the price action that we've had, everyone to a person that I speak with has been surprised, some pleasantly and some unpleasantly, at how resilient the risk asset markets have been, how resilient the long end of the bond market has been, and how resilient the currency markets have been. We haven't seen that sort of spike really in the dollar. So it's really been an unbelievable storyline in markets to watch oil rise this much and have such modest moves. I mean, I think, when the S&P opens this morning at 9:30, Joe, we're likely to be up on the year by the end of the day, or at least down less than 1%. That's what the open looks like.
And
to
you
me.
really
That's
did
an incredible story.
You really did mean at the end of the day. You didn't mean
I did.
At the end of the day. You meant
yes.
At the end of today. The S&P.
You are correct.
I got it. Okay. Very good. Because we never know when people say that. No, it's like way over you.
End of
Thank
today. Always good.
The
to
end
see.
of end of today. Okay, good. Thanks, David. Coming up, news outside of the ceasefire in today's market rally. The Masters set to tee off in Augusta, Georgia. Didn't hear anything about Rory's big dinner last night, except the wine was really expensive. Did you see what he said? Well, I just love what he said. He said that people were saying, why not more Irish? Why isn't this more Irish for what you're serving? He goes, well, I was just thinking I'd like to enjoy the food while I'm here.
They had a really good menu.
But he's like, I don't know what he meant. Big business for private jets going down to Augusta. That's the subject of the latest installment of Robert Frank's Inside Wealth.
Sliders.
Yeah.
Part of it.
As we head to break, here's a look at the big move lower in crude. Look at that. Now down 17%, all the way to 93. We'll be right back. The Masters set tee-off time is tomorrow, early, at Augusta, and it's one of the biggest events of the year for private aviation, bigger than World Economic Forum.
The biggest.
Bigger than Davos.
Biggest.
Bigger than Davos. Because they got to get there to talk about climate change. Robert Frank joins us now to the latest installment of Inside Wealth.
Joe, great to see you. Well, local airports, they're expecting more than 3,000 private jet flights into and out of Augusta this week. That would be far and away the record now for many of the private jet companies. It is, as I just mentioned, the most important client event of the year. And the latest competition is on the ground instead of the air. Bookings are up 20 to 40% this year. NetJets, VistaJet, FlexJet, Wheels Up, all ramping up their hospitality events and their big parties to better retain and attract their wealthy clients.
We want to stay connected with our customers beyond just when they're in the air with us, right? We're a lifestyle business. We're a luxury business, and frankly, somebody asked me, I don't tell them that I'm in the travel or aviation space. I'm in the hospitality business.
Now, the NetJets party Friday night is one of the hottest tickets in town. They bring in Michelin chefs. They had Jim Nance host last year. Musical guests of the past include Chris Stapleton and Zach Brown. VistaJet opening Vista House. That's a private home that they transform into a club with nightly dinners, a concert, and appearances by Gary Player, John Rahm, and Patrick Reed. Wheels Up is building the Wheels Down Club with appearances by Delta CEO Ed Bastian. We just saw him here. Apple executive Eddie Q and chef Jose Andres. Now they expect to host over 600 guests a day there. For more on the $20 billion private jet industry and its push into events, you can sign up for the Inside Wealth newsletter at cnbc.com/InsideWealth. There is no parking anymore for private jets at Augusta Regional. So NetJets just announced they're building their own dedicated terminal with 430,000 square feet of ramp space so that they have parking. And that's going to be a huge competitive advantage for them. The airport is so congested, we're talking about Thompson, which is in Thompson, Georgia. That's an airport. Aiken, South Carolina, that's become a spillover.
How far do they have to drive back if you get spilled into one of these spillover places?
It's still only about 20 minutes, a half hour most. So they're all pretty close, but Augusta Regional, there's just no space. There are too many planes. And what makes this unique, you mentioned about Davos, is not only do you have tens of thousands of wealthy clients in one place, but it spans a whole week. So you've got people coming and going for 1 or 2 days each. So you've got all this sort of flow of traffic in and out. It's not just a one-time, one-day event like Kentucky Derby or Super Bowl.
You see one of the things on players' sleeve you see quite a bit.
Yes.
NetJets.
NetJets has 30 ambassadors now, golfers, and they're all ramping that up.
And so you don't see a lot of the top 30 golfers on commercial flights. You don't. Front or back.
No.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you, guys.
When we come back, New York Fed President John Williams said yesterday that the Middle East war energy shock will drive up overall inflation this year. We'll ask the Wall Street Journal's Nick Timmeros about how the ceasefire could change that outlook. We'll speak with him next. is almost 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick along with Joe Kernan and Andrew Ross Sorkin. Let's take a look at the futures this morning because they are off and running on the news of the ceasefire in the Middle East. Right now, you see the Dow futures up by 1,290 points. S&P futures are up by 184, and the NASDAQ is indicated up by about 840 points. Pretty significant moves on a percentage basis as well if you're watching this. It's largely because oil prices have come down so substantially. We've seen a drop of over 15% this morning for WTI, if you check that out. In fact, it's now down by 17.5%. $93.24 a barrel after crossing above $117 a barrel yesterday. Brent crude right now down 15.5% to $92.33. President Trump posting on Truth Social just in the last hour, the United States will work closely with Iran, which we have determined has gone through what will be a very productive regime change. There will be no enrichment of uranium, and the United States will, working with Iran, dig up and remove all of the deeply buried B-52 bombers' nuclear dust. It is now and has been under very exacting satellite surveillance. Space Force. Nothing has been touched from the date of attack. We are and will be talking tariff and sanctions relief with Iran. Many of the 15 points have already been agreed to, signed President DJT.
Okay. For more on the impact of the ceasefire on crude, including a live look at ship traffic in the Strait of Hormuz and what is going on there, CNBC's Brian Sullivan is here at the desk, at the table. What is all of this showing?
Not much right now. Good morning, everybody. Want to be unequivocally good news. Let's be clear on that. And I think you marked down the calendar. April 8th is the first real day of spring, at least when it comes to energy prices, because they're crashing right now, which, you know, we're just talking literally outside about the cost of gasoline. Becky, I think you made a good point earlier in the program. You talked about Strait of Hormuz. You talked about what it actually means. We are seeing a big drop in the price of crude oil. And also, look out the curve, guys. So I brought up 3 different charts. It's not just the front month. You got June and July down as well, because you always look at, we always show that current month, the so-called front month, but look out a few months and you can see what we're called backwardation, where prices now are higher than they were. All right, let's go to the only, maybe the only website and chart that matters right now, and that is a live look at the Strait of Hormuz, because when ship traffic begins to flow back through that point, that's when we're going to see a real move in energy. We are not there yet.
Let me ask you, I've been thinking about this chart because you watch it so closely. We got that story about the Wall Street analyst, the small Wall Street firm. Catrini, right. About having Citrini, right?
It's like Citrin, but not.
But not Citron.
Yes.
Yeah, I always want to say Citron. They suggested that these ships are just turning off their GPS and going through. So it wouldn't pop up on this. But I think there's still something like 800 ships that are kind of trapped in the Gulf waiting to get out, and that would show up on these maps, right? Everybody who's still stuck in there.
So go back to that graphic. It's a great point, by the way, and I admire them for doing that.
Yeah.
But a lot of ships have turned off their transponder. For lack of a better term, it'd be like if you guys turned off your headlights.
So we wouldn't see the red dot.
You wouldn't see it. So all this is Marine Traffic by Kepler. They've been great partners, by the way, the last couple of weeks. Thanks to them, their team's working 24/7. Every one of those red dots or arrows are ships. Now, the ones you're talking about that are sort of stuck in the Persian Gulf, a lot of other issues there, found food and water and things like that. These big ships, they need to move. That aside, you can see at the very tip top there, the Strait of Hormuz, there's not a lot of ships going through there now. These are all tankers. I filtered out cargo, freight, the red, just tankers. No ships in there right now. So despite the good news, despite the positive commentary, and I think your point was well taken in the previous hour, Becky, where you said, we're not really sort of sure who we're negotiating with. It's nice if Iran is saying things on social media, assuming that is the correct person or persons in Iran who has the power to do that. That graphic right there is what's going to matter when you start to see a lot of red dots.
Some rogue group from the IRG or something that decides.
Yeah, some guy with a missile on his shoulder.
Right.
Because you got to remember, and I've met with many high-level military and counterterrorism officials. I know you guys all have your sources as well. These IRCG leaders are sort of like gang leaders, and that there is a belief that when there is regime change, assuming that comes, these people's lives are going to be, shall we put, in danger, because the people are mad at them. These people who've acquired wealth and power by, in some cases, subjugating their own people. So we'll see what happens. But let's let the market tell the story. Here we go. Strait of Hormuz, last couple of weeks, the number of ships has trickled up. Now, to your point, Becky, are they running the strait by turning off the transponder? Yes, they are. Some of that sanctioned oil we could see there. Slight uptick this morning. Exxon, Chevron, ConocoPhillips, all down about 5%. So oil is down, energy stocks are down. And actually, that live price right there, Chevron is $20 from its high price of just 8 or 9 trading days ago. So the stock's come down $20 a share from its high of $211. They all have. I'm not picking on Chevron.
They all shot up as oil prices.
Well, most of them shot above their median price target. For example, Exxon's median price target, don't quote me, I think is about $160. It was at 163 with the move this morning. It's back below that. See if energy stock buyers step back in. Either way, today is literally, what did you say, Joe? The end of the day, Zervos? And you meant actually the end of the day. Could the S&P 500
he said he
be higher?
expected the S&P to be up for the year by the end of the day.
And you actually meant the end of...
Well, if someone said, I expect the S&P to be up for the year at the end of the day, it could mean...
It's not a euphemism.
That's a darn good word.
We used that a lot on Fast Money last night, euphemism, what that means.
Euphemistically, you did.
So yeah.
He meant
it literally.
He meant by 4. He did.
Yeah. Listen, it's unequivocally good.
Because that's the only way I'll use it. I won't use it in the other way.
That's what
and I'm going to
saying.
make a guarantee right now, going forward, that I won't use it because all eyes might be on me using it.
Right.
Fair.
Can I ask just one separate question?
100%.
I've always thought in the commodities business, in the oil space, there's a lot of leverage in the business. And I just wonder, for those who went long effectively,
They're going to get their faces ripped off. I think that also is
Is because of that. That's
I mean,
why
that was the second. That was a sort of secondary effect of all this. But there are people who were seriously long thought that this would not get resolved, and I'm just sort of curious how you see that playing itself out.
So there's a book called Too Big to Fail.
Yep.
Have you heard about this book?
I heard about it.
It's pretty good, and it details the subprime crisis where there were fortunes made and fortunes lost by people who bet big on subprime one way or the other.
Right.
And I'm just going to tell you this right now, and I'm not going to name names because I can't confirm anything because these are very closely held secrets at firms. There are going to be some commodity firms that we have never heard of that make fortunes, where lives are changed forever because they made gigantic leveraged one-way bets on these markets. And there will be others who maybe this morning get their faces ripped off and they face the call, the margin call, whatever it may be, because they were wrong. Now, things could change. We're one social media post away
from going the other way.
From the other way.
Right.
Right? Or, to Becky's point, we're one stray missile or speedboat with a bomb on it and another tanker exploding from this going the other way. But you are right. Leveraged bets. If you are a commodities trader in Singapore or New York or London this morning or Switzerland,
There's a lot
maybe,
of leverage in the commodities
maybe
space. It's always been
Switzerland,
that way.
you're going to be in trouble. I used to trade commodities.
That's because you only put 10% down. Yeah, that's the definition of the control of futures contract. Margin requirements go up and down depending on volatility.
And they get changed based on these prices. We could see.
You know what? Someone made the point. If a drone chips the paint of a tanker, insurance rates
insurance prices go up.
So it's not just oil. It's like insurance rates too.
I think the question that needs to be answered, and what I'll try to do maybe in the next couple of days, is do a little more work into this. How does what we're seeing? Let's assume this leads to some lasting peace. We want to be optimistic. It's early in the morning. How does this change the market for weeks, months, or years to come? Talked about it actually at dinner last night. We have not seen any impact in drilling activity in the Permian Basin. There's been no increase in rig counts. In fact, Baker Hughes rig counts are down. There's been no increase in capital spending. You heard Ed Bastian on this show with Phil and you guys earlier talk about how some airlines aren't making any money. There's been no increase in U.S. drilling activity. Does this change that long term? And is 85 or 90 the new 65 for oil? We don't know.
Right.
Nobody I've talked to,
Nobody thinks it's going back to $67.
0.0, like Bluto's GPA.
Right.
Nobody thinks we're going back. Thank you for getting that. Nobody thinks we're going back to that.
Blutarski. What's this?
I gave my love a cherry.
That's a zit.
Yeah.
during the food fight.
But nobody thinks 65
is it $2 million off? Are they charging $2 million?
I don't know.
During the 2 weeks?
I don't know. We've heard of that toll, right? The ships that aren't turning off their lights and running through. Because these ship crews, by the way, some of them were at risk physically. Like they're running out of food. Can you get a tender to go out?
The person we talked to earlier said if they're charging $2 million, they're pretending that it's their strait, and it's not.
It's
their
not.
strait.
And we've said that on this show. And I know the term "open the Strait of Hormuz" is become a euphemism in some ways. I hate that term because it gives. I heard somebody talking about how Iran wanted to, impose its sovereignty or something on the strait.
You can't do it. It's a public
correct
against international.
They own
law.
a couple miles off their coast. Oman owns a couple miles off their coast.
International waters.
And in the middle, it's international waters.
Yeah, right.
It's international waters.
Correct.
Now they can enforce their will on it.
Right. But
Like some guy at the Holland Tunnel who wants to, yes.
Take over international waters.
They cannot.
Right.
They're going to claim it. They want to pretend it's theirs. And by the way, Michelle made this great point yesterday, Caruso Cabrera, that when she was on Cog Island, there are people called the Arabian Gulf, and it's the Persian Gulf. And the Iranians are very careful. They're like, no, it's the Persian Gulf because they're Persian. So there's a lot of naming stuff going on. It's international waters.
The Gulf of America.
Gulf of America. But either way, watch that marinetraffic.com chart. When we start to see a lot of ships go through there every day, sort of 20 to 30 tankers a day, Andrew, is the number you want. We had about
like
7.
120 before. Yeah, maybe 6 or 7 now, but it was 120 before the war.
That's total ships.
Total ships.
Tugboats, freight, everything. It was because all kinds of traffic there. I told you I swam in it.
Fertilizer?
Right. 2016. It was warm. The water was warm and wasn't refreshing.
Brian, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Half the size of Manhattan. That's so weird to me.
That's it.
Cargo.
Cargo. Oh, Cargo Island. The strait's
Oh,
what,
Cargo
20
Island.
kilometers?
It's like Catalina.
It's like
But filled with oil tanks, as opposed to the rare
Exactly.
fox that exists on Catalina.
Nothing nice on Cargo Island. Is there?
I haven't been.
Oh, okay.
But maybe now you guys can do Squawk Box live from Cargo if things work out this morning.
I think Dubai would be better, maybe.
Well, nicer. Hang out with Dan Murphy.
It used to be.
Yeah, we'll see.
Thank you very much, Brian. The Iran war energy shock has been driving up inflation expectations, but crude prices are plunging this morning after last night's ceasefire announcement. For a closer look on the impact on the Fed, we want to bring in Wall Street Journal chief economics correspondent Nick Timmerose. Nick, everything we planned to talk about yesterday is kind of changed because of this huge drop in crude oil prices this morning. Yesterday, John Williams at the New York Fed said that this is going to drive inflation, broader inflation for the rest of the year. What do you think this morning when you see this drop in crude oil?
Well, one critique I've heard of the Fed from folks over the last couple of weeks is that they have underreacted to this crisis, that they were continuing to project rate cuts. The majority were projecting rate cuts at their last meeting. If you thought that they had underreacted to the outbreak of war, I think it's possible that they will underreact to this as well. So the Fed is inertial. They don't make huge changes in their outlook until they have to. And so I think the question now really, Becky, is can you still get back to the recalibration cuts that the Fed was making over the last 2 years? Have those been killed entirely? Have they been delayed? I think that's where the debate is going to be right now. And the market sort of has already gotten there. You're pricing in maybe one cut before the end of the year, maybe not. And that's certainly different from where we started the year. So I think this has already left an impact, even now that you have a ceasefire.
Is that just because of the uncertainty factor, Nick? Not knowing what comes next, and the Fed's natural position to assume in that situation is to freeze and do nothing until we have a better handle on what's happening?
That's part of it, yes. This freezes up the Fed for sure. But I think there are a couple other things to think about here. One is that it's not well appreciated how difficult it was for Chair Powell to get that last rate cut in December. And so if you think that this year is maybe going to be like last year we had the Liberation Day shock, and that froze up the Fed, but they eventually resumed cutting. I think what's different about this year is, one, you're a few clicks closer to the neutral rate, wherever you think it is. The Fed cut last year 3 times. 2, the unemployment rate trending down is important. So in that payroll report last week. I mean, if you thought the labor market was about to just collapse, we're not seeing that. And so that's new information, and that's important. And you do see some of the labor market doves on the committee. Mary Daly on Friday saying, well, maybe we just have to get used to much weaker payroll growth, and that's the new normal. And then third, the inflation starting point, even before all of this. You know, we're going to get a core PCE reading tomorrow that rounds up to 0.4% most likely. That would be the third straight month. That's, you know, 3% 12-month inflation and even higher on a 3-month annualized rate. So even before all of this hit, you could argue that maybe inflation wasn't cooperating so much relative to where the Fed thought things were going. And I asked Chair Powell about core services inflation ex housing at the last press conference. Why hasn't that made more progress? And he admitted they were a little bit puzzled. So if you're not sure why inflation isn't doing what you expected it to do, it freezes you up.
Nick, we've had guest after guest who has come on and said that we don't have to really worry about what's happening in the inflationary outlook until we see it bleed into consumer expectations, because that's when inflation can really take hold in a broader economy. On Tuesday, the New York Fed had a survey that was out that said Americans have been rattled by surging energy prices, and at least in the near term, they are expecting higher inflation. How big of a red flag is that?
Well, I think the Fed is going to look at market-based measures, which are a little bit better behaved. I do think, you know, there's a point there, which is the asymmetry in how the Fed defends against labor market risk. The idea that you don't want to see the unemployment rate go up, because by the time you see that, it's too late. The same thing is true with inflation expectations, right? By the time you see inflation expectations going up, it's going to be too late. So the Fed doesn't want to create too much of an asymmetry there, that they're only going to react preemptively to labor market risks and not inflation. And so I think you're going to see a debate over the next couple quarters over, well, maybe this is a neutral policy setting. The labor market's doing okay. Maybe policy wasn't as tight or isn't as tight as we thought. And that's even before you get into sort of the unfortunate timing of all of this, that fertilizer prices are going up at the beginning of the planting season, that mortgage rates have gone up at the beginning of the spring home sales season, and some of those echoes that we're going to see from all of this conflict.
Nick Timmeros, thank you. Nick, good to see you.
Thanks so much.
Okay, coming up in just a moment, we've got former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. He's going to join us right here, and we're going to talk about everything that is going on in all the news and headlines out of the Middle East. And this is now a live shot of the Pentagon, where officials are holding a briefing. We're going to bring you updates straight ahead in just a moment.
President Trump agreeing to suspend planned attacks on Iranian infrastructure for 2 weeks. Joining us now, former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. He's the chairman of the Alpha Institute. And former Speaker McCarthy, it's good to have you on this morning.
Well, thanks for having me back.
Do you think to some extent that we had an Iran blinking a bit yesterday, or responding to some of the threats that they saw? I mean, they've seen that. I know individuals still talk about the taco trade, like Trump's not going to do anything. I think Iranians might have a different view of whether Trump actually follows through on threats or not, because they, the ones that are still alive might have a different view of it.
I think you could see exactly with Iran what they felt. They asked people to come out. They tried to put the children out front in the shields. It just shows the type of individuals that they are. But look, the devastation that's happened to their Navy, to their facilities and others, they knew the president was serious about this. I think it's the only way they get them to the point. The number of their leaders who have been taken out, I think they knew he was very serious. I think that's why we got to a 2-week time period here to final the negotiations, to try to make this move into a much different direction.
I wanted to talk to you about, in fact, I just saw Ro Khanna talking again. I'm trying to remember the guy the Twitterverse guy that we asked him about. I mean, the guy is just worse. He's like the left's Alex Jones. And Ro, I don't know if you saw it yesterday, he won't disassociate himself from this guy. He won't disassociate it, Ro won't, from a wealth tax in California. He won't say it's a bad idea to close down the government, to defund DHS. One of the editorials today in the Journal, the Democrats race to the left. They're talking about this crazy race in Maine where some guy with a Nazi tattoo is being embraced by the left. Chuck Schumer is doing things because he's worried about AOC. I mean, is there a further tack to the left that you're seeing in the Democratic Party? Will that serve them well in November?
No, it will not at all. And remember, Ro Khanna came into elected office from Congress by actually getting Republicans, because it's a top 2 system in California. He ran against the Democrat incumbent. He portrayed himself to be more to the middle, kind of like what Swalwell did at the same time, kind of what Abigail Spanberger did in Virginia. And you find once they get in, it's much different. Remember, Ro Khanna was a part of the Bernie Sanders presidential campaign. He wants to inherit that torch and continue to carry it on, but even carry it further to the left, to the socialism. So this is a scary part for the Democrats. They have to make a decision. Do they pivot to where Bill Clinton was, who came back a little to the middle, who would talk about stopping crime, who would talk about controlling their borders, and he was able to win and win.
Hassan Piker. I had to look at. I don't know the guy.
I don't know him either. I don't quite follow him, and I think
I know Mamdani was on with them, and they're the same age or something, and they were, it was like a co-love fest fanboy for each other.
Kevin,
crazy.
Kevin, I'd like to get back to the news this morning of this ceasefire and whether you think the ceasefire holds, how you think this ends. I think there's sort of 2 very different views of this. One is this is the beginning of an actual peace deal, and the other is that this is a temporary reprieve, and that ultimately to control the strait and everything else, uranium and the like, is going to require boots on the ground.
I don't think you're going to have to see boots on the ground. Will you have to have the American Navy there, and will they be escorting? I think you could see that. We saw that in the 80s as well. Look, anytime you go into this situation, you might get a flare-up now and then as the negotiations go forward. That's not a reason to break. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but it could. Look, the key goal here is to make sure to capture the uranium and have that strait open. If those 2 things come to fruition, could be very successful, but only time will tell. It's a tenuous time right now, but I think today is a much better day than yesterday was. And we're going to take one day at a time.
Politically, how do you see this? If you look at most of the polls, the American public is largely not behind this. Maybe they will get behind this, depending on the outcome. I don't know. There was a fascinating report in the New York Times yesterday suggesting effectively that Netanyahu oversold the possibilities here in terms of what was possible, and that the president was persuaded by him, despite other people, including obviously the vice president, trying to push back on all of this.
You know that 75% of Republicans are for this move, and he won that. The only poll that matters is that one in the November of 2024. So Democrats are 80%
We have
against
a guest
it.
that we're interviewing.
All right, but they're
and so
80%.
let's hear what the guest has to say.
So you heard about the polls
about this.
The Democrats
Kevin.
don't like Trump. Let's lead with that. They don't like, they're 80% against this, but they do want to defund DHS, and they do want.
I'm not sure.
All right, let me answer the question. Okay,
let's just talk to Kevin here, and then we can debate the facts about what polls say or don't say.
You guys are making me feel like a child of divorce. Let me go through it. So, look, the thing I was thinking, an action like this, you're not going to answer that question by a poll in a day. It's going to be longer duration. So when you look at this in history, was the president right to make sure Iran did not get a nuclear weapon? And if you remind people of the actions they took when they funded the proxies, the terrorist attack inside Israel, the attacks from the Houthis, I think history will prove this is right. How it ends that they don't have the uranium and the strait is open, I think come November and the price of fuel is down, that poll that looks today, whether it be Democrats or independents or others, will be much different. And any actions such as this, when you take it that he didn't take troops on the ground, that we didn't have a large number of casualties, and he changed the course of history. And if more people are able to join the Abraham Accords, long-term people will look at that was a very smart move. When you look at when our airmen is down and the CIA is using special technology that no one has before, this is an amazing feat that's gone through. And if the economy continues to stay strong, I think that judgment has to be done later than actually
Kevin,
today.
he's at 42%, 43% approval, which is not that bad for in previous at this point in the administration. It's just it's 42, 60. What is that? 42, 57.
It hasn't changed that much.
It's the same stupid. Polls are. The poll that mattered was in November. There'll be another poll this November, and this could all change. We could totally see that the American public hates everything that's going on, but until we get that, I'm still focused on the November of 2024. Let me ask you this. Ro Khanna was on yesterday. Actually, he just tweeted something 4 minutes ago. If Americans has done good for you, you need to do good for America. We need a new social contract. And then he says, a good discussion with my friend at Joe Squawk. He's a friend of mine, too. And I see what he's saying. And I see how a lot of people feel left out. I'm not sure a wealth tax, and especially given California more money to spend, that's like the last thing I do, more fraud and other things. But what do we do about the perception that it's not fair, the way things work, that people can do too well at the top and not well enough on the bottom? What would you do? That was our discussion yesterday.
Well, I mean, his answer to it is just go tax the wealthy to bring back. Lincoln has told us that from the very beginning. It doesn't survive, and we've watched economically that doesn't work. So how do you build an individual up? How do you give them greater ability within? I think there's a lot of places you can work at that. This week, I'm actually spending the week at Harvard teaching. There's some very bright minds here, right? How do you prosper the economy and continue to make it to grow? How do you let people keep more of what they earn? I've watched in California, where I used to live, tax at 14%. But the homeless is greater, the highway system is not better, the education system is not better, and the healthcare system is not better. I think accountability brings a lot. And when you look to states like Florida, where they have a large population of elderly people, their highway system as well, they're taxed, they don't have a state tax. I mean, do better with your money and you'll have a better opportunity.
The other day, I don't know, CNN was flabbergasted that in terms of approvability, Republicans are actually +5. And I don't know whether that translates to anything in November. Prediction markets look bleak. The Senate looks like it at this point is in play. Does it matter? Do you expect a bloodbath? I'll finish the sentence. Do you expect a bloodbath? And do you think that what happens in Iran, if is favorable, it could mean one thing in November. If it's not favorable, it could mean another thing in November. Do you think there's any way Republicans keep the House?
They can keep the House, but right now it doesn't look good. Look, you look at their latest action where the Senate had opened up the government and the House Republicans went and fought with the Senate Republicans and literally took the ownership of the shutdown. So they voted against something, now they're gonna have to vote for it when they come back.
They didn't do that. They decided not to appease the party that closed it down in the first place by saying they won't fund, they want to carve out parts of DAC.
Republicans, though.
That is, but I was on the House's side. Why would you reward the Democrats saying we're not going to fund DHS till you do A, B, C, D, E? Why would you reward them for doing that? Then they'll do it again.
Okay, well, listen to what they just did. They kept government shut down for another 2 months. Okay, that's 2 months closer to the election. That's 2 months.
Democrats did.
Democrats shut the government down.
I can't believe I got to argue with you about this.
Well, you can argue with me, but you want to see what the polls are? You asked me.
I know. Oh, now you're talking polls.
Okay, Joe,
now
let
you're
me answer
talking
the
polls.
question. Because you know what, Joe? I'm the only leader that always won seats. Democrats shut the government down. So you want to open the government up? You had a path through the Senate. The Republicans in the House are now going to vote for that when they come back, something they voted against.
They're going to have to do it.
Don't put it on yourself. Don't take the ownership, and then pass a reconciliation bill. And then when the Democrats shut the government down, you're only given 24 months to be in the majority. Why do you recess the House? Why don't you keep the House open and pass 80-20 bills?
Right.
Because those are the bills you'll use in November to keep the House. And then
in fairness, I said at the time, there's no way that there's no way the House would say no. In fairness, at the time, I said they got to go with it. But I still think if you were purely based on principle, you wouldn't have.
Nobody gets to be purely
It's not-
principled in Washington.
Listen, you can keep your principles and still fight the Democrats. You could have got the government open. You could have done reconciliation. That's exactly what they're going to end up doing. But why would you add the press to it that you stepped in a different way? You don't get everything you want.
So you're totally trashing the new speaker. You totally think Mike Johnson that was a tip.
The new speaker is going to vote for this bill when they come back in.
When they
It's
come
gonna
back.
do exactly what I'm telling you right now.
Right, because they're going to have to. So,
You know what I want? I want this speaker and I want these Republicans to be
but
successful.
are you surprised
I want them
that
to add seats.
Why has Schumer and the Democrats? Why have they been able to? You see lines at the TSA. They're still demanding that you carve out immigration and other things from this DHS funding. Everybody should want to fund DHS with what's going on over with the war right now.
Joe, I agree with you 100%, but let me put it this way. If we're at the 250th anniversary on the 4th of July in America, and there are lines at the airport, you think America is going to sit there and say it's the Democrats' fault, or they're going to blame the people who are in power? That's what will happen in the election.
What always happens.
You can't get it done in the Senate. Fix this, go to reconciliation, and you will fund DHS. You're just stating one path to solve this problem, and you want to stick and just say keep it fighting. I'm telling you in the polls that's not going to help you. So I'm giving you a path to solve the problem, to win races, and actually move more of your agenda. Because as the government shut down, you can't move more of your agenda in the majority. So the Democrats are sitting there causing the shutdown, but they think they're successful because they're making the majority have less days that they can pass more of the conservative bills they want.
Right. These are all, and I've heard Mike Johnson many times say, look, this is the hand I got. I got three, I got a margin of 3. So you have to face political but it also gives, if Republicans do lose the House in November, now obviously shutting down the government is fine to get what you want. So they can do it then. So everybody's doing it.
Nobody wins a shutdown. It costs you more money. Look,
Democrats are winning.
Also, I'm the only modern day speaker that didn't have a shutdown because I didn't think they were smart.
Right.
I didn't want to take up.
You want to hand the victory to Democrats. You want to hand the victory to Democrats in the latest shutdown. So they are winning.
You don't understand what you're talking about. If you want to hand the victory to the Democrats, keep government shut down right now. You're not using the Republican majority to pass more bills, and you're getting blamed. What I'm saying is win a conservative victory, open it up, do a reconciliation that you don't have to have Democrats.
Will that really work?
Be able to
that
open
two-step
the
thing? Do you think that'll really? There's a path to that. Do you think?
Well,
Another reconciliation.
If you were if you were the majority in the House and the Senate, and you can't pass reconciliation, then you're not using the system correctly. You don't need Democrat votes. That's what reconciliation gives you.
Okay.
And if you want to take more days away, and right now everybody's gone from Washington, so the shutdown just continued. Do you want to bring people back and solve the problem? That's what I'd do.
All right, former Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Good to have you on.
Always good to see
you. Okay, Squawk Box will be right back.
Earlier this morning, Delta reporting an adjusted 64 cents a share in earnings. That was better than the 57 cents estimate. First quarter revenue came in ahead of expectations at $14.2 billion. That stock is up by 12.7% this morning. Here's Ed Bastian earlier on the program talking about jet fuel prices.
Jet fuel in total for a barrel basis is well over $200 a barrel, on a refined basis. We're going to save in the second quarter about $300 million at these prices because of the refinery. So it provides a nice benefit in terms of relief, but it doesn't solve the issue. We have to take action, just like everyone else in this industry needs to, in order to get our costs covered.
Delta CEO Bastian says that travel demand remains strong, with customers continuing to spend, especially on premium seating. I think premium seating revenue was up 14% for the quarter. And again, that stock up sharply.
And premium seating goes all the way to just a little extra
leg
room.
Extra leg room in economy.
That's premium.
I'll pay for it these days. I will.
Try sitting
anything.
No, I
yeah.
I mean,
extra pod room for you.
I sit in the back of the bus all the time. I do. Up next, what a ceasefire means for the markets. Squawk Box coming right back after this from the back of the bus, no less.
The Pentagon's briefing on the ceasefire has just ended. Megan Casella joins us with an update about what was said. Megan, good morning.
Morning again, Becky. We were just hearing from Secretary Pete Hegseth, as well as the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, on this conflict. Secretary Hegseth, during this briefing, was portraying the deal and the military operation as an overwhelming victory, saying he hopes and believes that the ceasefire will hold. He insisted there had been regime change in Iran, and saying that the new regime has a new calculus about what it means to negotiate with the U.S. But there were some signs of how fragile this truth is. General Kane, the head of the Joint Chiefs, saying that while he welcomes the ongoing ceasefire and hopes that Iran chooses a lasting peace, a ceasefire is a pause, he said, and the joint forces remain ready if ordered or called upon. On the Strait of Hormuz, there were questions about why Iran is saying that passage will require coordination with the military. Here's what Secretary Hegseth had to say about the Strait.
What we know is that Iran is going to say a lot of things. A lot of people are going to say a lot of things, claim a lot of things. What has been agreed to, what's been stated, is the Strait is open. Our military is watching. I'm sure their military is watching, but commerce will flow. And that's what you saw the markets react to, is that reality.
So still some questions today, Becky, about what we'll see flowing through the Strait, but there we hear Secretary Hegseth saying that commerce is going to flow. Becky?
Megan Casella, thank you very much. As we watch the futures, they have been surging ahead of the opening bell. The Dow is now indicated up by 1,225 points, basically. The Nasdaq's up by about 815 points. The S&P futures up by more than 170. All of that happening as oil prices collapse. The last we looked, WTI was down by about 17% to around $93 a barrel. Right now, $93.11. Joining us with a closer look at what the ceasefire could mean for the markets is Peter Krause. He's with Aperture Investors, where he is the chairman and the CEO. And Peter, some pretty volatile times that we're experiencing. What do you do in a period like this?
Yeah, they don't get more exciting than this. Well, look, you have to look through the noise. I mean, before last night, I wasn't sure exactly what we were going to talk about today, but I thought the right thing to actually discuss was to look through the geopolitical events, because at some point they will resolve themselves, and look at what the basic underlying economy is doing. And basically, it's pretty strong. Clearly, the increase in oil prices is going to have some demand destruction and inflation effect, but it's going to be somewhat short term.
Yeah, demand destruction at $93 is very different to the demand destruction you see at $117.
100%, 100%. So I think that we're going to go back to looking at a market being driven by AI investment up and down the supply chain, up and down the industrial complex all around the world. That continues to be a significant trend. I think that inflation probably needs 9 months to a year to sort of get back to where it was pre the war. I think that'll take some time. I think interest rates will probably moderate. Right before the war, the 5-year was around 3.7%. It got up to over 4. I think the 5-year will come back to 3.5 to 3.7. It'll stay in that range for 3 to 4 months. If the war doesn't reignite, and if oil prices continue to come down, and if things happen the way we want them to, I think we'll get back to a pretty strong market.
That's a lot of ifs, but if we get back to where we were before the war broke out, there were already concerns in the market. There were questions about what was happening in private credit, whether that would bleed over or have an impact on the economy. There were questions about AI, whether all of that CapEx spending would actually lead to strong revenue and then earnings. So those were the concerns, but then you've got this underlying earnings picture, and we just closed out on the quarter. We're awaiting some of those quarterly reports. How do you add up all of that stuff when you take geopolitics out of the picture?
Well, 2 things are true. AI will continue to drive the economy, and there will be significant CapEx expense that will actually occur there. Many companies will benefit from that in terms of growth of revenues and growth in earnings and the speed at which they're going to grow. But it's also true that some of that CapEx expense is going to be a poor return on investment. And that will lead to some companies actually doing poorly. Some companies potentially even going bankrupt. It does create more volatility. There's no doubt about that. Both things are going to happen. In private credit, 2 things are true. One is private credit is not going to fall apart. It's not going to go away. On the other hand, there is a liquidity crisis in private credit because, as we've seen many, many times before, this is not the first time this has happened, when you involve investors who expect to be able to get their cash back and they're invested in an asset that is not liquid, you have liquidity issues. And we are experiencing that liquidity concern.
The other issue, though, earnings, underlying earnings. Jack Cafferty was on earlier this morning, and he's looking for high teen growth in earnings. That's pretty significant.
Yeah, I think there is a
there's
a two-speed earnings also going on. Again, earnings driven by the sort of broad, I don't want to just call it AI, we'll call it power, data, AI-involved activities. Those revenues and earnings are growing faster. But the core economy is not going to grow that quickly. And you shouldn't expect to see rates of growth in those earnings at the same level. On the other hand, that mixture creates a reasonably positive market. And the market is discounted by 10% or even more from its peak, and you're going to get that back. And it's going to continue, the market's going to continue to go up.
Peter Krause. Peter, thanks for coming in.
My pleasure.
Okay, this is timely. Up next, the CEO of the American Petroleum Institute on everything we've been talking about, oil prices, etc. Straight. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Oil prices plunging this morning. I want to bring in Mike Summers. He's American Petroleum Institute President and CEO. Good morning to you. We are watching the price now, WTI crude 92.72, down about 18% right now. Of course, the big question is whether that continues to go down and we reach a real peace deal If we do reach a deal, what do you think it actually gets to? And if we don't, what happens?
Well, first of all, I do think it's important that we got to this ceasefire moment. You know, the truth of the matter is that the Iranian regime is much less dangerous today than it was just 6 short weeks ago. So now is the time that we focus on moving tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. There are about 200 tankers trapped behind the strait right now, and about 20 tankers that are filled with LNG. So we have to work on getting those tankers through. At the pace before the war started, it was about 30 tankers a day. So it's going to take a while for us to get those tankers moving as quickly as possible. And the world is currently, we've shut off about 500 million barrels during this 6-week period. So it's going to take a little while for us to get the strait cleared right now and get oil and natural gas pumping again.
If, in fact, we have a genuine peace deal that is long-term, I don't know what even that looks like, what do you think oil goes back to? Obviously, the price before this all began was $67.
Well, we have to remember also that there's been a lot of shut-in production that has occurred because of this war. So you're looking at about 10 to 12 million barrels of shut-in production in the Gulf itself. And again, those wells are relatively old. It's going to take a while for the engineering to take place and for us to get that oil and natural gas flowing again. So I do think it's going to take some time for us to see flows at what they were before. At the same time, you've already seen a commitment from OPEC Plus to increase production after a ceasefire. So I do think that consumers are going to start seeing relief at the pump, both for diesel and gasoline.
I appreciate the relief, but where do you see the price actually going?
Well, I think it's going to take a while. I mean, at the same time, we have a summer driving season that's about to take hold here in the United States, so demand is going to go up significantly. So I think it is going to take a while, probably through the month of August, for us to get the gasoline prices back to a level that consumers have come to expect.
You know, we were talking to Brian Sullivan earlier this morning, and we were discussing just how, given the way futures contracts work and the amount of leverage and debt that's used in this space, there are going to be some folks this morning who might be making a fortune, and other people who might, as he described, have their face ripped off. What do you know about the firms that are playing in this space right now?
Well, of course, you know, these markets are filled with hedge funds and other investors. But, you know, at the same time, you know, the American oil production has really provided a buffer for this geopolitical moment that we're in. You know, if we were in this crisis just in 2005, where the United States was producing only 5 million barrels a day, rather than today, when we're producing record amounts of oil, more than 13 million barrels a day, that buffer just wouldn't be there. And that has allowed the United States and really a geopolitical insurance policy during these difficult times and during this war. So I do think that the focus that the president has had, in particular, on increasing production in the United States, both of oil and natural gas, you know, has allowed us to take these bold political stands internationally and to really take on an Iranian regime that was racing towards a nuclear weapon. And the Strait of Hormuz would be much more threatened if Iran had a nuclear weapon than what they've been dealing with the ballistic and drone missiles that we've had to deal with over the course of the last few weeks.
Okay, Mike, I want to thank you for joining us this morning as we're all trying to make sense of what's happened over the past, literally just a couple of hours, past 12 hours. Let's show people where things stand right now. The market's up and up big. Dow up about 1,200 points. NASDAQ up about 835 points. The S&P 500 up about 176 points right about now. And then, of course, WTI crude coming down in a good way by about 18%. That does it for us. Make sure you join us tomorrow. Squawk on the Street is up after a short break.
Wednesday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Jim Cramer, David Faber at Post 9 at the New York Stock Exchange. Worldwide relief rally on the back of Tuesday's two-week ceasefire. S&P futures up nearly 3%. Europe's up 4%. Japan up 5% overnight. And emerging market ETFs looking at 5+. Oil plunges, but is actually off the lows of 91 last night as Israel continues to strike Lebanon and now reports that the Saudi East-West pipeline has been attacked with a drone. We'll get a White House briefing at 1 p.m. Eastern. Let's begin with the relief rally around the globe on news of this two-week ceasefire. This morning on Truth Social, the president posted the U.S. will work closely with Iran and that there will be no enrichment of uranium. He adds the U.S. is and will be talking tariffs and sanctions relief with Iran. Kind of some asymmetry between a 15-point plan and a 10-point plan. Jim, we never get all clears on this kind of stuff, but is this good enough for you?
Yes. Okay, yes. And I think it is because the fact that there was a plan is something that the Iranians probably wish they didn't say. Now, if you look at, I usually don't use this term, David, mainstream media.
Yeah.
Mainstream media just says it's total capitulation. And, he was outsmarted by Iran, and so he didn't make a joke. I don't find that to be the case. I think that they did something which just basically said, we're crazier than you. We're crazier than you are.
What we did.
Well, right. I mean, I thought that to wipe out a civilization, I thought that was some of the turning point.
Kind of, you don't, yeah, it's kind of, that's a 10 out of 10 there in terms of the
Bronze
meter
Age,
of...
not Stone Age, Bronze.
Okay, but the market yesterday seemed to, or investors seemed to believe that that wasn't going to take place.
Right, and boy, there was a lot of money out of the market, which really was extraordinary.
Yes, and then even later in the day,
leading
there were
the oil
people...
wrong.
Yeah, and obviously that was a correct assumption. But to Carl's point, now we've got 2 weeks. Do you have to be on alert every day? Can you make an assumption here at least the next 2 weeks, which we start to move into earnings season and things like that? We've got the all clear?
Well, I think if the Iranians start saying, listen, we're not going to let that ship through, but we'll let that ship through, I think that doesn't work. But, I mean, let's think about the fact that a drone hit the most important pipeline, the savior, the 5 million going to 7 million per day pipeline. And it just seems like that maybe Iran is kind of like the Confederacy, where people fought on because they didn't know. You know, it's like Juneteenth for those guys. It's like, hey, geez, this thing ended. I didn't Juneteenth.
Well, it's actually a very salient point. In the briefing a few moments ago, the defense secretary said Iran should probably let their guys know that there's a ceasefire in place, because word doesn't necessarily flow down when you're a multi-headed hydra.
Well, I think that that's true. Look, there's a lot of things. Let me just back up for a second. There's a lot of things which indicate that this may not be real, except for the amount of money that's being paid at this very moment. You said something interesting, which is that oil's coming back. I'm watching Chevron, the whole time watching Chevron. Chevron's been right, Chevron's right. Chevron's not coming back. Look, David, I think that this is one of those where when you can get a win, or claim you have a win, well then, you know.
Right, but is it going to be all about now the 10-point plan versus the 15-point plan, and are we going to be focused on whatever information we're getting in terms of potential negotiations to extend the ceasefire?
Or do you think that every day we're going to trade off that?
That's my question. I don't know.
There is El Arian today suggests that maybe the easy part's over, and now is the hard part in terms of market sentiment, positioning, reaction time.
Look, I can come back and say, you know what, last Monday was the bottom, and so far that's looking the best of all. Monday was the bottom. It's maximum pain. We all thought everything was going to go wrong. It was I don't know how you want it, civilization? How do you want to put that?
Well, listen, I guess we'll know when we come in and we're not leading with the war, at least for any period of days.
Kind of like the day we stopped leading with COVID?
Yes, yeah, exactly, right.
Well, maybe what we have to do
is that may happen soon, but then, of course, there
how about this?
are going to be days when we don't.
How we'll know? If Microsoft finishes up.
You are all about Microsoft.
They're a great company. Little sport there.
We talked about a couple of firms coming to their defense last couple of days. B of A yesterday. We still have sort of the Melius Ben Reitz's cohort.
I know he's a little negative on Microsoft. I'm much less negative on. I think he's using like a 330 target. I think that Satya can play. Look, David, they're not a pitiful, helpless giant, Microsoft.
I don't think anybody said they were, but the company has been under, or the stock, I should say, has been under significant pressure.
They were
as
part
we've
of
said.
Project Glasswing.
They are part of Project Glasswing.
Is that like Operation Slam? It's like Graham Slam, right? In Goldfinger.
From Goldfinger.
Right?
Maybe right up there, top 3 Bond movies,
It
right?
is,
Oh,
it
yeah,
is.
definitely top 3.
I knew you were going to go there, right?
Yeah, he
Because
had
that's
to.
Skynet for you. I knew
Well,
he'd go Skynet.
listen,
Come on.
we are going to get to this, but I will say, other than the war, which obviously is front and center, and the ceasefire, when I've been talking to people this morning, what they still want to talk about, and maybe it's a chosen group, is Anthropic. It's Project Glasswing, which involves this
100%.
new frontier model that is not going to be released by Anthropic, called Mythos. So it's in preview, and the threat that it represented from a cybersecurity perspective is nothing short of astonishing if you take them at their word, at the very least.
I found it, for once, David, I said to myself, thank heavens for George Kurtz, who's on tonight from CrowdStrike.
Yes.
Because I thought that this might be in the realm that you were talking about.
And that's an important interview, as is often the case on Mad Money. You've got some, that I want to hear what his thoughts are, because they are a part of this Project Glasswing. Since we're talking about it, guys, maybe we'll explain what we're talking about if people have not seen the story, which is essentially the very latest model from the company, that being Anthropic, which again goes to, well, back to yesterday's story, growth of which we've never seen before, from what was 9 billion run rate at the beginning of the year, essentially, to 30 billion run rate in revenues this year, just like this, goes to their incredible strength and how quickly they're iterating new products. And here's one that basically they said, you know what, if we were to put this out there, you'd have things being hacked all over the world by bad actors so quickly that it would put a lot of things in serious risk. Here's a quote from Project Glasswing. Over the past year, AI models have become increasingly effective at reading and reasoning about code. In particular, show a striking ability to spot vulnerabilities and work out ways to exploit them. Claude Mythos Preview demonstrates a leap in these cyber skills. The vulnerabilities it has spotted have in some cases survived decades of human review and millions of automated security tests, and the exploits it develops are increasingly sophisticated. And then, of course, Dario goes on to, in a couple of other posts on X, say how incredibly dangerous it would have been if they had released it. Instead, they're giving it and sharing it with the companies you just mentioned, a few others who are going to use it, hopefully.
Palo Alto's in their video.
For good.
Well, do you think this is one where, let's say it was with the Department of War, which we know they're not, because I picked that one because that's not Anthropic's bailiwick. And it said, listen, someone put an agent in there and said, look, I want you to bomb the Saudi pipeline. I mean, doesn't it work really hard to make that happen?
It raises a lot of different questions about the power of this technology that we talk about often, and it is a front and center example of some of the threats that are out there. Well, David, it also raises an interesting question, Jim, which is one I'm sure you'll post to George Kurtz tonight. I mean, right now, Anthropic's saying, here, use this for your business. You're part of our Glasswing effort. But couldn't they have decided, oh, now we're just going to get into the business of cybersecurity?
Well,
because we just developed a tool that can tell you all the vulnerabilities you have.
George said, first of all, you need the data away from that, and that's very true. And then the second thing is that what government agency, what insurance company would say, you know what, we're going to allow you to do this. We're going to allow you to insure your own. David, Glasswing means what?
It's a butterfly, right?
Or ancient Greek for utterance or narrative. They've got everything covered.
Well, Crowd was upgraded last week by Wolf, in part because of this whole thing.
Absolutely.
And that in their view, it will drive overall spending.
I think that this is very, very important, and is a sign to me of, man, we got to be careful.
Yeah.
Very careful.
It's going to be a busy day at the White House. We're getting a press briefing at 1. The NATO Secretary General is going to meet with the president. Let's get more on the ceasefire this morning with Megan Casella. Hey, Megan.
Guys, good morning. A lot of moving pieces and some skepticism at this hour around whether this fragile truce will be able to hold for the next 2 weeks. But we just, as you mentioned, heard an update last hour from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. They framed the military operation as a victory and said that it means Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. General Kane, though, also said that while he hopes Iran chooses lasting peace, he was also clear in saying that a ceasefire is a pause and that the joint force remains ready to resume combat operations if needed. And then, guys, there were questions about the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump last night saying that the ceasefire was contingent on the complete, immediate, and safe opening of the strait, but Iran's foreign minister is saying that passage will only be possible via coordination with Iran's armed forces and with due consideration of technical limitations. A senior Iranian official also telling Reuters this morning that reopening of the strait would be limited. So in this briefing, Hegseth brushed off concerns about this sort of mixed messaging. He's saying that while he's sure Iran's military is watching the strait, that commerce will flow. So much more to watch on that point today, guys, on what starts to move through that strait.
Meantime, this morning, Megan, there is the question of Israel and this activity in Lebanon. This morning, I think it's Iran state TV saying that the Israelis need to abide by ceasefire terms on that front as well. And I guess the question will be, would Iran tolerate continued attacks on its proxies in the midst of all this?
It doesn't seem like Iran would tolerate that. I asked the White House last night whether Israel had signed on to this ceasefire after we heard it announced from the president, and they told me yes, that Israel was a part of it. Then, of course, there was the statement overnight from Israel saying that, yes, they agreed to it, but that it didn't apply to activities in Lebanon. We are seeing reports from the AP and others about continued attacks across the region this morning. You mentioned that Hegseth did get to this and said, Iran should send a carrier pigeon to different parts of the country to make sure everyone's aware of the ceasefire. Maybe that needs to happen on the Israeli side as well. We'll see sort of how this develops over the next few hours, maybe throughout the day today, to see if the ceasefire really is holding.
Megan, we'll be talking all day. Appreciate it. Megan Casella at the White House. Take a look at the pre-market this morning. Obviously, relief rally. We'll get to what's happening on the yield curve today and rates and what all this means for the Fed and the dollar, as a very important edition of Squawk on the Street continues in a moment. On the earnings front this morning, Delta with a quarterly beat despite these rising fuel prices. They cite some strength in travel demand. Company also says it will, quote, meaningfully reduce its capacity growth plans, at least in the near term. This is Ed Bastian with our Phil LeBeau earlier this morning on Squawk.
If fuel prices are going to stay elevated, we have to be responsible. We have to find ways to get our costs covered. One of the ways we're doing it in the second quarter is we're pulling capacity down to accommodate and try to get ahead of some of that potential weakness. But we're not seeing it. The last 30 days, our bookings are up double digits every day for the last 30 days.
And pretty optimistic, Jim. Although not adjusted, it's their first quarterly loss in almost 3 years.
Yeah, I thought that, first of all, I think that Phil's interview, and this is not unusual, obviously, was seminal, what he had to say. And I think that it's almost to the point when you think about what the interview said and you combine that with what Secretary Duffy said, I don't know, maybe there's going to be mergers again. Maybe some of these money loser airlines lost so much money that we just want to keep them in business and we let them merge. We've not allowed that to happen. It's a new administration. I listened closely to what Phil said. This is what I'm thinking. And I pass it on to you, my friend.
Pass it on.
Which airlines will get bought, David?
Well, I thought maybe you'd have comment.
I don't believe there's going to be a great deal of further consolidation in the airline industry. Really?
Yes.
You want a pinky bet
Yes,
me
I
on the
do.
wall? All right, are we talking like, is Spirit still around, or like, what are you talking?
Well,
I know Hawaiian and Alaskan already happened.
18 months.
JetBlue, what are you thinking? All right, but what's JetBlue's market cap? I mean, come on,
no,
let's
I'm
be
just
real
saying that
here, man.
it's not been the government's policy to
It's
allow.
$1.6 billion market cap.
No, but I'm just saying that. But if you go to Trump Airport, you want to.
What's Trump? Which one? Which one?
You mean the new Palm Beach Airport?
He's named so
Is that
many
what it was?
airports.
Palm Beach.
Yes, I believe that has become Trump Airport.
Trump Airport to go over to Europe to go use the Emirates, the one at the end of Long Island.
Which one? I don't know. No, I don't know what.
Was it for the president, like the president who did the what is that thing, that music thing in Washington? You know, that big place.
The Trump Kennedy Center?
Yes.
The Kennedy Trump Center?
Yes, the Trump JFK Airport.
Yeah.
Coming.
The other big corporate earnings story today is going to be Levi. We're going to talk to Michelle Goss later on this morning. Jim, but organic up
right here.
Organic up 9 and a pretty good
quarter.
guide.
I loved it. That is the highest single. That is maybe the highest of any apparel. High single digit. Fantastic.
Direct to consumer.
With the
first and lifestyle brand. That's sort of. We'll talk to her
I'd
about
say
that.
Mr. Singh, congratulate him. He's been 13 years CFO. He's done a great job. But the fact is, the denim cycle is just amazing. When she was on last time, I thought she was telling a great story. They got rid of Dockers and stuff, and I thought the stock was going to just power higher, and it did nothing. But here we go. Here we go. This is a good one.
Direct to consumer organic up 10.
Amazing.
Jim, operating margins, nice little beat there, 12.5.
No, Michelle did a fantastic job. You're going to love that interview because she's finally getting the recognition that she deserves for putting together Baby up there. Is it with Ralph Lauren yet? No, that would be a lot. Is it with Tapestry?
Tapestry, yeah.
That'd be very hard. But it's conceivable that you could make it number 3.
Take a listen to what Michelle said on the call last night.
We are very cognizant of the environment around us, but our consumer is responding to innovation, newness, and Levi's is a great value. So we'll stay close. But given what we're seeing in the business and how we started this quarter, we feel very confident, and hence why we were confident enough to raise our guidance for the year. We're obviously staying close to the dynamics in the macro environment, but in terms of our consumer, we're seeing a lot of resilience there.
So we got a couple big ones under our belt, and I guess we'll pave the way for financials next week.
Yeah, well, look, I think the financials are going to be hard because it just seems like the street doesn't like them right now. Worried about credit. Worried that I think that the capital markets have been stalled. I think it's the opposite. I think people are going to think, what's going to happen next? I liked that Morgan Stanley yesterday. I thought that was a great call. I went there and told them, I said, this is a good call, guys. You get riled up, get riled up. And the Goldman Sachs, David, what I'm hearing on M&A.
I love when you say the Goldman Sachs. Yeah. What about the Goldman Sachs? Yeah.
I like the
Goldman Sachs. Yes. What about it? What are you hearing on M&A, Jim? I can't wait to hear. What do you got?
Another pinky promise.
What do you got, Jim? beyond the
Big? Is it
beyond
big?
the JetBlue?
Beyond that big JetBlue
Yes.
deal with nobody.
It is going to be maybe the strongest quarter, I think.
Which quarter? The
Q3.
this
No, it's two.
next quarter.
Q3 is going to be gigantic.
All right.
That's what I'm hearing.
I'm glad you talked to a couple of people, maybe even just one person, but that's all it took. He talks to so many people, but not that many M&A bankers, to be fair.
Why do you hurt me, David?
Because I can't help it. It's just me. I have to be me.
Gotcha. Yeah.
We'll get Kramer's Mad Dash countdown to the opening bell, and then we'll take a look and see if this pre-market rally holds at the open. Stay with us.
Welcome back. We get started trading 7 minutes from now. If you're just joining us, by the way, we're going to have a very big gain at the open. Oil obviously falling sharply on this morning. But let's get to a mad dash as well. There you go. Take a look at where futures are when we open 7 minutes from now. Kimberly-Clark, Jim. Yeah. Yesterday we didn't get to it. The stock was down rather sharply due to a fire at a major warehouse facility in California.
Yeah, that covered a huge number of people. This is obviously toilet paper, Scott. Clearly not asbestos there. I mean, this stuff goes on. What was interesting, David, I don't know if you recognize this, but there's because I don't know if you'd watch all of those old NBC Chicago fire. Remember, they always do a fire show.
It's got to be a fire show.
It was a 6 alarm, which is about as big as.
I didn't even know you could. I thought it was only 5. I thought it ended at 5. Yeah.
And operated by NFI, which is an East Coast firm. But David, this
warehouse supplies a lot of population.
15 million people. Right. But what's interesting, David, this is a company that is merging with Kenvue, that's run by Mike Hsu, who's terrific, that yields 5%, one of the great brand names we have in this country. And I found myself thinking, I don't know, maybe they're insured, whatever, but this might be the opportunity with down 30%. And I'm thinking you might even want to make it by buying Kenvue.
But
That's in your room.
No, I know, and you could.
Well, I'm just saying, look, it was arson.
I forget.
It was
I forget
arson.
the deal terms, but what do you do if you're Kimberly? They haven't closed the Kenvue deal yet. To your point. They got it at seemingly what was a pretty reasonable price. Remember, Kenvue itself, stock had been so pressured by Tylenol and RFK Jr.
Yes.
I don't know. What do you tell these guys to get their stock price up? Because it's been.
There's nothing they can do. They have to close the deal.
I mean, it's been nothing good.
They have to close the deal. They're going to have to, obviously, unfortunately, lay off a lot of people and get this thing right so it looks a lot more like Procter. But this is a shocker. Because this is a well-run company. But they have to close the Kenvue, and then they really have to go to work getting it so that it's streamlined. But I felt bad for them because Mike's done a fantastic job. How do you forecast arson, for heaven's sake? For the largest one of the largest factories. You got to move all your stuff around. You got to call FedEx Freight, which is the big analyst meeting today, and you got to say, listen, you got to help us. We need everything shipped from here to here.
Right.
But this is, David, I got to tell you, I've never seen a high quality company like this have this big a fall where nothing's wrong other than an arson. Might be interesting. 5% yield.
Okay. We got a lot of other stocks to keep an eye on, including, of course, the broader market, which is set for a very significant increase in prices when we get started with trading about 4 minutes from now. Don't go anywhere.
Arriba. Arriba. So what time is it? Oh man, 2 minutes. Can he take off his shoes? Yes, he has the one-step untie. The rest of my shoes I have to double knot. It's weird how a shoestring can hold a foot together. Off with the stinky shoes, first thing. And on with the polo slippers. Okay. All right. Yabba dabba doo. Yabba dabba doo.
Watching Apple today following yesterday's drop, with Alphabet set to top out.
Goodbye. Goodbye. We have less than 1 minute. My name is Washboardjim. I'm the founder of the Sneaky... Oh! Oh, gotta have a little pullback. Resistance 678.05, and bottom support. First support's the yin yang. I got 671.85. SPX up too much. Fibonacci on the SPX. See if we get a double bottom first. I want to say good morning to everybody. Is that your swing from yesterday, Randy? We're pulled back to the first support on SPY. I had about an $8 grand day yesterday. I figured Tuesday would be the day. Now we need to consolidate. Here comes the pullback on the tech. Apple come back and hit the 200 on the, let's see what time frame this is. 1 hour. That's been a pivot point, definitely on the chart, on the hour time frame. I missed it. I better clock in here. Where am I? Oh, damn it. Money, 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 money. Now I thought I put an alert on this thing. Well, I'm going to raise my alert up to the 200 on the SPY. Delta had good earnings. And Phil LeBeau was boasting about them. It says demand. is still up there, or more than it was before. We got the VWAP on /ES to watch. AMD hit the 200. Kind of still up a little bit too high after hours. We got to pull back on Tesla. I have 350, 340. Is it 346 or 350? Someone in here talking about Tesla earlier. Well, it looks pretty. I missed that on the orb. Dadgummit. That's 2 I've missed today. Let's see if we get a double bottom. Okay, where'd you go? There it is, right there. There it is. Shoot. Ah, darn it. Ah. Okay, I'm getting right 114 if I can get it. Bam, baby, go! Strike was 677 at 116. We got a nice little nice long hammer here. Marty. Here comes the selling. We got tweezer bottom, spinning top, 3 black crows. TSM's up $22. CCL's up $3.58. Oxy is down. We're just now hitting the 21, the 9. And if you got in when I did, you can get out even, or we're going to break the cloud. We got a tweezer bottom with a hammer. I'm surprised that didn't break out right there. Dow could hit 100K by 2030. $91. They're just flattening the air out of this one. 9 on the SPX on the 1 minute. You got 91, 116. And I'm even right now. I'm up. This will probably go on all day. Google is up $12. Microsoft is up. Now, I said we were at a solid support yesterday. on Microsoft. Much I didn't want to trade it, but I said it's, you know, if I wasn't so biased, I would. I gotta check my phone. Keep getting messages. Okay. We got a little cleavage today. Time to move. Okay, we're at 115. I'm up pretty good on this. $118. We're at the 21. That means make a business decision unless we break on up to the upside to a double top. 127, I'm okay. 131, oh man, take it, take it, take it, take it to the limit. My name's Washboardjim. I'm the Sneaky Snake founder. I took an ordinary stock from $1.04 all the way up to $1.30 by myself, with a little bit of help from my friends. And the question is, how's he do it? So, which one of these moving averages is the strongest before you break out of the 200? Of course, it's the 63 EMA. $133. That was approximately $600 to start the morning off. The Hydra. Okay. Brandy. Counting the wicks. Now you see that engulfing candle on the SPY? What's that going to tell you? Is that a leading indicator? Does it build your confidence up a little bit? We had a real irrational run yesterday. Probably by algorithms. In America, we weren't going to slaughter all them women and children yesterday. It just wasn't going to happen. Can you imagine the criticism if we slaughtered all them women and children? That's why I was kind of confident yesterday in my trading, because I knew, in fact, that we weren't going to do that. That's a little barbaric. I gotta clean my glasses. much better. Okay, we're bouncing off the 21 now. Even the kids and women. I see. Okay, we're coming to a double bottom. Double bottom. Double bottom. Double bottom. Iran Press TV on X, IRGC has announced that an intruding EIBIT Hermes 900 drone was intercepted, shot down over Iran. Yeah. I'm thinking about getting back in it here. Good call there, Rufflestiltskin. .85. Ten contracts. They'll probably have to put a stop in here. Let's see. 85 cents. I got it. I think this might be a triple bottom. Yep, triple bottom. Ugh. 76. Come on. Cockroach. Oh. Well. Right to triple bottom. We got to see if it holds here. Zippity doo dah, zippity day. Uh-oh. Irrational exuberance. I'm still in here, but now I'm not gonna have to make a business decision. Inverted hammer. I'm gonna stay in it. There you go. These things are depreciating pretty fast. He went to 65 cents. Well, I think I can walk away in confidence and go get my coffee. kinda. MSTR. I didn't write them ones that they were pumping yesterday. Olives. PHM. It's up today. Well, that pump worked out for him. Oh, what's your trade? Get spacing out. Come on, baby. Triple bottom. Jimmy's even. He wants a breakout, please. Head and shoulders. Head and shoulders. Hit the 21. EMA had a head and shoulders. If we break that, boom! James. You're up $30. James, you're up $50. Have you ever thought about selling? No. Because I see a megaphone and a bull flag. We're just going to top out, baby. If we break the head and shoulders off the 21, we're going, uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's teasing me. The shoulder's a pretty good wall. I should go back and see. They blocked one of my live videos because I played all that music that day. Monday. And the walls come tumbling down. Oh, it looks like SpaceX had an explosion. I have to go back and watch that. We're getting ready to squeeze between the 9 and the 21. The 9's curling up. So I'm just going to see here. We're indecisiveness once you hit that shoulder line. We got 2 spinning tops. An inverted green candle. Hammer. Here's the bull flag. I mean, you can go either way still. Because of the circumstance, you know, you don't want to be too greedy. Yeah, not really a bull flag, but kinda. It's kind of like not really a girl, but kinda. I'm not really a boy. I'm kind of a boy. I don't want to leave this trade until I get this triple top. It's having a real hard time. We've got equilibrium on the wicks. So buyers and sellers are about even. One of them's going to collapse. This little bite itching up ain't gonna work for me. Nancy, may I have a Valium? Come on. By the time it gets up there, it's going to be even. Do added at 69. Ba-dum-bum. I've got 85 and 69. Opening bell. Makes you go down. Sneaky snake. Chart patterns. Moving averages. And being in the now, being in the now.
Jimmy eating salads and sipping chai tea, checking out the cleavage.
John Squad TV, with the Sonny Seuss, Robert Randy.
Living Goose, Rich Nixon, Michelle. Stingy with his grades. We got a lot
to prove.
Patience is the key for Gamma Opening bell is the sound that
makes you go down. Sneaky snake. Chart patterns. Moving averages and being in the now. Being in the now.
Buying up pub acts, riding rockets and
Rips.
protecting our assets, pouncing on the dips, market maker shakeouts.
There we go.
Waiting on our setups.
Now, I'm at 81, so I'm up. Got a lot to lose. Boom, baby. Yeah, be careful. This market's real choppy. Right when I get ready to sell, man, it dipped. Sneaky snake. Where's IWM at? Did I rate? What the? What'd I do with IWM? Whoa, never mind. Washboardjim was freaking out. We're not really dipped that much yet. Something's going to have to give or something. I'll be right back. It's a serious situation today. I've spoke about this many times. When we have a great day, we have a consolidated period. When we have a real bad day, we have a breakout in a lot of cases. So far, we're holding support. I'm looking at the IWM off the 200. Then we're at the resistance line here on the SPY, on that flag. And I'm even. I don't know if I should get out and kind of take a deep breath or just wait. I'm not seeing much selling going on. It's about equal 50-50 Limbrium here. I think the rhetoric, but there we go, is a little bit different than what the market's telling us. I don't know. Keeps snuggling up, doesn't really want to break out. We got the 63. I mean, you know, here. Sell it and buy the dip. And then if we break, I'm still looking at 676. Good dollar bounce. The VIX is kind of broker resistance. We're on the 200 on the 5-minute on the SPY. So far, we're holding up. And that makes me kind of wonder if we're going to have a knife. Can we go down too long? Bears just might win. What do we got here? Good morning. Whoa. The owner of a silver Jeep with the license plate, please move their vehicle. It is currently impeding the siding work. Additionally, this vehicle needs to be registered with the office immediately to avoid being towed at owner's expense. I'm sorry, but I don't own a Jeep. I was driving a Bronco. Opening bell. Break it. Finally. I'm still not convinced. Oak. Now we come up to the 63. If we break the 63, that's a major resistance. Hike. Let's go over the watch list and see what I've got. I'm not really too ambitious today because of the huge run we had yesterday. Oracle knife. Come back to the 32% support level. It's the AMD from 196 all the way to 234. So that swings over with. We've had a pretty good run this week. Just kind of really overextended compared to the rhetoric. Kind of tells me that institutional traders are in. Maybe. Jamie Dimon. Big old fat finger. Oh, there's 59. Yeah, these things, they ain't doing shit. What? I got the SPX up here. Now, I think I'm going to sell the rest of these here. I kept a few of them, but I'm just not liking this action today. There's a triple top. I just now noticed it a little too late. Okay, I'm out. Out at 0.80 and 56. A little loss, not much, but I'll go get my coffee. Well, so if the war keeps going on, are we going to be happy? I want it over with. Now watch it move on me. Because we really, I mean, it just depreciates so much, I can't keep up with this trade. So if I trade it, it'll go the SPX way. The moving averages are all expanded out. Not even come together yet. Okay. JP Morgan. Yeah. I didn't get much sleep last night. I was all giddily about my car. AVGO, Stephanie Link stock's up today. Another 12 bucks. PANW up 6. Walmart Hello, Green Machine. And Barto and Jesse and Mr. Grinch and Ricky and Randy and Angel and Rufflestiltskin. Opening bell. National Review. Selling calls in 2026. Might want to watch that.
Catching mistakes. It's what I live for. And now for a limited time, you can have an H&R Block Tax Pro like me double check your return.
Today, I'm giving you the complete masterclass and full course on covered calls. I'm going to be giving you lots of examples.
You gotta dress up a little bit better, that guy. Like I said, Nike got real cheap. I'd be interested in it too. Let's see my SPY. This SPY's just taking too long to do anything. So I got out. Now you got a new low or double bottom. No, not a double bottom. Oh, yeah. Yep. These things now. Opening bell. $200 EMA on IWM. Got something to lose. Sneaky snake. I was listening to a girl yesterday. She lost 100 pounds on a keto diet. Nike's at a double bottom. I should have sold all of them at the top. Well, I tried. 80 cents. Oh, here's something I want to listen to.
Here's a fun one. Guys, pretend like you're holding up the building behind you. Make sure. Yeah. That's okay, great. Now give her phone back. How do y'all know it?
Montana and Little Lake won't be home till late. The empty house in Echo, come on, I can take. Said a day with a couple friends, wasn't know I won't see again. Not about to keep my word, but I so will pretend. Well, I can hear you calling, sticking into my brain. Well, I can kill the thoughts from clock talk, but I can't lose the pain.
good. That was real good. Let me see here first. Oh, yeah.
2 new ways to shop in spring.
Okay. Whew, that was good. I'd play with them any day. I mean, not real good. Dick. Okay. Jimmy. Seems like the market's waiting for news. We're at my support that I charted here on SPX double bottom off the 63. IWM has 3 black crows on the 5-minute. SPX on the 5-minute. 3 black crows with an inverted hammer. Are we going to have a late run day, or I think we're waiting for some kind of, well, news. You don't know what's what. Oh. Yawn.
Savor the puppy stage while they savor every bite of high-quality protein meals from Caesar.
I'm Adam Perlman, CEO and co-owner of Southeast Concrete Systems. We became American.
You didn't break all at once. You just started. Falling apart piece by piece. Used to argue with a fool. Like I had something to prove. Wasting good breath on nonsense. Like it paid me just to lose. Used to take things personal. Like the world knew my name. Now I watch it from a distance. Whole damn thing looks the same. My give a damn is broken. Ain't nothing left to spend. Used to hand it out like candy. Now I
Candy to a baby. Ooh.
I ain't mad, I ain't choking on every word I see. My give a damn is broken, and that's been good for me. I've seen loud men be dead wrong, still talk like they got sense. Confidence don't mean a damn thing if it ain't got evidence. And I've seen quiet men just nod, let the circus roll on by. Took me years to learn that you don't have to join every fight. My give a damn is broken. Must have wore it down with time. Kept fixing other people's mess till I ran out of mine. Now I let that nonsense breathe. Don't need to disagree. My give a damn is broken, and it finally set me free. Used to think being a good man meant you cared about it all. Now I know that kind of thinking just makes you easier to call. Funny how the less you answer, the more you understand. Not every voice deserves a baby. Not every shake deserves your hand. I ain't cold. I just stopped entertaining nonsense. My give a damn is broken, and I ain't fixing it again. Spent too long being available to people I remember then. Peace ain't life. how heavy it was.
Amen. Amen. Still going downtown. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. I've been saying, well, oh yeah. Hark. Good morning, F.A. Banger. Sophie is pulled down to my third support, or my second. Yeah, my second. They were talking about Sophie the other day, so I'm gonna go get my coffee. I'll be right back. And we're gonna go through over my watch list, see if I see anything exciting. I hope everybody got to read my announcement. Wasn't trying to be cruel, but if you ever have any issues, just bring it to me. I'll take care of business. Don't have to bring it up in the room. Just message me if you think you're getting pushed on or instigation going on or fabrication or monetization and let's see what these witches are doing over here. I'm just not pushing myself yet. STZ, they were pumping that the other day, I think. It's at the 200 right now. Constellation Brands. Alcohol sales have been soft. Constellation earnings will tell us more about the demand. Since they've legalized cannabis, it's a little bit, and both are unhealthy for you. But that's took away a lot of sales of alcohol. I don't do it very much anymore. I just go like in a little binge. Try and probably get away from it. I don't know yet. Might have it around when I'm retired, but we got a triple bottom down here at 148. Now I would respect that. So what we're gonna do is set a price line at the double bottom, head and shoulders, right shoulder line, double bottom, and set an alert right there. See if that triggers, and I will put triple bottom alert. TRIP. I mean, you could be doing what I'm doing right now, doing your homework. Not really. I don't feel like trading because the market's really blah. And it's expected because of that big run we had. But market's also waiting. See if anybody gets a little crazy over there. I tried to zone out a lot of rhetoric because I can't make any trading decisions like that. Not really, just little itty bitty baby steps this morning. Crude charts. We got a Meta. Meta's pulled back to support, which was a resistance. I really can't believe the difference in my car. I want to look something up. Can a DEAL dealership of a brand sell 5-year-old tires? There's a result. Can a dealership sell a brand sell 5-year-old tires? Yes. A dealership of a tire retailer. No. Can legally sell 5-year-old tires. So here it says there are no laws or regulations prohibiting the sale of tires manufactured more than 6 years old. Used, I mean, something ain't right here. How about used? Yes, a dealership can sell 5-year-old tires even on a new car. While not illegal, industry standards are often recommended against selling. Yeah, guess I was wrong. But I won't tell my nephew that. Sometimes you let them feel like they're smart. Okay, finally some action. SPX. Today is April 8th. It's now 10 o'clock. It's my lunch period. Okay, it says here, U.S.-Iran ceasefire, potential reopening of Hormuz, lift U.S. equity futures pre-bell. $67.80s. Yeah, I missed that one too. It's up $400 just to that little bounce. Man, I got a headache. Might run up to the store and get some aspirin. I don't know what I'll do. Put an ice pack on my face. I'm going to show you an actor's secret. Get you an ice pad. Stick it on your face. Just like that. Baby, oh baby. Still at resistance at the 63, so I don't want to take calls yet. We'll see what Miss Peppolini has to say today.
Already starting to anticipate that the worst might have been over. Now, if that's true or not, we don't really know, but at least for now we can say, phew, we got the rally off of that. And the sell-off as we're coming into the day, though, is also interesting because I think we're going to continue to see volatility and possibly some sort of established trading range as we go forward.
Okay, and that volatility we keep seeing popping up in private credit with some of the stress that keeps appearing a bit more beneath the surface. And so what do you feel investors should be watching for that could signal this is becoming perhaps a broader contagion risk?
To me, the biggest thing to watch, well, two biggest things to watch would be the bonds, and particularly the long bonds, which throughout this whole time has done, I wouldn't say great, but certainly held the lows and was also trading in a range and showed that this fear of higher rates wasn't necessarily going to play out. And the other would be the dollar, which right now, of course, has sold off today with the news on the market, but also wasn't really rallying to the level that one might think. And with threats of petrodollar, yuan, cryptocurrency possibly as the fee passage for the Strait, I think if the dollar falls further and the bonds hold here, we've got a whole new kind of worry outside of what's going on with the war.
Okay, and then on the other front of things, agriculture is another important part. Looking more frankly a tough setup from here, given fertilizer costs that have been jumping and margins have remained fairly under pressure. And so, do you see this also becoming then perhaps a multi-year problem?
Well, it certainly will be a multi-month problem, even if everybody behaved and this really went through. We still have a backlog, obviously, of ships having to go through, and when we're talking about fertilizer, it's not like crops just magically come up from the ground again and everything is fine. And we did have USDA reports this year that plantings were down, and of course, we're also entering a season that could have a lot of drought, particularly in the U.S.
Have a worm garden.
I think that we have to watch the agriculturals carefully. If you want a more of an aggregate,
We got a Head and Shoulders maybe forming.
Which is really basically a blend of ags and soft sugar, coffee, etc. And that's done very well, and it's holding even with the move.
Okay, here we go.
Some major support.
I'm ready.
But if you want to look individually,
My name's Washboardjim. I'm looking at the 6780s calls right now. Lotto. We have a Head and Shoulders running into the 63. 6780s. We need to hold this support. I really want to be in these calls for an announcement. So we're going to check this out. And that takes us to a little bit higher low on a double bottom. Right there. Prepare ye in the name of the Lord. This is a risky trade, so do what you please. Because I'm getting 460. Yeah! Just a little bit more. Come on. Touch! The SPX. Calls, scalping, Lotto, boom, 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 boom. Prepare ye in the name of the Lord. 6780. Have me a nice little trade here. We go. At 440. Bum 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 bum. Okay. Tight stop. I'll take it. Come on, Jimmy. 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 Come on, Jimmy. Everything going my way. Oh, no. Everything was going my way. It's kind of, like I said, risky trade. I'm just going with a chart pattern. And the 9's still above the 21. And we got a dragonfly with spinning top. We're now at $4.80. Talk about love. Talk about love. Talk about love. Jim, you're up. James, you're up $80 a contract. Have you ever thought about selling? Hell yeah. Jim. Jimmy. Jimmy. Just like that, it drops. No, it ain't failed yet. It's not failed yet. There's your left shoulder, left shoulder, left shoulder, head, right shoulder. And it's kind of above. We got the 50 as a resistance, so I mean, I want to see if it pops. I was up there almost $90. I mean, more than that. Jimmy! If anybody took this, you take profit. You're up 80 $80. There it is. Come on, break. There we go. Come on, boom. Now, I mean, right now is when you want to get out of the trade. Scale out. There's 550. I'm Washboardjim, the founder of the Sneaky Snake Trade Strategy and a master at the chart patterns, moving averages, and being in the now. $10-4. Yippee-yi, yippee-yi-oh, ghost riders in the sky. Yippee-yi, yippee-yi-oh. Okay.
Crack the code on unleashing coal's true potential. We believe we're at the rocket.
Don't hang me. Let it be said. Get them Yankees. Boom. Ladies and gentlemen, the /ES is now at the 63 and really looking to hit that VWAP, but still finding some resistance. So I'm going to go and get my broccoli and warm up my burger and get some cottage sleeves, and I'll be right back. But you seen how successful using the Head and Shoulders chart pattern? I waited for the right time, and then it formed, hit the 50 and started coming back down, so I predict that it would come down close to this line. And the master of the inverse Head and Shoulders, so if we get one more pullback, and it might be stretched out now, we might start moving a little bit, waiting for that news, but we got way overextended yesterday. And then my buzzer just went off on my broccoli. Not bad. Did anybody take that SPX with Bobo? Tesla's tanking. Oh man, right at my support level. Tesla's at my support level.
Made relative highs above that previous peak that we saw a couple sessions ago here so far. Volume profile, now we can see that we had some relatively clear nodes.
Walmart.
We are within the
Bull
confines
flag.
of this area here between about 123 to 129 after a short pocket of inactivity. We can also see about 117 to 121 is a noteworthy area here. So beyond that, 112 to 115 is another significant point for near-term trading.
Okay, and last but not least is our big gainer of the session, at least amongst these three. That's Marvell, which is up now 4.3%, seeing a pretty nice uptrend with momentum building and call buyers continuing to line up. And John, as far as assessing now how you think through trading this name, considering the fact that we are not yet at all-time highs, but we did at least touch some recent highs today, given the continuation towards an uptrend here, walk us through your thinking.
Yeah, this one, I'm going to change my tune, Jenny. I'm actually going to get bullish over here. It is a rare thing for me. I like to be the contrarian, but in this particular case, I think you just hit it right on. And that happens to be, it's got the momentum. It's also got a lot of retail trade in it. So I happen to look at the option order flow in here and quite in depth. And really what my trade is going to be based on, it is going to, of course, be a bullish trade, but it's going to be based on—
What are you saying about the
what I
retail
often
trade?
term the gamma squeeze. And that's effectively, that's retail trade coming in there and buying calls like crazy. Then the market maker, of course, is selling the most calls. The market maker turns around, buys the stock, and we actually get caught in this cyclical rotation to the upside. And that's exactly, I think, what we're starting to see inside of Marvell. If and when Marvell starts to crack through 120 in a solid fashion, I think it really ignites from that point and goes right into all-time highs. This one looks really bullish, predominantly because of retail order flow. The trade I'm actually going to put on in here, though, has got some really big duration. I'm going all the way out to the June 18th. I don't mind. It's not really costing me any more to do so. June 18th, and I'm going to buy the 125 calls and sell the 130 calls against it. That is uncharted territory, of course, for this underlying. So it's the 125, 130 spread for June 18th. This one's done for about $1.60 debit. And all it really relies on, as I said, you know, we're at or near highs, okay? You get above 120, the underlying ignites as traders actually rush in here, okay, to get inside of that gamma squeeze.
Yeah, and I like that. To end on the most optimistic of notes, at least amongst these three. And so, Rick, as we watch the technicals here for Marvell, I mean, again, a name that's been able to somehow outperform the overall market quite well and has been continuing on its tear. So walk us through this chart.
Yes, those types of runaway moves are what you try to look for potentially in technical trading here. Those outsized gains can really make a difference in your overall portfolio here. But now when we see here, we've seen some fluctuations today. We are remaining above our previous close here. A pretty strong day for semiconductors overall here. 114.92 is the high we've established so far. Our low came in around the 110 level. Some other notable pauses in terms of our lows during our very steep rally to the upside. 106 was a couple lows that we saw there. The 100 level back here also represents roughly where we saw our best close for the year prior to our most recent breakout. That's also around where we took a pause. That's also around where we seem to find some footing after our push to the upside. So the 100 level stands out in this case as well. Now we can see that our short-term 5-day EMA, our dark blue moving average near 108.58 here, lines up pretty close to our trend line. The other moving averages have been kind of left in the dust at this point. One of the inherent difficulties of moving averages is they're lagging indicators. It takes time for them to kind of catch up to the price activity. So even though they're not really super close right at this moment, you could try to keep an eye on our teal 21-day EMA, currently around 97.54. It could provide a supportive area. If we do start to see a pullback eventually, that could be viewed as a potential buying opportunity. That's how many traders use these moving averages as support during uptrends, resistance during downtrends. Once again, crossing into the overbought area in this case. We are above that 70 threshold here, making new relative highs. Uptrend still in play. Finally, when we look at our volume profile study, there's a small pocket of activity right about here between about 105 to 109.
Ooh,
that's about the best
that's a nice chart
in terms of a near-term foothold based on volume. A larger node comes in right here near around 98, 99 or so. And then down here, the level between about 88 to 90 also stands out. Much heavier activity down there.
Okay, appreciate it, Rick Ducat, for all of that technical breakdown. Of course, the name that's up about 4% today being Marvell. And also appreciate Don Kaufman, co-founder of TheoTrade, for all of the example trade setups. But coming up next, we are going to spotlight the latest round right now we're seeing surrounding Iran and, of course, the U.S. ceasefire, and if that could lead to longer-term peace. So we'll dive more into that coming up next.
Jenny Horney, would you come over to my house tonight?
Morning movers, be the first to find out what's shaping early market action. Tech check, options corner, futures focus, technical analysis. Morning movers covers it all. Grab your coffee and tune in every trade.
Pumping up. I hate it when they do this.
Schwab Network.
Schwab coaching is concepts brought to life in the real world.
It's absolutely world class. We have coaches who have been in the industry and around the industry for a long time.
We have different formats because people learn differently at different times. We have webcasts running through YouTube all day, every trading day.
We've got events
that are making their way around the country.
So you get that opportunity to share experiences and knowledge with other traders.
How incredible was that? And it's free.
It's in
Connect
105.
to what moves the market. Download
Marvell.
the Love Network app and stream anytime wherever you are. Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Jenny Horn, live in our Chicago headquarters.
Broke a Head and Shoulders.
Spotlight the latest headlines.
So listen close.
Joining us now is Mike Townsend, Managing Director of Legislative and
Shut up.
Regulatory Affairs.
Jim, I'm Gloria. I live down there in room number 109, 2 doors down from you. And I want to ask you a question. Are you single?
Yes I am, ma'am.
I have another question. I was watching you on YouTube and I noticed that you charted out a Head and Shoulders.
Yes, ma'am, I did. There's actually 2 on here. You got this Head and Shoulders right here, and then you could rent a bar right here. To the body of that candle right there, baby. I mean, Gloria. And that corresponds with the one that's down here. So that snugs up to a good solid support, baby. So I would suggest for you to set your alert on the top of that shoulder line, because what was resistance now becomes support. I also want to note, baby, I mean, Gloria, on the right shoulder, we hit it once, we had a wick for confirmation, and then we hit it again the second time on the body. I really got to exercise. Your body is hot. I mean, body of the candle is hot. I mean, body of the candle, the right shoulder, second time. So that resistance will now pull back to support. You got me, baby? What was resistance now becomes support. So you want to set your alert above that trend line. Type in Head and Shoulders support. Now, it's very nice to meet you, Gloria. How would you like to go out and have a T-bone steak with me tonight?
Oh, I would love that. My husband won't up. He's gone all week long.
Your husband? I thought you were single. Well, I'm going to have to back out of this. I don't want to die. But you do look charming.
Notification here that the president is starting to think, the Republicans are starting to think, boy, this is not a good environment to be in heading into a midterm election 6 months
Oh,
from now.
God, shut up. I don't want to hear about politics. I'm eating broccoli, 2 burger patties with a slice of cheese and mustard, and 2 big old heaping teaspoons of cottage cheese. A very healthy diet. No bread. I'm going to go out and drive my car around the block. You'll eat what I tell you to eat. These calls are $5.80. Nailed it, James. Jim, my name's Michelle. I was watching YouTube and you had called a snake on a double bottom on AMD on the 5-minute time frame. Beautiful trade. Snake, breakout, pullback, boom. Look at that, hammer, dragonfly, and a hammer. What's a dragonfly? It's called a dragonfly doji. Dragonfly dojis are commonly used when you want to call out an upward trend. They can be used at any time frame, and that's called a dragonfly doji. That's called a hammer. The calls are now at $6.40. They're at $6.60. Jimmy said he was feeling good, that we could have us a little reversal. 670. Ugh. Ugh, poke him in the eye. It's called a dragonfly doji. Dragonfly doji. Dragonfly doji. It's called a dragonfly doji. I got a HAMMER. I want to make this clear. I have the best manners of any human being on earth. Dragonfly doji. Oh. Oh. Okay, here, hold on. I'm missing something in here. I'm going to show you something. Okay. There we go. Dragonfly doji. Little boy. James, you're an interesting human being. My grandma is single. She would like to have a conversation with you. Text number 1. Snake, breakout, pullback, boom, double top. how's he do it? Double. Learn the chart patterns. A lot of people ignore them. They use different indicators that won't work as much as the chart patterns. And I've got the perfect moving averages. Oh, little bitty R. My eyes. I hope I don't feel like I'm having a stroke. Can you find the dragonfly? Yeah. 740. Go. I'm going to give you up. Yippee-yi. Lord. Okay. $7.80. How dare you? Tesla has to break the 63 EMA on the 1 minute time frame. Yeah. Yep. Would anybody like to have some broccoli with me? With guacamole salad dressing? The avocado is supposed to make you horny. I'm horny. SPX at $8.10. Oh, who's this? Whoa.
That was something that executives at Delta really reiterated throughout the earnings call that they just had this morning. We're still seeing premium demand, the top of that K-shaped curve, still wanting to, buy experiences. And I think that's been really fueling a lot of the profits for Delta. And that
I've been looking for a girl like that for years. Got a wart on her lip. You got to love it.
to have when you have certain economic shocks like the tariffs last year or this year, now the fuel crisis that we've been seeing since the Iran war broke out. It seems as if those customers are completely immune to the headlines and the economic shocks. That's something that Ed Bastian, the CEO of Delta, had said today on the call, is that like that structural shift has already happened in the industry. So far, I think it's like a real edge if you have premium seats in an international network. It seems as if that cohort of customers is still willing to buy. And I think it's also why you've seen other airlines try to become more premium in a way, whether it's like ultra low cost carriers.
Jimmy called the reversal. Do I get any credit at all in this room?
Or other carriers just trying to ramp up their international networks.
Okay, and so David, you've argued that the full year guidance suspension is discipline but not distress, which I liked that. So what do you think that, right?
The Ginny. Beautiful head and shoulders, ain't that? Rufflestiltskin. You like that? You play futures? I got a congratulations. I didn't see it. Now I do. Well, look at the /ES. We're at the 200. Can it break it? Don't be buying puts yet. Look at that /ES. Can it break? That's the question. On the minute. Yippee-yi-yoo. Okay. Yeah, don't be getting in puts yet. As long as we stay above the VWAP, I wouldn't get in puts. Unless you just want to scalp it fast. But now we're hanging on the 9 and we're above the 200. It's real tiny candles today. Not a lot of big volatility. We had that earlier this morning when I noticed it. And I'm gonna go warm my coffee up and come back. I can't believe how my car's running. It's just like, God, 2 years driving with 2 bad tires on it. I'm lucky I didn't die. I'm on the highway every day. Well, we just got a new high on the SPX, holding the 200 SMA. I'm holding a call at 440, y'all. I just don't know what else to say. But you hang around with a winner, you'll eat chicken dinner all week long. When I was younger, I used to think about being a millionaire. I looked at my daddy and I said, "What's that guy driving in front of us?" He said, "It's a Cadillac. It's a black Cadillac. Maybe one day when you grow up, you'll have one just like that." So when I turned 16, my daddy bought me a Cadillac. He put it in the yard just to let me sit in it. But he wouldn't teach me how to drive until I bought my own car. That old Cadillac. That old Cadillac. So I noticed a head and shoulders off the 63 that held support only for me. It was a dragonfly and a hamburger. Watch her fly. Whoa. I miss my dad. He was my stepdad, but he treated me like I was his only son. go fishing and have fun, eat biscuits and gravy, and always out fishing. Look at that. Was I right or was I right? Okay, well,
when yields start to fall, you see those small caps resurge a little bit. You know,
a couple years ago, I said that these guys were taking advantage of us, or first they hated us, now they understand us, now they're trading against us. When we run the market up, so I had the way that guy was talking, it sounds like we're better traders than them.
Wah, wah, wah.
I was a liberal once. I still have my convictions, but they don't. They flip back and forth. Whatever wind, which way the wind's blowing. I couldn't stand that anymore. Bill Clinton, we gotta ship these illegal criminals back because we can't afford them. Pleading in on our benefits, but people's already paid taxes. Obama, same speech. Hillary, same speech. Ain't like it anymore. Oh, we realized we made a mistake with open borders. Here's a song that I played with a guy. Him and I joined a... What happened to it? What the hell? What? This guy's Bill Pasalacqua.
We speak hard so you don't have to.
So I used to have your job.
Him and I joined a band scramble. I had a dog. His name was Jack Rabbit.
Throw him a stick, throw him a bone. He'll jump right up and grab it. Run like the wind, jump like a deer.
There you have it. Best damn dog man ever had.
His name was
Jack Rabbit.
My dear wife named Big Nellie. She'd laugh so hard she'd shake like jelly. She'd send Jack Rabbit to the grocery store with $1 in his collar and sometimes more. Well, I
Had a dog. His name was Jack Rabbit.
throw him a stick, throw him
Him a bone. So jump up and grab it. Run with the wind.
like a deer.
There you have it.
Best damn dog man ever had. His name
Was Jack Rabbit.
When you see a rabbit run, say, "Get him, Jack." He'd count to 10 and he'd bring him on back. He could run a death sprint through a holler log. He was half blue heeler and a half hound dog. Well, I had a dog. His name was Jack Rabbit. Throw him a stick, throw him a bone. He'd jump right up and grab it. Run like the wind, jump like a deer. There you have it. Best damn dog man ever had. His name was Jack Rabbit. My first boy we named Red Jimmy. He'd throw up a stick and say, "Jump Jack, gimme," and that dog would grab it out of the air. He took first place in a
Teddy Bear. Oh, I had a dog. His name was Jack Rabbit.
Throw him a stick,
Throw him a bone. He'll jump up and grab it.
run like the wind, jump like a deer.
There you have it. Best damn dog man ever had.
His name was
Jack
Jack. Best
Rabbit.
damn dog man ever had.
His name was Jack
Best
Rabbit.
damn dog man ever had. His
His name
name
was
was
Jack Rabbit. Bill Pasalacqua. I jammed with him for a few years.
Ready to change.
Okay, we're talking about Dow. He's hoping for 6 to 8 gallons gas. Woo! Damn Americans. They're going to give us cheap gas. I can't live like that. I've noticed that when the 200 crosses the 200 EMA, that is a steady support. So if I was to set an alert on SPX, I would set it above the 50 SMA on the 1 minute. That's what I would do. Now I'm going to do an educational course here on the 5 minute. We got a double bottom cup and handle. Holding up the 9. We are at a resistance level, triple top. If it does shoot up. We've been going, this is a perfect case of consolidation without repetition. Because of the huge run we had yesterday. This is a very good consolidation. I mean, we could have pulled back huge. And it reversed on an inverse head and shoulders. I don't see it on the 5 minute, Jimmy. Here's the 5 minute. Boom. We got a midget head. This is what you call a Darvis box. This is what you call a double bottom entry on the 5 minute. This is called an entry level with a hammer on a 5 minute buy signal. We're getting ready to squeeze. So that's a Darvis box. That means you could play within the channel, under the channel to the resistance level, or above the channel to the support level, or in between. Now, one thing I noticed on the Darvis box, if we get higher highs, higher lows, it might have a tendency of breaking out on you. There's your head and shoulders right there. Your cheating hearts. There's your head and shoulders right there. Back to the 21 on the 5 minute. .30-minute. See that big old gap up, man. I mean, this holds unless we get more bad news. I'm not paying attention to that because I just don't want to listen to the rhetoric. It brings me down. On the 5 minute, we got a triple bottom, quad bottom, where the box is actually smaller. Look at that, it's like 17, 13, 67.49, 67.50. That's a $22 bounce. 23, 24, $24. And then on the 1 hour, oh God. Always clean. This is Jim. May I help you? Man, what you doing? Hanging up on me. Look at Meta. Uh-oh. Did Jimmy call the bottom earlier, Randy? Oh, he did, didn't he? Did you say it, Randy? Now that is a call. Damn, Jim. How's he do it? Do you remember me calling out Meta, Randy? Let me ask you a question. Does anybody in this room remember me calling out Meta at the bottom? Please say yes. Mr. Grinch, were you listening when I called out Meta at the bottom? Mr. Newsom? Gavin? Do you remember? Not me? Spank. Anybody on YouTube remember? I gotta have somebody that believes in me. Oh, you ignore. Okay, not me. I got you. I was freaking out on LSH. Anybody on YouTube remember? I gotta have That's right, like I taught yesterday. Nobody remembers. Somebody in this room's got to remember. That's it. I'm going to the microwave to warm up my coffee. I'm going to go cry. Better take that down. These guys out here, I kept driving in the lot this morning, opened up my window. I could smell marijuana. I could smell it. They're back there talking and stuff, and they've been working on this job, and I notice that they get real loud, and they act like they're working when someone's around. If nobody's around, they're just standing there yelling at each other. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen. I've never seen, I mean, it really turns me off compared to what I'm used to seeing when they're illegals or not, but I don't even know if they're Mexican. Because I don't sound like Mexican talk to me, but I just get a kick out of them. They're loud. I mean, if I was their boss, I'd say, shut them. Quit playing the game. Quit playing the game. And they don't get nothing done. Meta platform shares rise after launching Moose Spark AI. I've got a dog. His name is Jack Rabbit. Run with the wind. There you have it. The best damn dog man ever had. His name was Jack Rabbit. Run with the wind. Jump like a deer. There you have it. Best damn dog man ever had. Best damn dog man ever had. His name was Jack Rabbit. La la. Oh yeah, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Swinging chariot. I'm debating if I want to make a fresh cup of coffee or use the old grains. Hi, I'm his mom. She goes to her car and plays with Schwab. He's still living at home with his mommy. That's a beautiful run. You got what? We got stopped out on my prop firm. What's a prop firm? Never heard of it. Prop firm. PROPFIRM. Funded top trading firm. No minimum withdrawal amount. Trade with up to 400 in stimulus funds. Zach Morris became a millionaire using a company that fronted him 60 grand. They kept calling me and calling me and calling me. Jim, we need you on our team. And I decided not to do it because I didn't really need to. If that's the same kind of thing. But you have restrictions. Yep. Right now is not the time to probably be doing. Well, it is if you can trade stock. If you know, you can really make a lot of money. I forgot the name of the company, but they messaged me probably about 5 times. They were just starting out. They wanted good traders to go in there and kind of be a coach. And they were going to pay me. And I almost did it. New York. It was out of New York. Prison guys up, pumping STZ.
Health and wellness, GLP, these things are definitely hurting alcohol consumption, beer consumption. But we're also seeing premium beer being more favorable. There's sort of, we talk a lot about the K-shaped economy. There's sort of a K-shape within alcohol and beer as well.
That's another thing. I want to bring this up.
Premium beers, the ones that, have this, I guess, just air of more quality.
I used to hang around with a lot of beer drinkers. And when Budweiser went woke, it pissed a lot of them off. When the CEO comes out and says, I forgot, the bitch said that we were uneducated drinkers. She bashed 80% of her clientele. 80%, probably higher than that. I was young, man. Budweiser was what we got. Bush. And I didn't drink Bush. I drank Bud. This was stronger. And frat boys and all this other crap. And a lot of people got turned off and they went into drinking better beer. It was like a total shit. I quit drinking totally. I ain't had a beer since. And I was already drinking. I made 1,500 gallons of beer and keg it myself. So, I was into it. And it was called better draft beer. I mean, the beer that you make at home is like, wow. It's such a better feeling. And you'd hardly ever get sick on it. You'd feel a little hangover, but you never really got sick. I was making 5 gallons, 10 gallons of beer, maybe 5. Might have been 10. And I got this idea was it for a song, and there was something else. Oh, I was making beer. I know I wrote a song, one of my best ones, on a paper towel, but there was something else that happened. Oh, I cut my finger in a porter. Making a porter beer, and I cut my finger. And blood got into the beer. I didn't know if I could drink it, because you have to boil it. So I went ahead and went on with it. A little bit of blood got in the beer. And then I wrote a song. I'm trying to remember which one it was. Oh, I remember. I wrote a song, and then I got a phone call. A couple months before I made that batch of beer, I had took this picture at a festival. And it was one of my favorite bands. And I used to play with them too. But there's this chick in the band, she turned around and stuck her finger in her hair. And they were out selling CDs. And I took the picture. It was a black and white. So I took it over to a friend of mine's house. And I said, I got a great picture, man. You got to see this. So the friend of the band down in Arkansas was up seeing my other buddy. And they said, oh, Jim's got a picture of, I'm going to find the CD. And I can't remember the name. It's so long. And so they called me up. They said, can we see your picture? I said, yeah. So I grabbed it and I sent it over there to that guy, and he went back to Arkansas and gave him the picture. And they put it on their CD cover. I thought that was really cool.
Week chart. There's been definitely a big decrease in demand, and we've seen that across the board, like I said. But like, you talked about, Pacifico is probably one of their biggest gainers, especially in our data and the revenue data. We know that they're about plus 15% year over year, so very strong there. But this is again, best company in a weak market. Stay away from the market in general, but if you have to, I don't hate a little bit of a bullish play on STZ.
Well, first, Kevin, you were about to have me call child services on you. I'm joking. Listen, I'm joking. You're 20-year-old. They're not of age yet. That's in the U.S. In Europe, things are different there. It's fine. I'm teasing you. All right, Landon, let's get into this question. We've got earnings coming out for Constellation Brands. Adjusted EPS, we're expecting $1.74. Revenue expected to come in at $1.9 billion. For EPS, that would be down from a year ago. Does that kind of line up with what you're expecting? And would you still be cautious even if it's a big beat?
Yeah, I think we'd still be cautious. I mean, our earnings score on this one is plus 21, which is like barely able to make a bullish trade. I looked ahead, and it's, even though they're a few weeks away, SAM is like a negative 45. So again, if people want to play the pair there, I think that's the play, is bullish on STZ and bearish on SAM. But just sticking with Constellation, yeah, I think that we could lean into a cautiously bullish play here. I think a lot of the bad news is baked in. The problem, again, is they've got so many consumer headwinds going against them. Moderation, decrease in alcohol, health and wellness of GLP, the younger generation just not interested in beer or leaning more towards light beer, non-alcoholic. So it's, they've got a lot of headwinds, but with their core demographic, their core market, people love Modelo, they love Pacifico, they love Corona. They've got very high consumer happiness numbers, so they've got a strong customer base. We're just going to have to see if they can manage this. So far, they're doing well, again, against all the competition. So if things do shift long term, or maybe they come out with a product that appeals to the younger generation a little bit more strongly, then it could be good from there. But on this specific earnings report, very, very slight lean to the bullish side.
All right, thank you. Landon Swan, co-founder of Likefolio, with the latest sentiment data on Constellation Brands. We appreciate that deep dive. Now, for the trading perspective on all things Constellation, let's bring Tom back into the fold. We got a lot of insights from the Likefolio team. Kevin, your thoughts before you guys going to jump into the example trade?
You know, I think I appreciate that Landon's data is mildly positive, and they're the best of the group. But their beer shipments are still down. Their earnings per share is gonna be down 34% if they hit that 173 mark. That's 34% lower year over year. It's hard. It just appears to me like this is in a winter for the liquor business, and I think rather if you don't want to trade it from the bear side, maybe don't trade it at all. My trade that I'm looking at is going to be something in the bearish community, but it's not a big bearish trade. I'm looking at the expected move here of about $7. Look where the stock is, and I did the 1 week wide, April 17th to April 10th, 145 put calendar, Tom. It only costs about 33 cents to put it on. Maybe it's drifted a little higher than that now, Tom, but this one, I'd say moderately bearish. You know,
Moderately bearish.
The best of the group. I don't think that registers as good just yet, Tom.
Yeah, let's break this one down. It's a 1 week wide short-term put calendar, so you get some exposure for an inexpensive price on a trade.
These guys have been pumping stocks all week. They've paid hardly any attention to what's going on the outside. It happens all the time when, I mean, they like war. They act like they care, but they really deep down. So the band I was talking about that I played with and did that recording, in 2017, 2009. So we'll do this one here.
You know, Donna has a wonderful tradition, and it's very flattering. She writes a Valentine song for me every year. In fact, sometimes a couple. I think this time it was 3 or 4. And I love it, and I'm sure I don't deserve it. But this is a beautiful song she wrote quite a few years ago called These Two Arms.
And I want to warn all the sound technicians that the first note is not feedback. Cover your dog's ears. It's the highest note on the harmonica. I apologize.
Still in the hill. From Arkansas. I played with a lot of bands. Do 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 do. We got a triple bottom on Meta coming. We had a triple top. This is, see, Wall Street wants to hear 'em make money on AI. That's the next loop. Spy's strong as hell. Jimmy said don't buy puts, didn't he? High of day cometh. Let it be said. Let me see how high the day was. You got another Darvis box right in here. So you got to break this triple bottom resistance. So 676.22 is your resistance right now. That'd be the triple bottom. 676.18. And it might come back down and touch 675.64. So we bounced off the 200, or yeah, and the 63. Do you see that triple? Let me get on a bigger chart. What was I going to look at? Oh, resistance. $677. It's just right in here. Yep. Oh, I just now noticed other stuff too. See that right there? Touch, 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 touch. You got a triple bottom here. You got snake, breakout, pull back. You got this here, this here. That's called a triple bottom, fail. Then it came back to that triple bottom and found resistance, resistance. resistance. So that's called a pivot point. That'll be a pivot point. And if that breaks back to 677.08 on the orb to a head and shoulders. Right to the head and shoulders. Since your next resistance would be the orb, and I'd get out if it breaks the 67620 area, because that's a solid pivot point. That's pretty hard resistance. SPXs are now at 1240. May I have another? May I have another? It's weird how the market can turn around, right? And not move hardly any at all. When you're learning to trade the market, you got to know when enough is enough. Same repeated story. It starts to sound like fluff. I've been here over and over again when times were a lot worse. That's why I wanted to write this song in this verse. We failed a triple bottom and she dipped quite a bit. The rhetoric kept a going, but I never quit. Because I know too much, I've seen it all. I've traded the market and walked the mall. But I'll tell you one thing, don't play with my ding-a-ling-a-ling. My ding-a-ling-a-ling, ding-a-ling-a-ling. Don't you play with my ding-a-ling-a-ling. Ding-a-ling-a-ling, ding-a-ling-a-ling. Don't you play with my ding-a-ling-a-ling. Well, we found a pivot point, and Jimmy wasn't scared because he knew that big old bad bear didn't have a care. So I let him play with my ding-a-ling-a-ling, ding-a-ling-a-ling. I let him play with my ding-a-ling-a-ling, ding-a-ling-a-ling. Do you see the yin-yang? So I take this dip and I go to the body and I go to this peak right there, and I call that a double top breakout, pull back, and that's got to hold that support off that double top. Well, I put this guitar down when my doggy died. I cried and I cried when my doggy died. He was my best friend. I stuck with him until the end. But I stopped playing my guitar when my doggy died. Then I cried. on my coffee. Get ready to break it. See, we retested it.
You're going to buy it lower on this by selling the 135 put. So a different way to look at how do I collect stock or how do I buy the dip in a stock like Oracle. You're also using the chart where it seems to have firmed up. So yeah, using a lot of different tools to get the right trade on, Tom. If you want to buy Oracle in the dip, but you don't want to just put in a bid for the stock, this is one way to get paid while you're waiting.
Yeah, I mentioned it's capital intensive, you know, over $13,000 in risk, but that's if the stock were somehow go to zero. But this is one of those repetitive type of strategies you can do over and over. If you pick that strike that you're willing to buy the shares at, if it goes below it, this might be one of those strategies you can use on this one, Diane. So yeah, cash secured put, neutral to bullish, hoping that it stays above 135, but if it doesn't, you're willing to buy the shares.
All right, there you go. We've got, that's a good example trade there, guys. That's going to do it for us today on Fast Market. I'm Diane King Hall alongside Tom White and Kevin Haynes. Download the Schwab Network apps in the App Store. Tune in 24/7 on schwabnetwork.com. Stick around. You've got Next Gen Investing coming up.
So what is unique about Schwab Coaching is the community.
There's a lot of energy, like-minded people are learning with you. You can just see and feel all the excitement around getting to learn a new topic.
Some of you want to get everything face-to-face with you and 400 or 500 of your closest friends.
Some clients like to be in the privacy of their own home on an online workshop, but still having that live interaction with the coach.
As I'm talking, questions are coming in from that live audience, and they help me fill in those gaps as an educator.
People learn differently, but all those ways we actually teach it all come back to the point of making a difference and helping you make progress.
And so that means not just giving you theory, it means giving you the practical implementation using our platform.
So we want it to be fun, we want it to be informative, and most of all, we want you to walk away with a skill set and independently be successful in achieving your goals.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists, streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free.
Anyhow.
SchwabNetwork.com. For instant reactions, earnings breakdowns, and hot takes that teach you about stocks and markets, follow me on X at @NPetalides and connect with me, Nicole Petalides, on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram.
I'm Sam Bartis, live from the New York Stock Exchange. When the market moves, we're on it, getting the reaction, the strategy, and sentiment in real time. Stream Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Spy hit my alerts at 9:56. Oh God.
Welcome to Next Gen Investing. I'm Jenny Horn alongside Alex Coffey. And as we do check in on markets to kick off the next hour, we are in a broad-based rally that has been definitely pretty wide felt throughout Wednesday's session, as we were up 2.5% in the S&Ps, another 2.6% in the Dow, Nasdaq 100 up now 3.2%, nearly.
Fear, look at that.
With the Russell 2000. Most notably, I mean, I'm not one that tends to really be hugely focused on the commodities, Alex, but more notably is really the pullback we're seeing with crude oil, which now the futures products down 16.5% on the session.
Yeah, and a lot of this took place yesterday after the news was announced that a 2-week ceasefire and a reopening of the strait was going to happen. So you saw this reflected in futures markets last night, but holding, most importantly, even though there has been some, I would say, maybe disappointing headlines coming out of the Middle East in the last several hours, but all in all, the market maintained the gains and continuing on its now 1-week path to recovery.
Yeah, and as you can see there from that heat map, I mean, really, we are in a pretty everything rally session today, with like a few exceptions, of course, but very much firmly in green territory. But throughout the next hour, instead of going into all of the geopolitics, as I'm sure we will discuss, of course, how they have broader implications on several sectors, but we will be more equity focused as we usually are on Next Gen Investing. We'll kick things off with some of these movers to keep now on your Wednesday radar. We will also then be previewing Constellation into its earnings after the close today, as well as looking at a comparative chart in Molson Coors, great ticker, which is TAP. We will also then be looking at Delta, which kicked off earnings for the broader airline space, sending huge positivity throughout a sector that frankly needed it in light of some of the, again, rising fuel cost concerns on all of the airlines as well as the cruise lines. And we will also then be talking through the upcoming opportunities for Apple, which may be more focused on its ties to its ecosystem and overall AI push, less tied to that hardware and that foldable iPhone as we discussed yesterday. So wide variety of coverage throughout the next hour, but I will say that at least we get this positive momentum with the markets, Alex, on a time where we're also beginning this fresh wave of new earnings.
Yeah, and I thought it was encouraging prior to the ceasefire, which is objectively good news, to see the market start to detach itself from crude oil. So the fact that you have that good news now and we can start to look ahead to earnings, I think sets things up really nicely. I don't think we have to look that far as we talk about our first mover here and we start thinking about the move higher in travel-oriented names as well. One of the easiest long-only approaches, is say you didn't want to get short anything, you didn't want to bet against the commodity market, you just wanted to find something that was inversely correlated to that marketplace. You didn't have to look very far other than, cruise liners like Carnival, which we have there on the screen, or some of the airline stocks that are certainly moving higher today.
Yeah, and I don't really know how you separate this from, of course, the fact that oil prices are plummeting here, but Carnival, one of the top performing stocks in the S&P 500 today, with one analyst actually noting that beyond the ceasefire, these compressed valuations and limited exposure to possible demand concerns could actually make cruise line stocks a more constructive option for investors. A Mizuho team did actually reduce its price targets on Norwegian and Royal Caribbean. However, they maintained their Carnival price target at $39 a share, noting that Carnival has almost zero exposure from North America to Europe travel and no fuel hedging. They went on to say this places Carnival in a good position amid the ongoing situation in the Middle East, with some of these, again, compressed valuations that in their view do fully encompass the recent move in oil, as again, some potentially isolated demand impacts are still very possible. But they, again, really highlighted demand in North America, with travel to Europe could be taking a hit, but that would primarily then be weighing on the other two names, being Royal Caribbean and Norwegian Cruise Line. So Carnival has been in need of this lift. We're still down about 8% on the year, even with today's near 11.25% move, and we've pulled back about 18% from the highs that we saw just at the beginning of February, which were around $34 a share. And so long-term trend, 52 weeks, still up 70%, but has seen some weakness, whereas like Royal Caribbean, not as much of a gainer today, although still up 6%, has at least been able to hang on to a positive year-to-date trend.
Yeah, it always just comes down to when did you get involved, if you did, because 2018 I know it seems like forever ago, but this stock was trading in the 70s, and it was on a pretty downward spiral, and then it hit a crescendo moment, obviously, when everything closed down around the pandemic, but went from $72 2 years later around the same time. It was trading under $10 a share. So it's been a nice comeback off the lows, but nowhere near this company where it once traded. So tons of debt taken on by many of these companies post-COVID just to try to get through that. They did. And now it's just a matter of whether or not they can continue to pay that down, show signs of growth. Now, this oil shock didn't help. Exposure to different areas of the planet have different disparate impacts. Of course, this analyst pointing out that Carnival might be less exposed to those regions of the world than others, and that can be seen as a positive. 11% though today, and still down over the last 6 months, and still down double digits over the last quarter.
Yeah, and I think obviously a good proxy into some of the appetite for these travel companies. And again, Delta earnings also definitely helping overall sentiment here. But to shift into our big tech players, one being Seagate here, we did actually see Evercore ISI raise its price target on Seagate to 550 from 450 with an outperform rating on
STX Seagate.
Now, hard disk drives back in the spotlight as the simplest, most efficient play.
I'm telling you, this is one of the biggest rig economies I've ever seen in my whole entire life. It's a very bullish economy. I'm very, very fired up about it. I have my reasons. When you're overbought, you're overextended, and you got them preaching. This was before the trouble with Iran came on, and they were very bearish because they don't want Trump to win. So they come out with stagflation, inflation. We've had any inflation yet. That's tariffs, hardly any inflation off the tariffs. As a business owner, when you come into complications, you have to adjust your spending habits. You get rid of the employees that ain't doing any crap, ain't worth what they're getting paid for. Like TSA workers, I'd fire them all. There are a lot of them. You ever been through an airport? Especially Charlotte. That one's a bad one. The place is filthy. And very confusing once you get inside of it. And you get a runaround when you ask anybody a question. Where's gate 65? Could you please tell me where American Airlines is? Oh, it's down there. Okay, where? How long? A mile? A quarter of a mile? Where am I going? Do I need to take a stagecoach? I don't even know what kind of rant I was getting off on. We pulled back to support now on the SPY. Oh yeah, I know what I'm talking about. Randy, you've always been bullish. A lot of the small talk out there I tried not to pay attention to. All I know is there's been a deal made, and that's what I've been waiting for 5 weeks. Some kind of ceasefire, and I think that'll turn into a truce. We weren't going to bomb all them people hanging around them oil fields like that, women and children. It just wasn't going to happen. not like we have a, well, I've been here before. I've been here with the red lines from Obama. Don't cross the red line or we're going to blow you off the map kind of rhetoric. Clinton, same way, started the Iraq war. He wrote it in proclamation and declared it a war with Iraq. And the market boomed. And the market boomed when Obama got tough with Russia. And it boomed when he got tough with illegal immigration. Same with Clinton. They're saying the same words that Trump's been saying. Same exact stuff. We got to stop Iran with the nuclear weapons. Obama, Clinton, Hillary, Pelosi, they all said it. So I've been here, I've heard the rhetoric before, but Trump did something about it. Some of you kids probably weren't even born when Obama was president. He walked with a big stick. Go on YouTube, you can listen to their speeches. So I don't pay much mind to it. It'll all get worked out. We had 30% inflation under Biden. Nobody really made a big issue about it, but me, because I was paying the bill. We had inflation under Obama. I lost 3 business accounts because of Obamacare. So I had to go back and live up on my property for about a year before I get back on my feet. And then you had the Carter years, which I didn't really pay no attention to either, with Iran and the hostages and gas shortages and food shortages and high inflation. I think to buy a house you had to pay 19% under the Carter years. We had real hard recession during that period, real recession. And we were studying it in high school, what recessions were. It was a good time to learn about recessions. But now, back then, gas was at 70 some cents, 45 cents a gallon, jumped up to $1. Held there for a while. And I think we were living in Oregon, if I remember right, when they had gas rationing. And then we had global freezing we were all going to freeze to death. And that's when the globalists came out. And we had global warming, then we had climate change. And politicians made millions, hundreds of thousands. I wish I could read that headline. It says an attack on Hezbollah is an attack on Iran. Venezuela boosts dollar sales to stem Bolivar slide post-Maduro. White House pushed Pakistan to broker temporary Iran ceasefire. Okay.
Giant TV. It's everything in one place. It's like Schwab. Everything investors need, all in one place. Come again? Yeah, at Schwab they can do everything. Invest, trade, get full service wealth management, and anything in between.
Think I'm gonna be sick.
We have to buy that now.
Schwab.
Invest your way with Schwab.
Hey, Bob.
We got to hold this support here.
Dad had a stroke. Big shock.
On the spy. Them calls, man. 6780s really went to the roof today. They went to almost 3,000. If I'd have held them, that'd been another $9,000 day. This is the best time to be making the best bucks on the bottom of these pullbacks. And then you're going to be at the top again before you know it. You can hear it in the rhetoric. These people are pumping these stocks. You can hear it. They're telling you. I'm having an internet issue there on that platform. Oh, we got phone back today? Shit. I didn't think about that. SPX.
The 155 level. Some more notable areas to the upside, 159, another relative high, and then this area here, 161, which was a high point and then subsequent low point after the push to the upside here. We did have a gap down too that was filled a little bit later down the road. So our downward trend line was broken, our blue line there. To the downside, the notable areas, as I said, 148 right here is our recent relative low. This area here near about 144, 145, another notable low point, and here 137. When we look at our moving averages that we follow, in this case we can see a stock that is kind of sideways here. We have seen some swings to the upside and the downside, but when your moving averages are all clustered together right on top of each other, in this case all right around 152 for our 3 shorter term moving averages, that's paints a picture of stagnation, sideways grind, not really strong directionality one way or the
VIX
other.
alert hit.
We do have our 251-day EMA a bit to the upside here. 161 is where that longer term moving average comes in, so that would be a notable area to look out for to the upside. You can see these longer term moving averages can be viewed as a notable source of support or resistance. In this case, previously, it was resistance. RSI has been improving, but with earnings on the coming up here, that would be something that often dissipates here.
We'll
We
get my
are
coffee.
a little bit below that 50 midline here, but a pretty common situation for that to happen. When we look at our volume profile study, this is one of those charts that has some pretty clear nodes here. The one in which we find ourselves now, 150 to about 155, gives us some pretty clear boundaries here. To the downside, the most important area of all from a volume perspective is contained in this node between about 138 to 143. Our point of control comes in at 140.50. That's our thick red line. That's the heaviest trading area on this particular chart. To the upside, 160 to 163, a smaller pocket here, but also a standout area with some relatively heavy trading volume.
Okay, I think a great summation of some of the consolidation and, like you said, more stagnant price activity we've seen across this space as of late. And so as we now do think through trading, I mean, here for example purposes, leading into the fact that, hey, we're seeing, I mean, some more neutrality just as far as price performance as of late. And Rick even laid out, I mean, 152, 150 looking compelling, which implies a whole lot of, I mean, a lack of movement from here, Alex. And so considering this, leaning into perhaps a more neutral strategy, at least for example purposes.
Yeah, what really stood out to me was just that last volume profile, Jenny. It was in a volume pocket, could act as sort of a boundary keeping the stock contained, but then there was 2 other pockets of volume right at where we selected our strikes for a range-bound strategy that could act as support and resistance, keeping it contained again. So it's an iron condor spread, and what we're looking for here is for the stock to remain range-bound. It has made a nice recovery, but as Rick pointed out, it has kind of been chopping around in a range. And so if you think that's going to continue out through the middle parts of next month, perhaps an iron condor strategy would make sense. So it's the May 15th, 170, 175 call vertical.
Well, they're pumping this ETZ.
With the 140, 135
I don't see it.
put vertical. Now, if you did this whole package, 4-legged spread for a $1.50 credit, that creates a risk reward where you're risking $350 per spread, the chance to make $150.
I'm sticking to my story, man.
Break evens here, 138.50 to the downside. That's below that point of
I can't buy this stock.
Below several of those support levels that Rick pointed out on his first chart, and then to
I just can't buy this chart, this stock, because they've said it over and over again. Sales are down. Why would you want to buy it? But they have a way of trading this stock where they can make money, buy puts and calls. I'm going to watch that video tonight on. I just trade the calls, you know, and puts. I don't know anything else. Iron Condor. But I wouldn't want to buy it. Wells Fargo adjusts target to Constellation or whatever brands to 180 from 165. Are you nuts? Why are you pumping these beer stocks? There's TAP. No, there's no way I'd buy this. Well, I look at the yearly and I'd say I would. But 137. So I'll put my alert above the 21. 21 on the yearly time frame. 21 EMA yearly. Not daily, but yearly. So it's an $8 dip. That looks good. That, they keep it above the 200. And we're going right below it right now. So we've been here before on the daily. We got a head and shoulders. Right shoulder touch, boom. Got a wet, a flag. I'm getting tired. I didn't get much sleep last night. My long night. I was up around 1. Still on the hill. My blood pressure's up or something. I don't feel good. I'm gonna run to the hospital. Might run to the store and get an aspirin. I think I will. This is something that I showed earlier to Randy. This is the daily 200 SMA. So we popped up above the 200 SMA. But that was resistance to break. We held the 100 today and the 63, and we're above the 50. So we busted through all them moving averages in one day. All that pullback, we cleared them all in one day. This is the news that we've been waiting for, was to have some kind of calmness. Muslims are hard-headed people, so are we. Kinda. Half and half. One you can walk over and one you can't. Israel, Netanyahu says ceasefire agreement was made in full cooperation with Israel. Iran's press TV on X, commander of the IRGC Aerospace Force. Iran ceasefire sends stocks to 1-month high. So it took 1 month plus a week for this market to dip, and it only took 1 day. And I said that the other day. I said, this rebound's going to be notorious. You better be ready and get in these dips. I'm not listening to the rhetoric because it's too political. on both sides. And I went to Schwab so I can avoid some of that gibberish. If I was listening to CNBC today, they're probably still talking about it. No, they've been probably pumping stocks. They were doing that big time yesterday. What was that one that she was talking about? I don't think I can't. I didn't write her crap down. I was going to double check them. I was like double checking her calls. Because usually they're not right.
And this market rally still right near it's almost like the markets are pegged up at the levels we opened at 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. We're just a little bit below that right now. Solid gains across the board, less than 3% now technically for the NASDAQ and for the Russell.
Oh,
Again,
you're full of
impressive in
crap.
light of the headline.
Peg, look, where would we go from here, chick?
On better than expected results. Best day in a year for that name and putting the stock back in the green year to date. And then the cruise stocks rallying as oil plunges. The sector's been beaten up since
Oh,
the start
yeah,
of
that
the
makes
Iran war,
sense.
thanks to higher energy prices and travel restrictions. Now Norwegian, Viking, and Royal
And
Caribbean
they were
are
pumping
popping at
they
least
were pumping these yesterday. Now I get it.
one of the
That
top
means
performers
airlines
in the
should
S&P
jump.
today, which brings us to Delta. Those shares are up 6% as the airline reports strong demand despite higher fuel costs. CEO Ed Bastian told CNBC
I'm going to set my alert back to the 200
reduce its
on
capacity
Levi.
plans in the near term, thanks to that higher fuel bill. So keep an eye out for the fallout, even as the stocks move beyond these near-term events. Let's get to Mackenzie Sigalos now for the CNBC News Update. Hi, Mackenzie.
Hey, Kelly. North Korea fired several short-range ballistic missiles toward the sea today, according to South Korea's military. One of the missiles traveled more than 400 miles off North Korea's coast and followed a separate launch yesterday. It comes as the regime has made clear it has no intention of improving ties with Seoul, with an official saying South Korea would always remain the country's most hostile enemy state.
Oh,
France
gosh.
plans to add $39 billion.
Brothers and
to defense
sisters
spending
are
between
fighting.
now and 2030 under an updated military planning law. The country said
That's done. I couldn't take it too much more. Caught her in a lie. Tesla. It'll probably go up tomorrow. But there's a lot of bad rhetoric on Tesla right now. There's so many people downgrading it. They've been trying for years.
Stock has pulled back a little bit, but same idea. If we look at this example trade and imagine that the stock was still above 70.
So they pump Rivian and it's only made 10,000 cars, and they bash Tesla because it made 500,000 cars in a quarter. You tell me. You just can't make this stuff up.
The stock to kind of maintain its current value. Not looking for upside, not really looking for a ton of cushion to the downside. But the stock has repriced here. Time to get that same 2-to-1, a 69.66 may make more sense. All that being said, though, the idea remains intact. The stock has broke back into a kind of consolidation range that it found itself in
Tweezer top
prior to this
on AMD
breaking out. So, Jenny, if you kind of just set aside the last month of trading post the Middle East,
I'm gonna go get me an aspirin.
the oil shock, this is kind of back in the lower end of its previous trading range. If you think it's going to hold that previous trading range, this is a style of strategy that can make sense. So it's a neutral to bullish strategy, selling some put premium, looking at this lower end of the
came back and touched the right shoulder on SPY
And
at the
Delta,
orb,
pulled back
like
from
Jimmy
these
said.
highs, but still up about 5.4% at least on today's session. So a clear rally across airlines today. We will leave it there, though, for FOMO. But coming up next,
FOMO.
Apple shrugged off reports of foldable iPhone delays, with investors likely giving some more weight to its long-term product cycle. So we'll talk through how the upcoming opportunities for Apple perhaps could be less in hardware and more in its AI and broader ecosystem when Next Gen returns.
See that trend going up? You want to draw that up from that body to that. That's where I thought we were going today. A little bit lower, but we didn't so far. Hezbollah is a proxy to Iran. And they've been doing a lot of killing also.
She's got your smile.
Carl.
Yep, your #1 broker's here to welcome your new little dependent.
Actually, we invest with Schwab.
Hezbollah is a proxy to Iran. They do all the dirty work.
With Schwab.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
So let's
Morning
please,
movers
it's not
gives
bomb 'em.
traders the biggest headlines to start the day, from volatile overnight swings to the earliest analyst calls. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m. Eastern. Morning
Give me a
movers
coffee,
only
too.
on Schwab Network.
Might just wing myself off coffee for a bit. I'm gonna go get an aspirin and I'll be
Welcome
back.
to Next Gen Investing. Time to
And
discuss
drop
all
off at
things
the bank.
FedEx, as we are seeing FedEx shares up nearly 4% following FedEx Freight hosting its inaugural Investor Day. This comes ahead of its planned spin-off from FedEx, which is set for June 1st. So for more on the latest updates from that freight unit, we're now joined by Diane King-Hall, host of Morning Movers and Fast Market. So Diane, walk us through what stood out within this updated business strategy from FedEx Freight.
Well, first, aware that event happened here, the Investor Day happening here at the big board at the New York Stock Exchange upstairs. It's first ever Investor Day for FedEx Freight. We know this has been some time coming now for the planned spin-off of this unit of FedEx, and you can see shares of FedEx move higher with investors in on this move. The company says for FedEx Freight, they're now targeting between 4 to 6% annual revenue growth, and 10 to 12% profit growth. So there's this focus on margin expansion as a standalone business for it. Management say they're expecting to generate more than $1 billion in free cash flow. So the idea is there's going to be this disciplined model here. FedEx Freight is going to enter the market as the largest LTL, the less than truckload carrier in North America. So the idea is that its scale will be its competitive advantage for this unit. The backdrop is not easy. We know that there's been some soft freight demand, hence the spinoff here, and rising fuel costs. That's one of the pressure points. Now, fuel costs lower today, as we know, with oil prices pulling back, so that would bode well for FedEx Freight. So the broader goal here is that obviously they're trying to do the spinoff to unlock value separately and drive more focus, with each unit being more focused. So that's why the spinoff matters. It's set to debut, as you mentioned, on June 1st. That separation, it'll be a standalone publicly traded company. The ticker will be FDXF. So that's to separate it, not to confuse it, obviously, with
see another
the
support.
current FedEx ticker. So FDXF.
This is something that I've not showed you.
New York Stock Exchange.
So you got these wicks. That could be your first support right there. Right around 682. And then a little bit lower. See, I got this body right here. I need to move that up to a double bottom. Look at this. So I took the wicks and then almost straight across the double bottom right there. So that'd be a triple bottom support on SPY right there. Then you set your alert and call it a triple bottom alert. Mark at below. That will probably hit. I don't see us breaking out today. Not after yesterday. We've consolidated very well. Consolidated very good today. I mean, really well. See this here support level here after hours? Boom! Double bottom breakout with a big hammer. So they're looking. That's beautiful. As a professional trader, I say that's a beautiful, it's really pretty. Then we had the triple bottom. Boom. That's what I called here. So we're at the bottom of the orb. Be scupping a little bit, but I'm not going to trade. I'll be right back. Gotta get aspirin. Soon I'm going to be sitting on a beach and you're going to miss me. Never forget me.
Apple in general really has a long runway to get the AI space right and to make sure that they make and capitalize on the most of it. They're one of the very few FANG names that aren't investing billions and billions of dollars into the AI infrastructure. They're kind of letting everybody else build it, and then they're going to integrate it into their software. I was thinking about it today. It's almost like they're letting everybody build the roads, and they still have the cars. So they're still going to have the way that most individuals, obviously there's going to be exceptions, but most individuals interact with AI on a day-to-day basis. And I think there's a good amount of revenue that can come from that. I think what Apple can do to really get investors excited about that is talk more about the growth of what's going on the Apple storefront. Because remember, Apple does take a cut of every time we do a subscription service. So if you go on and you subscribe to ChatGPT or you subscribe to Claude, Apple is getting a portion of that in the first year that you do that through the App Store. So there is the connection point where they're going to be making revenue, and I think they're going to continue to do that into the future as AI integrates into more of our day-to-day lives. As far as the foldable iPhone goes, I think, again, it's like, yeah, more choice. You know, maybe it's when you get that fold out, it's more like an iPad and can act in some different ways. It gives us a little bit more of options. I don't necessarily think that people that have Androids are going to go, oh my gosh, I've never done iPhone before, but now I'm doing it because it's foldable.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were arguing yesterday. We're like, this kind of goes away from so much of it. It's like vision and design strategy that it's really been so loyal to since Steve Jobs, frankly. And so I think a really good point there. But I am curious, some of these other key drivers that you see that could see at least the next leg of growth for Apple over, say, like the next 12 months, because, well, I do agree that there's some interesting implications with its App Store, and obviously it's very much integrated ecosystem. There's also this looming concern about Siri. Will we finally get the debut of this updated, new and improved Siri? And that's, I think, a potential catalyst and also a potential risk here.
Yeah, certainly. I think there is risk behind it, but I do think the partnership with Google is wise. A lot of people go back and forth on that, like if Apple's giving up something by partnering with Google when it comes to Siri. But I think it's a good move because remember, Google's putting billions of dollars into this AI space for them to nail it on their side. And if it integrates well with Apple, then it's good for both companies. And I think that's the best approach that Apple could have taken in this way. That partnership is going to hopefully give them the best way for people to integrate with AI. We think about it on a regular basis. I think a lot of, maybe our generation is thinking about AI on a day-to-day basis, but most people are not using it. They're still not adopting it. They're still not using ChatGPT outside of like parlor tricks. So I think that the integration through Siri, through Google, and that partnership is the way that Apple is going to start bringing AI to the masses and getting more and more people utilizing it on a day-to-day basis. And ultimately, I think that's going to be good for the company. In full disclosure, we added it to some client portfolios about a week ago. It's one that we like here, and I think there is some opportunity, especially after the recent pullback that we've had in the name, and now having a little bit more value there. PE ratio is getting a little bit more in line with the long-term targets. I think it's a pretty good play for long-term for Apple.
Okay, and to kind of put it into context then, Logan, you're making the adjustments in the portfolio, you're thinking about opportunities. No natural direct competitor or peer to Apple, but it's often bunched in that group of the Mag 7. If we just took that down to the big five, Apple, Amazon, Alphabet, NVIDIA, Microsoft, where do you kind of put it in that bunch? Do you like all those names? Do you like one a little bit more than the others?
I really like what Google's been doing. I think that they're going to be on the cutting edge of the investment game into AI. But I do like Apple in this space where it is right now. I think Apple is one of the winners that can really lead out. I think they have the most direct story of how AI makes money. Alongside Google, I would say those two. Now, NVIDIA, of course, is going to be the one, but NVIDIA is a proxy for how the world and how investors feel about AI. And with everything else going on in the world, I think there's some shakiness there. I think you're going to ultimately see the growth drivers in Google and Apple as the two big ones that are going to lead out in the next leg of a bull run. Now, if that happens in the next 3 months or in the next year, we'll have to kind of wait and see with everything else that's going on as far as the economy and as the world. But I do think those two players, Google and Apple, are the ones we like the most here.
Okay, and I like that. A more positive note to leave it on. So appreciate your time today and all of that insight. Logan Gilland, advisor at Jewel Financial. Now, coming up next, last but not least, it's time for Under 30, and Levi is rallying after its earnings release, with its CEO backing the company's turnaround, stating our strategies are working. So we'll talk through how this is translating into meaningful growth for the apparel stock when Next Gen returns.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends, so neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour.
Schwab Network delivers real-time market insights, live from the NYSE, NASDAQ, the SIBO, and beyond. From earnings to economic data, we cover what matters as it happens. Streaming 24/7, anytime, anywhere, free on schwabnetwork.com.
Morning movers, be the first to find out what's shaping early market action. Tech Check, Options Corner, Futures Focus, Technical Analysis. Morning movers covers it all. Grab your coffee and tune in every trading day at 8 a.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Stay connected to the markets with Schwab Network.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com
and on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get live coverage wherever you are.
I'm Nicole Petalides, live at the New York Stock Exchange, and this is the Watch List. Your midday view into the trends driving the markets with a sharp focus on technology, innovation, and companies leading the next wave of growth. Big movers, real-time interviews, and insight from analysts, founders, and market voices you trust. The Watch List, 2 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time for Under 30, and Levi Strauss is in focus today after delivering a top and bottom line beat and pricing playing a meaningful role in some of its growth metrics. So joining us now for some more on these numbers is George Tillis, senior markets correspondent for the network. George, we know Levi signaled some strong underlying momentum, but hugely due to price increases. And I'm curious, what else caught your eye within its first quarter update?
Well, I mean, I think this is an interesting business now. I mean, the stock was trading around $12 around this time last year. Tariffs have impacted the business. They talked about this, but they have been meaningfully able to increase prices to offset the tariff risks and the tariff aspects of what's constraining their business. But I think the transition of the business is really the key for Levi's, which, you know, is a global lifestyle brand company that is now developing its direct-to-consumer channel quite aggressively. If you look just about 5 years ago, total DTC sales were only about 4%, and they did report as part of their earnings 16% rise in DTC sales, but now direct-to-consumer represents around 52% of total sales, and that's a remarkable turnaround compared to where they were just 5 years ago. The total EPS numbers also came in ahead of estimates, 42 cents. Those numbers were higher by 10% compared to the estimate of 37 cents. So they were expected to actually be down just by about a penny. But again, they beat the numbers. And then sales were higher by $1.74 billion, up 14% compared to the same quarter last year, and also beating the estimates. They did raise their fiscal year guidance as well for the entire year for both sales and EPS, just fractionally increased. But I think the momentum in the e-commerce space, the total e-commerce numbers increased by 21%. European markets were higher by 24%. Americas were about 9%. Good balance, good mix. And essentially, when you go direct to consumer, you essentially don't have a lot of inventory overhang and become subject to promotional pricing. And I think that's been a strategy they've taken on to have resale price maintenance, and higher prices have really helped their gross margins, which in the last year were 61% of sales. If you look at their 5-year average, it's around 53%. And that's 800 basis points. That's quite a bit. And if you look at the net income margin as well, 9% of sales versus 6% on a historical average. Again, so you see a 50% increase in net income margins, and effectively looking at the forward earnings multiple at around 12 times next year's earnings. Historically, it's around 15 times. So it's trading at a discount, even higher margins than its 5-year averages. And I think this is why some of the analysts are so bullish. Needham and BTIG both have a buy rating or an outperform rating, $28 and $27 price targets respectively.
George, this isn't exactly like a super volatile company when it comes to fundamentals. Like its growth oscillates kind of around unchanged.
Yeah.
It's a 1 beta over the years. It's got a really strong correlation to the S&P 500. Why does it trade with so much volatility as a stock, though? What am I missing here? What's the uncertainty around this company that's been around since like the Civil War era?
Well, I mean, I'm just looking at the chart right now. In the last couple of quarters, there was some trading range price action. And I think it has to do with the fact that there are tariff concerns, foreign currency issues associated with, sales overseas. Mostly, I think it was the tariffs. And it seems like they're mitigating that because they're offsetting those factors by increasing prices. And I think the other thing is, if you look at the transition they're making from a denim first kind of business, that's what you always think about when you think of Levi's. It is that premier denim brand that you think of out there, but they're moving into lifestyle and leisure areas. Yoga sales were actually higher by about 22% in the quarter. So they're balancing out some of the risks and geopolitical tariffs, currency risks with improving the distribution direct to consumer, which is better operating margins and operating leverage, then offering essentially more lifestyle apparel, which is competing with some of the eclectic brands or even some of the larger lifestyle apparel brands like Lululemon, for instance.
Yeah, I think a good point there. And Levi obviously having a nice session today. So appreciate it, George Tillis, for all of that breakdown. That will also do it for Alex and myself for Next Gen Investing for this Wednesday as we close out the show still firmly in green across our 4 major averages. Appreciate you all for tuning in today. The Watch List is coming up next.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors. Named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists, streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Mom, when my grandparents moved here, did they know what our family would become?
I don't even know if they could envision it, to leave everything behind, literally come across the entire world. I think that we totally met what their wishes were. Schwab has been with us for almost 25 years through purchasing of houses, opening up our business, having children. They've always been there for us.
I want to invest with a company that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
welcome to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Petalides. It's 2 p.m. Eastern Time. We're coming to you live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. And you're still seeing the up arrows. Pretty amazing to see continued rally, a relief rally in stocks as oil has sold off. It's at around $95 the barrel. We have a lot to talk about when it comes to Iran and the very latest. The U.S. will be sending a delegation on Saturday to Islamabad. That would include J.D. Vance, Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner. In the meantime, we're waiting on the Fed minutes to break any moment here. The release of the March Federal Open Market Committee minutes will make a big difference, perhaps. So we'll watch for that and bring those to you minute by minute. We have a big market rally that has been underway. In fact, we haven't given it up, which maybe some folks thought we might, but pretty amazing. The Dow is still up about 1,267 points as oil pulls back about 18%. And we have a big check-in on stocks, including Tesla, Taiwan Semi, and Amazon in the options corner. In the meantime, 2 hours left in the trading day, and this day has been incredible with this bounce back as we have a ceasefire, a 2-week ceasefire, which is being described as fragile. And so it is a minute-to-minute kind of story, but U.S. Really making the pledge to get the enriched uranium that Iran apparently, according to the White House, has indicated a willingness to turn over. The S&P's at 67.81, up 2.5%. The Nasdaq, tech-heavy Nasdaq, up 3%. Dow Jones Industrial Average up over 1,200 points, and we are seeing the small caps up 3.25%. We're seeing oil and gold mix. As I mentioned, oil is down at $94.94 the barrel, down about $18 as gold gains $75. Bitcoin has also been catching a bit. It's at $71,985. The dollar has pulled back a bit at $98.72, and the 10-year bond yield at the lowest that we've seen in some time at 4.28%. And so that's an interesting point to keep an eye on as well. Kevin Hanks, host of Fast Market here on Schwab Network, is with me, and we'll react to some of the Fed minutes as well. But right now, we are seeing the Dow here with continued strength. Some of your thoughts?
Hello, Nicole. Yeah, you know, we get this mass PDF on Fed minutes, and they basically go through, you know, very carefully the current situations, and they write down the notes of what happened in the meeting, and it looks like the FOMC meeting participants submitted their projections for the most likely outcomes for real GDP growth, unemployment rate, inflation. You remember, because the March meeting, which these minutes take over the March 17th and 18th meeting, we got an SEP during that meeting. And not only that, as you know, during March, we were in the middle of this war and this sell-off, the market correction. So there was a lot going on at this meeting that the Fed minutes go over, Nicole.
Right, understood. In the meantime here, as we take a look now, stocks are reacting or no? Because the 10-year bond yield's still at 4.28%. So we're not seeing any big picture reaction at this moment, right?
And really, if you think about it, Nicole, the Fed made no move during this period, and there's such other big news right now coming from everything that happened yesterday and everything that happened this morning. You just mentioned the breaking news that J.D. Vance, Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, they'll travel to Pakistan this weekend for peace talks. So that happened right now as this news came out. So I just think, in terms of the fact that there was no movement from the Fed, you're not going to see a big reaction here from the Fed minutes, just because there's so many other big stories for the market to trade on, Nicole.
Look, I think, you know, what was interesting here, Fed officials still foresee a rate cut this year despite war impacts, and that's according to the minutes. And what's interesting is there was talk about a rate hike at the end of the year. So as this comes out, and I see Fed officials still foresee a rate cut, and that's what our guest Jed Ellerbrook was talking about earlier. He had mentioned about a half a point cut by the end of the year. That's the kind of thing that could give a boost to this market, and in fact, there it goes. We just crossed above 1,300. So that kind of headline is the one that says, look, you might have lower rates, and that's what everybody was hoping for, right?
Yeah, remember, the 10-year yield had crept higher during the month, and that had taken those rate cuts off and pushed them back into next year. Now, I think the discussion that they could hike rates was always absurd and had very little traction in the markets. But now, with the 10-year yield moving lower, the rate cuts have moved back into December and before that. And so, yeah,
50 basis point cuts by the end of the year is back in the probabilities. So what, that number obviously is very fluid. There's been big market moves and big events over the last month. So I'm sure that the Fed minutes will promote the fact that they believe to hold steady, watch how this plays out. But make no mistake, the rate cuts for the second half of the year moved out of probabilities and now are back in, Nicole.
I will also note on the Federal Open Market Committee on that day, we heard at that time that some of the committee members were concerned about job creation at that time. And now the minutes are showing some of those labor worries here as well. And it was something that we talked about, that the war impact and the inflation that comes from the war impact could in fact hit the economy and then job hiring, and that it could be sort of a domino effect, and that a protracted, this is according to the minutes, most said a protracted war could hit jobs and warrant cuts. And so while the inflation story could linger and it might mean hikes, the fact that they said the protracted war could hit jobs and warrant cuts really shows the truth that they were concerned about the labor picture.
Remember one last thing, Nicole. This meeting, March 17th and 18th, were 2 weeks after a negative job number at negative 92,000, now negative 133,000 with the revision, and an unemployment rate that ticked up to 4.4%. So yes, there was a lot of focus on the labor market during this meeting, I'm sure.
Yeah, and the last jobs report that we got really actually surprised folks. We had 178,000 non-farm payrolls added, and we saw strength in hospitality and leisure. The healthcare companies came back after a strike. So, there were some bright spots. Better weather could mean more for construction, and manufacturing got a pop. That was good news there. So we'll see what the jobless claims tomorrow that you'll comb through tomorrow will tell us too, and we'll have CPI and PCE coming as well to give us an inflation print. And you know that the Fed is watching all of those prints in the next few days, right?
Yeah, and don't forget the wages data in this month's non-farm payroll report, up 0.2 and from 3.8% year over year to 3.5%. That's a pretty solid number in terms of inflation pressure. So you've got one good inflation print so far that the non-farm payroll report has given out. 2 more to go this week. Personal income and outlays, where we'll get PCE, and then CPI on Friday.
Yeah, all right. Well, there you have it. I appreciate it. I appreciate your insight and the breaking news here with the Federal Open Market Committee minutes, which really have only strengthened the market a little bit more, because while there were cases for a dual-sided move, hikes and cuts, you did see the concerns that they had about the labor market. So thank you, Kevin Hanks. We continue to talk about the big picture, and Tim Harder's with us, CIO of Quotient Wealth Partners. What are your thoughts here? Look, we're getting lots of news hitting us all at the same time. You have a delegation that will go to Islamabad maybe for Saturday. We've seen energy here pulling back, stocks rallying, and the Federal Open Market Committee minutes just broke. How are you feeling about the market today?
Well, better, I guess, is the right answer. So I'm glad to be here on an up day for sure, a day with a lot of green. The way I'm looking at it is we've got a lot of folks, I think, that got caught off guard by what happened in Iran, and we've got an opportunity for a reset, which is, I think, if you weren't prepared for what was coming, we're back to where we started the year, close to it, at least with the S&P 500, with bond yields. You get a chance to kind of get a do-over here for a lot of folks that maybe just weren't ready for that unexpected geopolitical risk that we found here. So I think that's a big takeaway I'm giving to our investors today. So just make sure that how do you prepare for a situation like this? You prepare in advance. If you weren't prepared in advance, you got another shot at it. And so let's make sure we take advantage of that right now.
Yeah, understood. How do you take advantage of this kind of market?
Well, I think for the biggest part, we're going to go back to some of those same questions that we had before Iran. So number one, you've got to be in AI, but you can't be overexposed to AI. And I think as an allocator for us and trying to just navigate people through retirement, that's a really fine line that we have to navigate. So what we're doing in a lot of cases is we're saying, hey, look, we know we got to have this exposure. We don't want much underexposure there, but we're also looking at the S&P 500. We've done a lot of indexing over the last 15, 20 years, but the index isn't what it used to be, right? So we know that we've got the sort of this Mag 7 problem. And so how do you participate in the other 493? We've seen, I've seen people talk about, let's say, go equal weight, S&P 500. I think that brings with it another set of challenges, which is now you've got a 20 basis point allocation to 500 companies, and it's probably overcorrecting in some ways. So I think the thing that we're looking at is being more intentional in how you allocate outside the S&P 500. For the first time in probably a decade, we have a specific allocation to mid cap along with small cap, and then trying to keep our international allocations in line. And then along with that, I think the last part of this is, as you're trying to get this allocation right and this balance right, you can hit the mid cap, the small cap, but how do you really hit the rest of that 493? So we've been looking at how do we get exposure to those other, maybe those top 100 names without getting us overexposure in those top 7 names. So we've been looking through things like the dividend growers, like DGROW or something like that, to add just a smidge to kind of tilt those allocations a little bit, take us a little bit out of that Mag 7, but still we know where the driver of earnings is going to be for the next, for the foreseeable future. You don't want to leave that on the table. So don't leave yourself underexposed, but not overexposed. So those are some of the things that we're thinking about right now.
You did mention small caps, mid caps, dividend growers. What is the allocation? Where do you have the heaviest investment?
Well, I mean, the heaviest investment is still in that core, right? It's still in U.S. large cap. It's still with that heavy tech exposure, that AI exposure, but we're just trying to pare it back a little bit. So these are really things that you're thinking about sort of on the margin. How do you get U.S. large cap, and how do you get a little bit of a tilt? How do you push maybe 2 to 3% more over to something that's a little bit more value oriented or dividend focused? How do you maybe take 2 or 3%, move it out of the S&P 500, which is so heavily weighted to the top of the those top 7 names, and bring it into mid cap or small cap? Those would be I think some of the bigger areas that we've been looking at. But then you've still got some of these same issues as you diversify, right? So you say, okay, we want to be diversified internationally. We're looking at that, not just international developed, but emerging markets. And then you look at the emerging markets indices and you say, well, what's the number one holding in there? And you're looking at Taiwan Semiconductor at 12+% of that index. So it's a little bit of a challenge. Like I said, this is a new challenge for a lot of us. We're used to maybe 20-25% exposure in those top 10 names in the S&P. And not only has the S&P, not only do you have that concentration, but over the last, since basically the global financial crisis, you've seen the percentage of global equity increase and tilt towards the U.S. So if you're just thinking about being broadly allocated globally, your concentration's not only getting higher in tech in those top 7 names in the U.S., but your U.S. allocation has grown. But I'm optimistic a little bit to see how we've seen, you mentioned the dollar weakening a little bit today. I'm really curious to see if that trend that we saw kick in place last year continues into this year. And so are you sort of hedged or unhedged on your international exposure? We kind of take a balanced approach because we don't always know which way that's going to go, and it worked out great for about a month here. Will the dollar strengthen? But I can see a pullback or a replay of where we were in 2025, where we start seeing that dollar start to weaken a little bit, those foreign currencies strengthen a little bit as we move forward.
Just a quick response, please, on where you think oil could go, because oil was $117 yesterday, and overnight last night I actually saw an 8-handle on West Texas. I mean, right now we're at around $95 the barrel. What do you see in the near term and long term, quickly?
Yeah, so I think this is going to be a big question that we're going to be trying to answer over these next 2 weeks, because I think you've seen one, how fragile is this 2-week pause or this 2-week ceasefire? Does this lead to something lasting? Number one, I think it probably can. I can see this being a lot of rhetoric in between, just a full fair warning to all investors out there that we'll probably get some social truth posts and things like that going on in the interim 2 weeks. But then I also see like we could easily get an extension out there. I think the big thing on the oil front is that we're going to see, what kind of permanent damage was done around this. I don't see us going back to, $60 a barrel oil anytime soon. I would be really happy if we could end up in that 75 range over the next few months and as things settle down. And I think also long-term, what does this mean for the energy markets? I think people are going to be really thinking heavily about energy diversity, maybe much like we were just thinking about supply chain diversification over the last few years. People are really going to be thinking about that for their energy supply. So.
Yeah, understood, Tim. Thank you so much. And the Fed really, when we saw the Fed minutes, there were cases for why they should hike, why they should cut. I mean, the hike for concerns about inflation, the cut would be about the worries about jobs. The vast majority saw employment risks as skewed to the downside. And if you have a prolonged war, that could hit the economy and then fewer jobs and all that. So we'll have to wait and see what the Fed does as well. Tim Harder, CIO of Quotient Wealth Partners. Thank you. Coming up, Options Corner, Tom White is standing by. He will highlight unusual options activity from the day and how investors are looking to trade on recent news of Tesla.
SPY might get to the double top.
We'll be right back.
At the shoulder line. Okay, my rep back. Can't find that shit. This is strange. I had a little jar of paint and I can't find it. I've looked and looked and looked. Looked in the trash. There's the knife. What Jimmy been waiting for, dang it. 3 black crows. We got a snake, 3 black crows, inverted hammer, breakout, pullback, double bottom. Spy. I'm going to go into the next day or the SPX. Slash ES is at the VWAP. I've got the 6790s. There you have it. 6790s. I'm lucky. I mean, this is iffy. $3.90, $4, I mean, and one at 3. There's 70. I've got a dog. His name's Jack Rabbit. Best damn dog man ever had. Stand up and grab it. Run with the wind. Jump like a deer, there you have it. Best damn dog a man ever had. His name was Jack Rabbit. Get him on, Jack. Oh, at the grocery store, I got a dog. His name is Jack Rabbit. Strike, STRIKE, 67.90, 3.70, $4.370. Boy, got a dog. His name is Jackass Rabbit. Bet them dog man ever had. Wind up and grab it. Run with the wind, there you have it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, come on, you cotton.
We're sorry. You have reached a number.
We're sorry. Don't ever call me again. On with when there you have it. Come on. Everything's not going my way. Nothing is going my way. Oh! You could have held it. Oh, man. Oh. Come on. There it is. 65. Okay. You have your chance now. 2.70. Amazing grace, how sweet thou sound. Come on, got a holder. We could easily drop down to the 100. I mean the 200 EMA. And then I got to stop out here. I got to stop out. This thing ain't. God darn you! Right when I get ready to frickin' sell it. So if I got 2 more shares. Nah. Looks to me like I'm going to lose this one. This is the hard part, staying in something you're down on. Still holding support. No. Now it's going to probably come down here to 6,700. SPY's still at the orb. Slash ES at the, here we go. Yeah. I wish I knew where that paint was. Can't get it off my mind. So I'm going to get 6 more. There it is. The market makers are doing some funny business right here. Big spreads on these buy and sells. Ain't touching it no more. I can't find the paint. I'm going to search inch by inch tonight. Okay. Well, Meta's at the 200 here. Metastock surges on Moose. I already looked at that. Okay. All of a sudden, back to $1. $146. I'm gonna make my cider.
Sort of the same mistake that Putin made in Ukraine. The second is that he expected a rally around the flag.
IWM's at support, but I'm not. It's got another candle down. That guy's got a mouth on him. He's not Asian. That's not Mexican talk. Come on, Snake. You gotta do it. Because now I am loaded. I found it. I found the paint. You would never guess where I put it. Here's the paint. I Yeah, I had her. Oh, this is too funny. I hope I didn't hurt it. Come on. I gotta stop out of this. I don't want to, but it ain't working. This will take almost all my profit today. It'll take almost all of it. I can't believe I put that. I'm not even stoned and I put this in the refrigerator. Oh, God. I found my paint in the refrigerator. It didn't ruin it. I'm at my support line, the head and shoulders, I think, here. Oak. Just throw that in there. Yeah, it's falling. Yeah, it sure did. Well, this is what I wish I'd have saw earlier today. We're at a double bottom. Still staying in that Darvis box. Triple bottom right here. Major support level. I thought I could get it off that triple, but I didn't. Last place I looked was inside the refrigerator. Man, that's way down there. Well, it's on the 15-minute. Yeah, this one here might be a goner. I'm way too far out of the money now. Unless I need to turn around here, I might be able to get out with less. It's just too late now. I'm too far out. Might move his up. '60s, '70s.
Down. You see it in commodities going down, you see it in stocks going up. But make no mistake, Sam and Alex, we're going to have to rally through a barrage of headlines, right? Some will be negative, some will be positive. You just saw one of the
You got to weed them out.
hit in the last half hour about the Iranian parliament saying the ceasefire has been violated. Now, I doubt that very much, but there's going to be rhetoric going back and forth like there has been, frankly, for 47 years between
Exactly.
the U.S. and Iran. It's not going to stop now. So this market is going to have to get its feet and sturdy its stance despite the barrage of headlines.
Exactly.
And so that's where we find ourselves. Climbing the wall of worry, absolutely on steroids, climbing the wall of worry, guys.
Yep. I actually agree with everything he says. Because you don't know what headlines to believe. So you gotta. I agree with him 100%. And we're still up big from yesterday. We're just at the bottom of that Darvis box at a new Head and Shoulders, 67.70s. I'm going to get a couple of them if we can break the 21. This right here, this white line, if we break that, I think we'll shoot up to that 200. And I'll get closer to the money and leave the ones I got. They're at 270. You feel good? We broke the 21 now. Let's see if we can get it to the 200. And if I can do that, I will be a lot better off. I won't be in the red today. They're at 380 right now. Scout, I mean, you can't trust this market. Well, we got two hammers, two inverted hammers, and we broke out of the snake. $350, $340. Come on, push it. Snake breakout. There we go. Now I'm coming to Papa. I'm tempted to take my profit, and I'll be even. Not almost. 440. Come on, a little bit more. Okay, I'm shooting my wad right here. $5. That's how you do it. Thank me very much. That made up my loss. Now I got to get these up. God darn it, 570. Okay, you fuck up. See, when I get a little shook up, I can't do nothing here. But I'm going to get out of these because I don't want to be green. Okay. I'm exhausted. What are you knowing about? Woo, Randy. We made it to the VWAP on the /ES. I had to throw, for me to get out and be even on that bad trade, I had to really go in big on the 270s, $2,700. So, the size matters. Whatever a chick sells you, they'll tell you it doesn't matter, but it does matter. You really like the 2-minute chart on SPX? Yes. Use it. It would have worked the same way. It hit my support, you know, and held, but did hit my, I don't want to talk about it. Triple top, God, bottom. I thought it was good to run that up a little bit right there, and I just got swollen. And I kind of expected this today, but we held so long, I was April Fooled. I don't even want to look at this one. This is disgusting. I'll look at this one. That one's pretty. Got an alert. SNDK. What the? How'd that happen? What did I just do? God, I'm glad I got out of them puts. I mean, them calls on SPX are 35 cents now. That would have been... That would hurt badly. It's too far out of the money. I mean, see, I got this little trend line here on my calls and puts. But you got your first support, your second support. Kind of like deviation channels. Later in the day, I like to get closer to the money. If I go below that blue line, they hardly ever recover. Later in the day. Earlier in the day, I'm looking for volume. That's why I like these here so much, because that volume. And then it dipped down below that. I mean, I was right up in here. Then it dipped on down. Too late in the day to try to get something. You got to get close to the money, within 2 notches of each side. If they're cheap enough, you want to get right there. But I usually get in right around here. And maybe there if I think that it's really going to break out. But the second notch, I'm not going to buy any more unless I have to. We're still in the sideways Darvas box. You know, I should have thought real heavy about that. And we came right to the shoulder line of this head and shoulders. So I'm burned out, wore out. I had to deal with a lot of stuff this week. I got my car fixed, which is a lot of stress off my back. I had so much energy this morning. I found my paint. I put my paint, I've been so stressed out, I put the paint in the refrigerator. As you can't tell, I don't try to show it. I can't believe I put the paint in the refrigerator. I looked all over this house twice. Looked again this morning. I said, where did I put this stuff? I can't find it. Then I'm sitting here. I thought to myself, this little container is where I put my vegetables and my leftovers in. I said, so I thought to myself, maybe I accidentally put it in the fridge. And there it is. It was later. I thought they were, when I looked at the fridge earlier, I thought it was just those black olives. But no, it was paint. Talk about slow drying time. VWAV. Shares of aerospace and defense companies are trading higher as investors respond to the U.S.-Iran ceasefire. So what is VisionWare Wave? VWAV. Opening bell. Chart patterns. Moving averages. And living in the now. Living in the now. Opening bell. Live. Being in the now. Got any hobbies for burnout? Oh yeah. Yep, I sure do. One will be travel. I like to take a vacation. Two, I like to fish. But number one is I got to build a cabin. Little kind of, I want to live a little bit of country life. I got 30 acres up north, and I want to build a little cabin, small one 1-room shack with a bed and a kitchen and outside toilet, hooked up to electricity and solar and a generator. And then I want to travel. I've always had hobbies. If I don't keep working on something, I'm going to have I'll die younger. So you got WVAW. Keep an eye on them. What we have here after the three black crows is a fallen wedge. Now we've got a double top snake breakout, pull back, boom. Sticky snake, chart patterns. There you go. Breakout, pull back, inverse head and shoulders, boom. Up. Can we get 675.7? Oh, please. SPY coming to the VWAP. SPY coming to the VWAP. Boom. Scale out, please. Would you please scale out? Unless you think we're going to break the 200 SMA. I'm going to do an imitation that I haven't done in years when I was actor. So get ready for this. You dirty rat. Did you sell your calls out of the snake? Break out, pull back, boom. You dirty rat. You dirty rat. Did you sell the calls once it hit the VWAP? If it did, I'll cut your legs off. Piece of crap, ole. Sneaky snake. Chart patterns. Being in the now. Snake breakout. They printed. Oh no. Yes, they did. When you said that, I thought you said they went high to the 200. You was too FOMO? You're buying. Slow down. You're over trading. It's 20 minutes. Oak. Got the sneaky snake break out. 3 white soldiers and a pullback. Tweezer bottom to the VWAP. The trade is done. I went and got me a couple aspirin. I had a big headache. I went to the bank to deposit a check. 'Cause I gotta pay my taxes. Gotta pay my quarter taxes. This is the month. I gotta pay my quarterly taxes. It's the tax man. I clean the IRS. Sometimes they're full of shit. And they're full of BS. You don't like the IRS? If you do, check the box and pay more. Did you know you could pay more? If you like what the government does, check that box and pay more. I pay more taxes probably than anybody in the room right now, and I see it getting wasted anyhow. The politicians are making $1 million a year. I think they make too much to sit down and have a beer. I pay my taxes every quarter, 'cause I have to. I pay my taxes. I want to see how I sound here on my guitar on YouTube. So, too much, just sit down and have a beer. I pay my taxes every quarter, 'cause I have to. That ain't too bad. That ain't too bad. He made $70 today. Congratulations. Did you overtrade? That's the question to ask. We're going to probably break here. We're at resistance. You know, I'm also thinking that the rhetoric that these people keep is triggering algorithms. I found my paint in the refrigerator. Oh, that's a good song. I found my paint in the refrigerator. It was still wet. We just hit the 200 SMA on the VWAP, on the SPY. We also hit the 200 on the 5-minute EMA with a 50 SMA. If we break this, we're going to the 200. Jimmy's going to get back in the trade. SPX. 36775. Let's do it. Randy. I can't believe. There we go. At $2.75. Let's go to the 200. Jimmy, I was watching you do the snake call there. Can you show me the flag why you took that trade, or why you thought about taking the trade? I sure will. Now, it's still in scenario land here. But you should have held him, Randy. Snake breakout pullback boom. The lady asked me to show the symmetrical flag or the chart. Boom. Boom. It's called a symmetrical flag out of the snake. Back to even. I could have sold them things, but I didn't. 248. I ain't got much time. So, there's 275. Come on. This one big fat candle. I'm back at the VWAP. Oh no. There we go. Come on. Oh. Break it. Either get out now and be safe, or watch. Old MacDonald had a farm, me-I-me-I-O, and I got out at $3.80. Me-I-me-I-O, with an oink here and an oink there. Oh, Slim Howard had a ball, got out right at the spike. What do you think about that, Randy? Are you impressed? With a smooch here and a smooch there, everywhere a smooch. We're going to the 200. We got 9 minutes left. We got 9 minutes left. Mr. Grinch. We have the mark has an imbalance of the buy side to $2 billion. Does anybody have a problem with that? Does anybody have a problem with that? They're now at $4.10 contract. Going to my 200. See, Randy? I hope it went well. I'll message my little lesbian girlfriend. Where are you, baby? Uh-oh, Randy. Sardine burger. The bun is made of sardines. How would you like to have dinner, baby? Yes, I have a girlfriend that's a lesbian. Don't tell nobody. I remember back in high school, we had twins that were lesbians. I was the last one at the party. And I think you might know the end of the story. Waffles made out of sardines. She's gonna say gross. You'll eat what I tell you to eat. There goes Randy. Are you still in it? Calls or were you in puts? Randy. Don't tell me you sold it. Don't tell me. Oh, okay. $5.20 now. So I'm gonna talk about this in the last couple of minutes. Bell's gonna ring here in a second. And I really want to talk about this pattern. Nobody knows how to trade this pattern. And I can trade it better than most people that study the pattern for years. 680 now. I don't know how he does it, but his name's Washboardjim. $7.20. Okay. Everybody listening? Ricky? As you see, the orb, you take out the orb, and this is a real good consolidation. I mean, there's nothing bearish about this at all. So that's the SPX. We had a huge run on it yesterday. Five-day, 5-minute. Well, shit. I don't want to use that chart. We had a huge run. Where in the heck am I today? I thought we had a bigger run on that yesterday. I guess it just looks smaller now, but that thing was huge. Then we had the big breakout. So we're way up. And after a huge breakout, you usually get a pullback from the previous day, because that thing really, those stocks really ran up big. Then we had another breakout, algorithms, and we consolidated in a sideways pattern. That's called a Darvis box. When we're down here at the bottom of the head and shoulders, that's when I called this trade out. So, I think I was mentioning the higher lows. Just kept going up and up and up and respecting that. 50 SMA and the 63. But that's a Darvis box. You play them within the channel, like a megaphone. Or you get in down here maybe off the 200 if we had a big knife and run it up to the bottom of the Darvis box, which is a resistance. Inside the box, it's a support. And that's a resistance. So it just keeps going up. That becomes a resistance, and you break and it pulls back and retest the triple top of that Darvis box if it does break out. So don't get FOMO. Just see if it tests and sets your alert a little bit above that triple top. And then you might be able to take the trade and bounce off, which was resistance, to support, and have it, run it back up to a double top after you get the breakout and it pulls back. Example. It's breaking out, and then it comes back. And retest that resistance level, and then double top it. And see if that breaks. And be in the now. That's why I tried to listen to these people, but it's been difficult listening to them because I don't really want to hear a lot of smack about the war. I don't really care. I mean, I care. I care. But I want to block it out because I already know what's happening. I've been here too many times. This will all Another 10 years might go fine, another 5 years. Hopefully if they get democracy but these people have been set in their ways for over 40 some years, 50 years. Started, I think, right during the first of Carter so what I'm saying is some people change and some don't. But this was, it's about religion. A lot of people say we're a Christian country because, in God we trust. And I don't mind people going to church. And I don't mind Muslims going to practice their Allah if it had nothing to do with killing. Now we've had Jim Jones, and there was another one. Then now we got the big Manson family out in the streets protesting all the time. They have the right to do that, but not violence, breaking windows out and stealing. And it's hard to run a business when you got riots and protests in front of your business all day long. You're not going to get no business. I had a frame shop, and it's called right on Main Street. And this is where they had the first black college in Sedalia, Missouri. And Scott Joplin would play in the bar, which was my frame shop. But across the tracks, the black people lived, and then on the other side, the white people lived. The tracks were the Katy Trail, which they used to ship beef to the Army, to the military from St. Louis, up from Texas to Springfield, Missouri, up to Sedalia, Missouri, then switched out to Kansas City and St. Louis and shipped the meat out there for the cattle. In World War II, there was like a military hospital in Springfield. So they wanted to be close to the train tracks. And it was fun and very educational. I didn't get much black culture growing up, so I moved to Memphis so I could get some. And I loved it. I loved it. I mean, I really did. Walk into an all-black bar and be the only white boy in there. The only thing that saved my life was a harmonica. I started playing it. I didn't know what else to do. The music went silent. People turned their head. Who let that white boy in here? Does he not know better? And all of a sudden, people coming up to me and hit me on the shoulder. You want to play a game of pool, bro? We don't allow honkies in here, but you're an exception. So I like living in West Memphis. I really got had a good time. Certain smell I didn't like, cotton fields, and they had the cotton fields up there, and the Mississippi River. I took a girl out one night. Said, let's go make out. I got my truck. We'll pull up on this dirt road next to the river. And we got out and we started kissing a little bit, and all of a sudden we just got ate up with mosquitoes. I said, time to go. Time to take you home. But I lived in Knoxville for a bit. I lived in Sedalia after I got my GED. I moved to Sedalia. I went through wasn't CETA. I did CETA when I was in high school. CETA was a thing where you go to school and then you'd get a job and work nights. And I worked at the hospital, making 50 cents, about probably, I think it was $1 something, maybe 56 cents an hour. I think it was $1 something, $1.35. And then I moved to Hawaii after I got my degree and got my GED. I moved to Hawaii. Oh, I first worked in a picture frame shop in Springfield for 10 years. And I got into it with a boss. I told him he didn't like me coming in there on Saturday and doing the extra work. And I said, man, I had so much work this week. I got to get caught up. And I worked like 3 times anybody else that worked there. I mean, I was fast and good at it, and one of the best in the world at picture framing. Cutting mats and knowing how to shadow box and cutting frames. You know, accuracy is everything when you're dealing with picture frames, because if you're not accurate and you can't read a ruler, you lose a lot of money. So when I lived in Memphis, West Memphis, I had no experience in nothing hardly, except cooking. And I went into this warehouse and they gave us a test, just a word problem and a few math tests, real simple. Like what is 5/8 of a ruler or of an inch? What is in eighths? You know, what is 3/4 of a ruler? If I had 5/8 and 5/8, what does that measure to be? And then word problems. And I almost aced it. And they said we had 100 people in here and you had the high score. Instead of putting you in the warehouse, we want to stick you up in the gallery, building it, putting it together. I was putting what together? I didn't even know what I was applying for. Oh, you know, we're a picture frame shop. I said, okay. So I did that for 18 years. I ended up buying a frame shop in Sedalia as I was going through college for free. The woman was going blind. I told her, let me take it over. I'll pay all your debt off, and I'll have it paid off in a year, and you can retire, live out your life, because you can't see no more. And then I moved to Springfield. And then I got fed up and moved to Hawaii. Guy hired me, first call I made. Then he called me back. And then I come back to my girl and played in a band for a few years. And now I started trading stock seriously when I moved back in 2004. I had to find a way to make income, so I bought my girlfriend's, her ex-boyfriend's cleaning business for $8,000. I was making $2,000 a month on it, and I run it up to making $100,000 a year in about 4 or 5 years. I was working 72 hours a week. Doing this, plus doing this, so I'm working 72 hours a week and then calling shots out on the stock market with one of the first chat rooms for another 8 hours a day. I was working hard. Now I just want to relax, So that's it. I'm going to get out of here. I kind of want to go out and celebrate. My car, I mean, is running better than it ever has, ever. All they had to do was clean them drums on them brakes, or whatever they call it, rotors, and put new tires on it. Everybody I took that car to lied to me. Oh, you need new back brakes. I took it to a guy to go put back brakes on. Them brakes are fine. You don't need new back brakes. So I took it to alignment 2 times. You're right. Something up there is bent. It's going to cost thousands of dollars to get fixed. And I took it to another place. They kind of said the same thing. Then I took it up here to Ford. I got pissed off and just kept bagging on them. What's wrong with my car? And the tires were shot that they put on there. And I drove that thing for 2 years, just wobbling. Not real bad, but I mean, it was there. Then they put the back tires on the front, and then everything just fell apart. I mean, I'm just going, what the heck's wrong with this car? And I took it in. I said, this is what they're saying is wrong with my car. The springs are out, the shocks are out, the back brakes are gone. Something's bit in the front. And I used 3 different mechanics, or 2. I took it to my main mechanic. He said they were going to charge me $1,000 to tune the thing up. Are you freaking kidding me? Because it's a Volkswagen Passat. The thing runs like it. I mean, it's fast. Not super fast, but I mean, it's got to get up and go to get in and out of traffic. And tight turns and stuff where you need to be. So I took it to my other mechanic. I'll get her done for $250. That's jeez. So I've just, been taken advantage of having this car. People giving me all weird kind of like, hey, we got some business here. We'll lie to them. And I've never had that issue ever. I usually take it, I say, fix this and fix that. And the first time I take it to get it inspected, everything's wrong with it. So I finally with the new management, 2 years later, the guy says, I'm not responsible for this. And I kept messaging him. I said, man, I bought it here. They did me wrong. The manager threatened me because I kept bringing it back and telling him I got problems with this car. And I called Ford up, and I don't think I talked to him the right way. He said, oh, that's not our responsibility. That's the main Ford in Michigan. So I talked to a guy at the IRS. Yeah, how you doing, Jim? And I said, well, this damn car of mine, man. Ford's screwing me over. He says, oh, I had a problem with Ford too. He didn't know what my job was. This guy's like the head honcho at the IRS. And they were trying to insurance fraud him. And he knew exactly what insurance fraud was. So he told me that he told his brother about the situation, and his brother worked at Ford. And then some executives were walking by, how you doing? How's your job doing? Well, my brother's having a hard time in such and such place, Ford dealership. He's had his truck in there for practically 4 months. They're not fixing it. They keep putting him off and off and off. And he went in there and he said, just trade this thing out for another truck, plus the parts it takes to fix it, and we'll go on from there. And, oh, we can't do that. So about a week later, they get a phone call. And he had his truck ready in a week. And I felt the same way. I felt like I was really burnt bad, and I bought 5 cars from him, and every one of them I really liked. My favorite being the Equinox. So yeah, it's nice to have good tires around that thing, and have them. It only took a few things. All they had to do is fix a few things. Now I'm just giddy, because I wish I could have drove it like that for 2 years. I haven't been able to take it to see my mom, so that's it. I'm gonna get out of here. I really appreciate y'all. We're gonna it's hard to say. I already put the message in the announcement room. So I think that's all I really. If you ever have a problem with anybody in this room, come to me. Don't make a scene on the floor, and I'll have a talk. I don't want you to be bothered by anybody. Don't give anybody a hassle, because I get pretty frustrated and I can't trade. That's why I can't listen to all this crap going on. I know, I've just seen things a lot worse. And I'm not, it's a big deal and then it's not. I see things a little bit different than other people do, and I can understand. We all have different opinions. But I may be wishful thinking, but Iran's not been like this all the time. Just for about 50 years. They were a pretty civilized place to live and visit. It could have been like a powerhouse. And I think hopefully Gaza will turn out to be the same way. But I'm not a history buff. I just go off. Well, I guess history was my favorite subject. Math was my top subject. A+, trigonometry, geometry. I knew fractions when I was in 3rd grade. I got so many stories. You ever seen those metal merry-go-rounds they used to have in parks? You hardly ever see them anymore because they were too dangerous. I got on one and I got that thing spinning as fast as I could, and I got ready to jump off, and the bar grabbed my leg and my face hit the pavement and I couldn't get out. I mean, I had that thing going so fast. I did about 8 circles around that thing, and I sprained my knee real bad. So I couldn't walk around, couldn't do nothing. And I said, Mom, go get me some math books at Fred's. And she got me these fraction math books. And I was a clown in school. 3rd grade, our teacher asked, can anybody solve this fraction? And I raised my hand, and the teacher looked at me like, oh my God. Not again. I said, yes, I want to answer the question. Come up, sir. Give me the chalk, and boom, 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 that fraction. And she just looked at me. What the heck's happened to you? You couldn't add 1 and 1 together. And I said, well, I sprained my leg and bought a couple math books, and I went through them all. And I learned how to do fractions. And she was amazed. I think I learned more in that 2 weeks being out of school because of my leg than I did all the way to high school. It just started me up. I started, okay. But then I got to partying. So I didn't really know the importance of an education until I was about 29, 30. Then I got my GED and got my associate's degree in business. So that's how I turned my life around. I wasn't going in the right direction. So we can change. People can change. I used to be a liberal. Now I'm not. I'm an old liberal. I'm not a new liberal. I think I'm going to go ahead and go. Peace out. I'll catch you later. Thanks a lot.